Welcome in, builders. I am very excited. We are going to be starting a Terra Invicta 1.0 playthrough. I do have early access to the release candidate here. A huge thank you to Hooded Horse for dropping that off and me closing my screen, or I have my stream running in the background. Huge thank you to Hooded Horse for giving me early access to the build. I want to make it clear that this is a gameplay stream. This is in no way meant to be a review. I cannot do any review-like things here until the game officially launches, so we're just going to be playing and having some fun. Hopefully you guys will be along for the ride. I should notify you that if you did look at the orange eye, then you have both agreed to the TOS and signed a digital contract with me. What is in that? Well, you weren't going to read it anyways, so don't worry about it. But just know that you are obliged to stay for the entire stream at the bare minimum. Hopefully you guys have been having a good time. We just finished Final Fantasy Tactics. Did an absolute blitzkrieg of that game. 46 hours plus probably 10 hours of grinding in like 4 days. So quite a lot done there. Let me also ask if I could get a quick sound check from people. I bumped my mic the other day and fiddled up my settings, so I think we are at like 99% back to what we normally run. So just let me know if the sound is sounding okay here. I think I've got it fully fixed now. Let me say hi to people and then we will get started here. Irham, good morning. Bad Glory, good to see you again. Illuminati Cash Money, that's right. We are going to be all about that cash money. Daniel, Terra Invicta, let's go. Wish you luck. Hopefully we will have a good run. I have played this quite a lot when it first came out, although saying that, I only did like the very beginning of space combat. So that is as far as I've really run through it. So hopefully we'll do all right for ourselves. Nothing suspicious at all. That's right, Alfred. I'm glad you recognize that there's nothing to be suspicious about. Bad Glory saying, I know they changed up the starting state of the world. Yes, we'll talk about that here in a minute. But yes, there are 2 starts now. He's late. No, a CEO arrives exactly when he means to. I had to jump in my suborbital jet from my tropical vacation, hence the kind of Hawaiian shirt here, to make it back in time for this business opportunity. Edward, interesting. Managed to catch the start of the stream. Yep. Hopefully this is a decent time. I'm always a little conflicted on what time I should start on Sundays. Hey, Drew, how's it going? I'm doing okay. Oh, well, if you looked at the eye, you've already considered Irham. I don't know what else to tell you. It is, yeah, I'm sorry, no opting out once you've seen the eye. Hey, bruh, how's it going, man? And Pyrrhic, good to see you. Babel choosing to play the biggest villains. Pfft, I don't know what you are talking about. We are here to support the people with various business opportunities. Sound fine. Okay, good. I'm pretty sure I have everything fixed. I'm trying to get away from using the voice clarity setting. It does make it sound nice and deep and probably more like how I really do sound, but it also makes it sound very machiney when I hem and haw, and I tend to hem and haw a lot in my videos, so I really dislike that sound. But maybe that's just because, you know, I have to listen to my own voice for hours on end sometimes when I'm editing, and like most people, I hate the sound of my own voice. Hey, Louis, how's it going? Yes, I finally about to get less terrible at Terra Invicta. Well, no promises there. Hey, Callie, how's it going? Shadow Illuminati Bunny Gang. I like it. I like it a lot. Hey, Shinosuke, how's it going? Isn't there? Oh, that is true, Edward. There are a couple more starts. 2 main starts, I guess I should say. What's my voice enhancer program? It comes with my Wavelink software. I use an Elgato Wave microphone. I really like their software, and yeah, it's really nice. It's way better than the noise removal from NVIDIA, if you've ever used that. That's good too in certain ways, but this is like really light, and it really gives it more of that podcasty, warm deepness. And my voice is naturally pretty deep anyways. It just comes across very Kermit-y on microphones a lot of times. Although I have been told in real life I do sound like Kermit, so yeah, there you go. When to post the gear? Yeah, I could do that. Okay, let's go ahead and fully get started here. I do cut myself off here a little bit, but there's only so much real estate on the UI in this one. We may have to change the camera around a little bit. It ain't easy being green. You are definitely right. Okay, yeah, we're gonna start our new game here. Now, the premise of this game is basically, we think that there's some sort of extraterrestrial thing going on. Depending on which of the factions you choose to play as, will determine how you plan to respond to it. So, the Resistance is like playing XCOM. You basically don't want the aliens here on Earth, and you want to protect Earth. Humanity First is, they absolutely hate aliens. This is all aliens must die, death to the Xenos. Everyone who corroborates with them must die. Everyone who has sympathy for them must die. Get out of my solar system. Humans number one. The Initiative, this is more of like the Illuminati corporate interests of the world, looking to just, hey, this is another opportunity that we could make money. The Servants, these are people who worship the aliens and want to welcome the aliens as their new masters. The Protectorate, this is basically surrender monkeys. They're like, oh no, aliens are scary. We should surrender as hard as possible so they'll be nice to us. As you can tell, I'm not a huge fan of the Protectorate. The Academy, this is like the big egg brains people that are just, oh, I'm too smart for this. We should convince the aliens that we're really smart and they'll want to be our friends. And Project Exodus is like, aliens, I'm done. I don't want to be on this planet anymore. Let's leave. So that is the spread. So generally speaking, Initiative and Academy are kind of sort of in the middle. Servants and Protectorate are kind of pro-alien. I guess Project Exodus is middle too. And then Resistance and Humanity First is anti-alien. And it's kind of a spectrum from one side to the other. Generally speaking, it's easier to work with people near to you on that spectrum. So Humanity First is never going to team up against with the Servants. They're just diametrically opposed to the plan of what they would want to do. Up here, we have several scenarios, and you are right, there's a 2070 scenario. So the game launched with the 2022 scenario. It bases the scenario on the real-world GDPs, the real-world geopolitical situation of the time, etc., etc. They have added a 2026 scenario with the game release. We are actually going to play the 2022. The 2026 one, there's nothing wrong with it, but I find it to be a bit harder of a start. There's less of a we don't know what's going on phase of the game, and it's more of jumping into, okay, the aliens are already here and they're already doing stuff. So the Servants and I think the Protectorate are a little more advanced in this one. Also, the technology is higher, so we're gonna be jumping into doing space stuff a lot sooner. And A, I'm not as good as I was, I'm a little rusty, and B, I like the slow burn. So we're actually gonna start in the 2022 scenario. The other big changes in 2026, both the US and China and Russia, so I guess all three of them, have higher GDPs, like pretty significantly. The EU a little bit too, but it's harder to get into those places. Was it Kazakhstan, whatever, the big boost site is much atrophied in 2026. Meanwhile, China and especially the US have had a huge glow up in the amount of boost, aka how many rockets do you have to throw stuff into space? So those two countries have become much more powerful in 2026. We're gonna start with the 2022 when the game originally came out. Like I said, I like the slower burn of that one. We are gonna play with the full solar system. If your system struggles a bit with the game, you might want to turn this down to be slightly lower. Full solar system means we're going to have hundreds of asteroids and comets and all the little orbital bodies, etc., etc. How much does that actually change your gameplay? Some, but you could definitely turn those down and not feel not feel it too bad. So 360 space objects. If we went down to light, 110 space objects. So if you were having trouble, don't feel bad about turning that down. I don't think it's really that important. I'm not expecting us to have any problems, so that should be just fine. As mentioned, we are going to be the initiative. We want to exploit the alien arrival to gain power. We're going to play on just normal difficulty. A normal campaign of this game is a long campaign. I don't know how much of the studio, it's Pavonis is it Pavonis Initiative? I'm so sorry if I'm saying their name wrong, but it started with a bunch of the people who worked on the mod for XCOM, The Long War. So if you ever played the Long War mod, which was exactly what it sounds like, it made it a much, much longer war in XCOM. It was at least founded by a lot of those people. So that's what it should be. Let me catch up on chat and then we will fully jump in. Funnily enough, you can get out to the asteroid belt and there's some very overpowered sites. There definitely are. I mean, that's going to be real life too, though. There's a lot of resources that we would love to get if we had the ability to go out and grab those. This game has tons of stuff in the UI. It is a pretty busy UI. Humanity first is Warhammer. Xeno Simps. Hey, McKitten. Oh yeah, Terra Invicta. Songs of Six didn't have long enough playthroughs. Yeah, no kidding. We're definitely gonna do some more Songs of Six. Just, I need to be on the trends a little bit here. Let's just put it that way. So we will definitely be back to that at some point. Pavonis, thank you, McKitten. Pavonis Interactive. Let's see. What's the initiative goals and special abilities? Our goal is to gain power. We want power. Power absolute. And that usually is going to involve wealth. For special abilities, it revolves around things that have to do with that. Hey, Emily. No way, I caught a stream early. Well, welcome on in. Okay, let's go ahead and start it. We're going to have a little intro video here, so I'm going to shut up for a second and we'll let them talk. After a load screen. Okay, much more of a load screen than I remembered. Oh, it's actually even chunking my camera a little bit there. It's preloading the whole solar system, so it just needs a second. I hope Babel goes academic or otherwise neutral. We are going to take care of ourselves. We are the man who bought the world.
We remember the day the stars answered, the day we learned we were not alone. As a familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe, some of us saw wondrous possibility and others existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Survival of the fittest has always been the game. Whether you're beating your enemy with a rock or a lawsuit, you have to be vicious to be the top dog. Because when you've worked for everything, and you've fought for all you have, nothing will satisfy you, except everything.
Thank you everyone for accepting the contract and the TOS. Much appreciated. UFO crashes on Earth. An alien vessel has crashed down in the Kazan region of Russia. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside.
Welcome, boss. The council has appointed you leader of our organization. I am Soren van Beek, your chief operating officer. We're living in a time of great change. The alien arrival will transform our world, possibly beyond recognition, and we must be positioned to respond appropriately to whatever opportunities may occur.
I recommend sending a counselor to investigate the crash site in the Kazan region as soon as possible. Our other counselors may best be used to gain influence in the nations that may be able to contribute resources to advance our interests. You may review your objectives at any time by clicking our faction symbol in the top left of the screen. New objective, investigate the alien crash. An unknown spacecraft has crashed into a remote region of our planet. Though not fully confirmed, all evidence we have thus far been able to obtain suggests that the spacecraft is of extraterrestrial origin. We should send a counselor to learn what we can. Have a counselor conduct an investigate alien at the crash site. By the way, there is a tutorial you can play. You have to do the resistance if you want to get that. Oh, and we got maybe very lucky here. Okay, yeah, my camera's okay. If my camera's not in a good spot, please tell me. I tried to fiddle with it a little bit before stream, but there's just so many screens. This was the best place I could find. Yes, we are the initiative. We are corporate interests. That's the best way to think about us for now. And we'll find out more about our faction as we play here. So this is the world as it was on October 1st, 2022. Pretty in detail. They used real world data to give things like GDP to countries. So this is based on real world things. Like I said, the 2026 one has been updated, but it changes the game balance quite a bit. And I like the slower buildup of this one, I think, a little more. So that's what we're going to do first, especially because we're not going to be somebody who's going to go hot, aka bang bang aliens super early. So I kind of like the quiet time where we get to be sneaky and do various things. Let's see. How do I want to challenge this UI? Let's start with the world. So, like I said, this was realistic. So they did have the Ukraine war started here. So Russia and Ukraine are in war with each other. Now, one of the interesting things that we're going to do in this game, we are a shadow organization. We are not the United States government or the Russian government. We want to pull the puppet strings. We are not going to be the guy in a trench fighting aliens. We're going to be the guy that's telling that guy to go do that. And at the highest level. We are not going to be the president. We are going to Manchurian candidate the president. So that is what we're going to do. So the way this game plays is every country has control points. And the number of control points you have is based on the economy, the size, and I think very vaguely the size of your country. So here in the United States, big GDP, big country, we have a bajillion control sites. In order to manipulate things in the country, we need to take those over. A small country, let's say Morocco here, has 3 control points. So they have religion. So if we could gain control of the religion in the country, we could influence it. They have legislature, and they have the executive branch. So those are the 3 things that you could control there. Compared to, let's say, the United States, there is the financial sector, the identity blocks, corporations, mass media, legislature, and the executive branch. For the most part, these have some effect depending on what they are. So like if you have control of the, I believe it's the mass media, grants the following benefit: bonus to public campaign missions in the nation. So if we want to make people like us more and we owned this control point, that would be easier for us to do. And they all have various little things. The big one is the executive branch, because that means you are truly in control of the country. AKA, I could start wars. I could launch nuclear weapons. Things like that. Where if I controlled the financial sector, I can't launch nukes. The various points also get to control various pieces of the military if you're a country who has a lot of military. So that's not all locked necessarily behind the executive. I think that's the main bit I want to say there. Generally speaking, the most powerful areas, at least at the game start, are going to be the United States. High tech has some boost. Reminder, boost is getting things into space. Has the biggest navy. Whoever has the biggest navy in a war stops the other side from being able to move their troops through the ocean. So that's a big advantage if you have to go to big wars. They also have a very sizable nuclear arsenal. Second would probably be China. China is I'm going to call it an emerging economy. It's getting there. Definitely not fully firing on all cylinders, but pretty darn strong. Also, they do have nuclear weapons and a pretty decent arsenal. Russia is, I'm going to say, a little bit of a paper tiger, but they have a lot of nukes. They have a decent military. They have decent territory, although little low on population, little low on other stats that matter quite a bit. Stuck in a quagmire war that they are not going to win anytime soon. and that can become a problem for you. Another example of how this game plays, let's say we want to do something over here. If we take shadow control of Russia, we could just end the war. If we took control of Ukraine, we could surrender, we could fight it out forever. What if we owned both nations and we just had, let's say, Ukraine could just surrender tomorrow and join Russia, because why not? So we can do all kinds of weird things. That's really important for, like, if you want to play the EU. France starts in control of the European Union, and you would want to try to gobble up these other countries and incorporate them deeper in, aka make like a meta nation, not just have Italy. We want Italy to become the EU. So you could fully play out the EU project. Oh, I guess Brexit has happened, so the UK is not in the EU at this beginning. So if you were playing the EU, one of your goals would probably be, hey, let's take over Britain and make them come back in so we can add them to our nation. So those are kind of like the 4-ish biggest blocks. India is another really powerful area, not up and running at the beginning, but big potential here, big potential. South America starts pretty far behind. Decent population, decent resources, could do something with it, but you're definitely an underdog start. Ditto with Africa. There's some interesting things you can do if you can unite all of Africa, but you're going to spend a lot of time nation building when other people are having space battles above your head. So just consider that. Hey, Tanth, how's it going, man? Hi, Broad. Uniting countries is a game mechanic, yes. Like I said, the key to that is because we are shadow, and this goes for every faction, not just us, because we're a shadow organization, we just want to be in control of 2 countries and we'll just make them do whatever we want. If we want the United States to declare war on France, we could do that. If we want Russia to have peace with Ukraine, we could just do that. So a big part of this is, don't think that we're playing a country. Even if we do take over a country, we could lose every piece of territory on the map. We're not out of the game because we're not a country. We are an organization. I'm just catching up on people here. Sometimes you want resources from a country and you don't need all the control points, or you're holding a control point or 2 to delay another faction. Yep, totally. We are going to do the 2022 start. I mentioned why earlier if you want to hop back in stream and see the reasoning there. Okay, let's continue through. So other pieces of information on our UI. This is our initiative objective screen. Right now, our campaign objective is investigate the alien crash, and our general objectives, we would like to control various nations because that's going to give us access to their resources, their space programs, their armies, their nukes, their research, things like that. We would like to industrialize space. So we want to get into space and start producing things there. One of the problems in game and in real life is it's very hard to get things off of Earth and into space. It's a lot easier to get the resources and fabricate things in space. Hence the idea of wanting to maybe make a refueling station on the moon, for example, if we want to go to Mars, because it would be infinitely easier to produce fuel on the moon and refuel up there than it is to make it on Earth and then send it into space. And we want to build our council. Our council, these are going to be the people who work for us, like our shadow agents. So we're going to need a crack team of people who are going to be our pawns for actually manipulating things that happen in the world. Hey, J-Rob, how's it going, man? Nice, super excited for the playthrough. My favorite faction, good luck. I'll need it. I figured that this would fit the channel themes pretty well, so I think this will be a pretty fun one. Okay, next we have money. This is abstracted a little bit. This is just all cash reserves. So anything that would be considered cash in any currency is money. So right now we have 200 money and we are making 8.5. I do currently have it set to monthly income. 1 turn right now is not a month, though. I think at the beginning of the game, it's either 1 week or 2 weeks. I don't remember off the top of my head. And then once we play for a while, the turns will actually slow down. So essentially, there's going to be a frenzy of activity with this alien thing that happened, and then it's going to calm down some. So it's going to be kind of important that we get a lot of things done at the beginning because we get these rapid fire turns. Next is our influence. Influence is public opinion, it is political capital, it's shady deals, it's people owing you favors, things like that. Ops is our ability to do wet work, essentially. Wet work is like assassinations, convincing a country to send in a op group to kill an alien, gangs, organized crime, military operations. This is our ability to do missions that physically generally involve shooting for the most part. Boost, as I mentioned, boost is our ability to get things into space. So this is how much rockets we own, how much a share of NASA do we have, etc., etc. This is going to be very important. Like I said, it's very expensive to boost things into space, but we need boost to get into space and do things. So that's going to be very important to us. One of our initial goals is going to be the space race to the moon and then to Mars. So winning that race will set us up really nice in the early game. Next is mission control. Mission control is the infrastructure that you need to coordinate space things. So if you want a mining base, if you want a satellite, if you want a space destroyer, all of those things require mission control. Mission control is built on the ground at the beginning, but we can later put things into space that also give us mission control. These two are really important that we get in order relatively early on. Next is research. Research works very interesting in this game. I really like their system, but essentially this is just how much labs we own, scientists we own, scholarship programs, schooling, things like that. Very, very important that we have a decent amount of that. Next is our control points. This is our, what is the technical name of this? Just control points, CP. So we can control 156 CP. If we were to grab one control point in China, this would cost us 37.61. Conversely, if we were to go for, let me find something small, Singapore. In Singapore, this would only cost me 7.88. We can go over this limit, but it gives us some pretty bad penalties if we do. So one of our other goals is going to be A, using this efficiently for what we grab, and B, getting this higher, expanding how much we can control. Next up is water. On Earth, we have unlimited water, essentially. What this is going to matter for is if we have water in space, we don't have to boost water into space. Water is very heavy and it's expensive to use up for boost. Next are volatiles. Volatiles are like fuel. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, chlorine, phosphorus, other compounds like that. Next is metal. Again, metal's very expensive to boost into Earth orbit. Noble metals, this is things like silver, gold, platinum. These are going to be needed to build various things in space. Again, they're very heavy. In game terms, we have unlimited amounts on Earth, but again, we would have to pay boost to get them into space. So we want to get all these things in space so we don't have to boost them up there. Finally, we have fissiles. Fissiles are things like uranium, thorium, plutonium, things that we can use for weapons or fuel. So those are all of our different resources. At the beginning of the game, these don't matter until we can get into space. So those aren't going to be too relevant. Our big things are going to be the ones over here. Okay, next, here's our solar system view. So this is I love this. So here's Earth and Mars and the Oort belt, and we go out further to the whole solar system. So we have all the various planetoids, etc., etc. Here's Pluto over here. All out here. We don't know where the aliens are. So right now we just know that somebody crashed on the planet, and that is all we know. But we have a suspicion they're somewhere out here in the solar system. Right now, even getting to Jupiter would be utterly impossible for us. At the current time, getting to the moon is very hard for us. So we have a long ways to go before we are getting out into the solar system. Let's go back to the planet because that's where our gameplay is going to be for the most part. The Earth in 2022 has 2 major satellites. We have the International Space Station and we have the Tiangong Station. These are owned by the Academy and the... Oh, I just lost your name. By Project Exodus at the beginning. So while it's nice that you have space stations, they are having to pay boost to take water and volatiles up there right from jump. So in my opinion, not starting with those is totally fine. I don't actually find those that beneficial at the beginning of the game. Let's hop back down into orbit here. Council, we'll look at them last because that's when we're going to actually start our play. We have a list of all the nations. Let's actually peek here. What did we start with? So the start conditions are randomized. One of the things that is randomized is the public opinion of your faction. I just want to see if we have anything interesting. Not really. Saudi Arabia is vaguely interesting to me. Ireland, not really. Japan, we're at 35. That's not the worst. Fine. Yep. We will talk about this more when that becomes relevant. Habs, that's space stuff. We don't need to worry about that. Fleet and ship construction, we have no idea how to do that yet, so let's not concern ourselves. Research and development. For research and development, this game uses a really interesting system. There are 3 global slots. This is what the world as a whole is researching towards. Every faction can contribute their science however they would like. If I did something like that, I would put 33% of my science towards each one of these goals. Whoever contributes the most when we finish a technology gets to pick the next technology. So if we have 51% when this finishes, we get to pick what's next. Right now, this is just what the game started with. I think in the 2026, it might be a little randomized. I think this is always the same in 2022. Down below, these are engineering projects. These are things that we're going to complete only for ourselves. Right now, we can only do 1. We can get 2 more later on. 1 by getting organizations or counselors, and 1 by building a space module. So whatever we complete down here is selfish. It's just for us. If we look at not project details. If we look at projects, we only start with 4 of them at the beginning. So we could research for extra influence. We could research for extra money. We could research for increasing our control points by 5, but that is 1,500 research. We have 37 right now. So this would take quite a long time. We also could research and get a little bit of ops. I probably will start here, but we're probably not going to actually finish that anytime soon. Let me think about what we're going to start with. Oh, you have to have 1 pip somewhere because you have to contribute science to something. So we are not alone. Sociologists consider what the alien arrival means for human institutions. If we look at the tech detail, this is going to unlock clandestine cells. That is a technology that lets us hire more agents. I'm very interested in that. Skywatch, a consolidation and advancement of aerospace surveillance technologies. So this is going to make us better at detecting things in space. And we also have mission to space. We need to learn how to live and thrive in a vacuum. So we need to figure out this space thing. Like, that used to be a cute little plan of ours. Now it's maybe life and death. So we need to definitely get on that. What do we want? At the moment, I'm not too interested in what's happening up there. I'm more interested in getting another agent. So I think we're going to do something like this. It is most efficient to spread your technology out a little bit. You get the biggest bang for your buck. As you can see, my technology went up to 42. if I take these away down to just researching one, we're at 37. So it's more efficient if we help everybody, but everyone's goals are not my goals. So there are circumstances where maybe you don't want to help the world. Lair Tor says, Terra Invicta probably answered this already, but are you on the 1.0 preview? I am playing on the 1.0 preview, yes. This is a stream / let's play. This is not to be considered a review. I may not answer review questions, so I can only talk about what I'm doing in the game. So, like I said, we're not really that interested in helping the world. So at the moment, I think I'm going to split it up like this. I want this in relatively short order, and I want this as my real goal. Or maybe we'll try to grab control of this slot. Yeah, let's try to grab control of this. Then I can guide us into something. Maybe I'll pick something useful. Maybe I'll be a jerk and not pick it. Faction modifiers. So we have boost priority investment. National investment points we direct towards boost are increased by 5%. Allows factions to found platforms so I can launch things into space. And boost costs for ship and HAB modules. Reduce the boost used for sending materials into low Earth orbit by that amount, and then etc, etc. This is the tech tree. If I zoom out, this is the tech tree, but not really. This is the baseline tech tree. If I zoom out on this, we can't even fit it on one screen. So this is the actual tech tree. Yeah, there's a few technologies and jobs. So we will get more into that when I actually can get in here and pick something. Okay, let's actually look at our agents. I think we might have got lucky for what I want to do. The sphere grid style stuff, there you go. The highlighted faction is the global research is the prediction. Yes. So I believe the one they show here is going to show us who is probably going to win. Right now we're at 0, so we have no idea yet. The game doesn't hang anymore. Yeah, I haven't had any technical difficulties. I have had pretty limited time in the 1.0 build, but I haven't had any crashes or any major problems. I will also note that I am running a stream and a camera and voice stuff, so just keep in mind that there's a lot more strain on my system than will be on yours when you play. Okay, let's actually look at our agents. I believe the normal settings, you always get an agent based on where your computer tells the game you're located. So my computer knows I'm in the US, so it picked a US person. And we actually lucked out, and this is a little bit of a spoiler of what we're probably gonna do. We are probably gonna try to take over China. That is probably gonna be my plan. Now we started, I don't actually like the initiative starting agents. We started with an officer. Sometimes you get spies here and an attorney. I'm not the biggest fan of those two, so that's a little bit of an oof. Let's see what we got. So Marlene Ba is from the US. That matters because there are organizations. So I don't have great examples here, but like, let's say we wanted to take control of SEAL Team 6. Let's say they were one that was an option. I would need either an agent who is from the US, or I would need to control the US in order to get that organization. Organizations are pretty varied. These are going to be things like military, spec ops, spy organizations, national security things, companies, institutes, schools, etc., etc. These are really important because there's a lot of power in controlling things like that. It's already predicting we'll be the top contributor for We Are Not Alone. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, yeah, it's not going to be accurate at the very beginning. As a totally human, I'd suggest playing the servants. The servants are cool. I did do a servant playthrough when the game came out, but they play very differently because obviously if you worship the aliens, your goals are going to be much different than somebody who wants to kill the aliens or profit off the aliens. Okay, Marilyn Ba, let's see what we got here. Okay, stats for agents. Persuasion is used for taking over countries and persuading people to do things. Investigation is just what it sounds like. This is used for investigating aliens or people, etc., etc. Espionage is both our defense against people doing things to us, but also can be like clandestine actions. Command is more of like wet work stuff. If we need to assassinate somebody or kill an alien or use flamethrowers on aliens, that would come from there. Administration is, well, exactly what it sounds like, is how much administration power you have. Are you struggling to manage your ice cream truck, or are you the CEO of Google? That's the difference on administration. Science both gives us some science, but also can be used to boost the output of countries that we control. Security is us staying safe when people try to hurt us. Loyalty is how loyal that agent is to you. And then these are various incomes that we are getting from the agent at the beginning. These are the missions that this agent can do. We'll talk about those when they become a little more relevant. As an officer, we generally start with good command, and I think admin, I think that's what officer gets for the most part, and decent security. I'm not a huge fan of officers at the beginning. I wish we had gotten the spy here. Our main things here, we're just not ready for a lot of those actions, and we're not going to be particularly good at the things I need to do at the beginning. So this is a little bit of a womp womp character to me. We have traits on each of our characters. Traits are exactly what they sound like. They're just going to be things that that person does or doesn't like or do. Administration, my beloved. Yeah, spoilers, administration is really, really, really good when you're a secret puppet organization. Okay, let's take a look at her actual traits. Government. She is a recognized member of the government. So she is a United States officer, essentially, in some branch of something. Being a government person means that trait is going to be valuable for various organizations. Some organizations require that you are a government person. That could be any kind of role. That could be various different things. She's a survivor. Very hard to kill in nuclear war and mass casualty events. She gets +1 security. She's insecure. She's troubled by personal failure. If she does a critical fail, she loses a loyalty. That's pretty bad. Prosperous. She's well off and able to contribute meaningful funds to the cause, so she gives us 5 money. She's a doctor. An expert in life science, gives us 5 science. We get 15% bonus to life science research. She's connected. She's able to use back channels to exert a measure of influence. So because, this is my roleplay explanation. She's a government officer, so she's like probably military or something. So she has some influence. So, you know, they're discussing what to do. She can lean things towards our goals and away from other people's goals. She is ethical, so she will not like us if we commit atrocities. She also gets +1 persuasion, where I believe that's cohesion is lower than 3.5. She is not allowed to assassinate. You are pretty bad. You are pretty bad. And she has a crew. A small team loyal to her gives her some monthly ops income and +1 security. We can augment. This is how we spend our experience that we get. Later on, we can also spend influence and money for doing various other upgrades. So if we wanted to become a puppet master, we would need 80 experience, and that would allow me to get 8 influence, and we would get +1 espionage when being detected by others. I want to know, okay, so we can remove insecure, but we cannot remove ethical. Having a officer that's ethical is kind of bad, because this would be my person I would need to do assassination. So I don't think Marlene is long for our organization. That is my initial thought on her. All right, Pen Fu Win is an attorney. She is from China. She is affluent, so she gives us extra money, and she is connected. She gives us extra influence. Fine, she's fine. We will want a lot of persuasion in the early game, because we need to take a lot of actions to get power. We need to control some countries so we can actually get some stuff done. So she's better than the other one. This she's usable. I'll say she's usable. We generally are going to want a lot of persuasion on a couple characters at the beginning. We're going to want somebody who can do investigation and espionage so we can find aliens and do clandestine stuff. We're going to need somebody who can do command stuff, and everyone's going to end up needing a bunch of administration. At some point, we're going to kind of want the face of our corporation, and they're going to need a lot of admin and science and command, really. And they're going to like advise the nations that we're in charge of. So a lot to do here. She could pick up criminal. Criminal is nice because some organizations require that you are a criminal, like this one right here. Counselor must be a criminal. If we got the Sexton's organization, that would give me the missions: assassinate, increase unrest, give me 2 ops income, and give us +1 espionage. So that would be a reason why we would want a criminal, and we probably will want a criminal at some point. Let's see who we can recruit as our first one. Okay, very interesting that there's another Chinese. There are certain traits that you can get on characters that it matters where they're from. Let me look at her again. Can you get one of them? Yeah, like national hero. Well-known and influential in their home country. +3 persuasion when in home country. -1 security when in home country. Gets the mission inspire. That would be really nice. China and the US to a lesser part are really, really hard to get into. So getting somebody who would be good at that would really help me out. So let's take a peek here. So we have Pyro Sang. She is from Jingzhou, China. She is prosperous. She's a tech mogul. She is prosperous, well off, and able to contribute meaningful funds, so $5. She's low profile, +2 to espionage when being detected, so that's kind of a defensive thing. She's brazen. Flouts elite conventions, gaining influence among the masses at some personal risk. She gains 2 influence. She gets 1 persuasion in nations where education is 7 or less, and -1 security. I'm gonna need to remind myself, what is the education in China at the beginning? Ah, perfect. That is 7 or less. So if we got her and we gave her national hero, she would already, even with just those 2 things, she would have 9 persuasion instead of the 5 starting. That's pretty good. She's also an industrial engineer, a builder of tools and factories. Piero Sang is a builder. Are you? Join the builders today. +2 to economy priority for control points. We'll talk about priorities here in a minute when it's relevant to us. I actually like her quite a bit. Not usually what I would start with, but for what we want to do, kind of cool. Okay, there's an executive from Brazil, Christine Costa, 7 persuasion. She's a megastar. Okay, that's a lot of influence. She's an oligarch, money and influence, project manager. Okay, so here's somebody who would give us an additional engineering project on our research screen. So that could be something we would be interested in. I don't put this as very high value because we can just get an org that does it, and we could get it from other things later on. So that's kind of here or there. Martino, he is from Italy. He is a hacker. I do like hackers. They have some special events. I would really like a hacker. I don't think he's somebody we would start with, though. I need persuasion. I need persuasion bad right now. Here's a judge. Judges generally have investigation and a little bit of espionage. They're okay. Government, survivor, firebrand, extremist, careless. He is from Myanmar. Dylan is an executive from Rwanda. Also, I like the portraits in this game. A few of them are a little, like, uncanny valley, but some of them are all right. I think it's a pretty good one. Okay, he is a billionaire. $50 and 2 influence and a megastar for 12 influence. He would be a lot of just free stuff in the early game. Other than that, though, he doesn't really do much for me. Yeah. A rebel from Egypt. Aware, family ties, firebrand, ethical. Okay, I really don't care for ethical. I think he's just out. And we have another judge with 8 persuasion also from Italy. The Italians are in on the alien secret, apparently. He's connected. Pollyanna. Okay, so his loyalty is set to 25. That's not what his loyalty really is. He just acts like it's 25. Oh, he does have Quick Learner, though. Quick Learner is very powerful. Picks up new skills faster than most. Augments cost 10% less XP. Very, very powerful. I don't think he's it, though. Although, I don't mind that persuasion. He doesn't have public. He doesn't have public, though. I think we're definitely taking Sang for sure. So I think this is our first recruit. She's just gonna be right in line with the goals I have. Gonna sell out to Big Italy. Ethical joins corporate opportunists. Everyone is flexible. Everyone has a price. The executive could be an okay-ish public campaigner while he pays for himself. Yeah, I agree. The judge, I don't mind him, but the executive is also nice because he just gives us a bajillion free stats. I think we're definitely grabbing her. So the reason I'm talking so much and thinking about this, it costs influence. We only have 50. She's a 30 cost. Some of these cost 60. I think some can go up to 90 sometimes if they're really expensive. I think we're grabbing her. A little bit weak here at the beginning. She does have public campaign. She does have control nation. That's really what I need to be doing right now. I think you're in. Yes. Okay, I just want to double check. What do you have? Okay, control nation, no public campaign. That's a bit of an ouch at the beginning. Yeah, I don't like officers as a starting. My attorney also does not have public campaign. So we only have one person who can public campaign. That's pretty ouch. That is pretty ouch. We have 2 pretty mediocre persuasions. We have 3 pretty mediocre persuasions. Okay, let's take a look at what we can buy. And just to flip through, okay, everyone can hold all of these. So, Ulrakis counts consulting, headquartered, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this would give me public campaign. Perfect, I need this. It gives us 1 influence, it gives us 1 research, gives us 2% social science research, costs 114 bucks. Probably gonna get that. We have Sequoia Laboratories in Brisbane, gives us 18 science. I mean, that would be like 50% more science, but pretty low on my totem pole. 63 bucks. We have Apis Private Investments. Would give us surveil location, investigate counselor, investigate alien activity, and advise. Gives us 3 bucks, a investigate, and an espionage. That's not terrible. I would want that on my officer if I was going to get it. Do we already have all those jobs? Surveil location. We don't actually have. That would be okay. Investigate counselor. Okay, that would actually be pretty decent. Investigate alien activity. We already have that one. Advise, we don't have. Okay, that would be all right. And finally, we have Selene Applications. Monthly income, 1, that's the engineering project. So that's what I was saying, where that's not really a huge deal for me to get on a counselor. We could pick something up. Okay, of these, I like the research that we would get here, but I don't think we can afford it. I think we're definitely going to get consulting. Public campaign would be really helpful to me. Okay, so who has public campaign? Okay, so Sang has it, and she's the only one. So which of my other 2 do I want to do it? And it's probably going to be my officer, because we're not going to have a lot for command to do at the beginning of the game. I think she is very much on the short list to get cut. I don't think she's going to hang around for that long. So let's go ahead and let's get her consulting. Yeah, we're going to buy that for 114 bucks, and we've assigned it to her. Right now, because she has 6 admin, she can have up to 6 stars worth of organizations. So we have 1 of 6. This takes a turn to turn on if we do any moving around. So next turn that'll come in, and she can have a total of 15 orgs. That matters later on when you have stupid high admin and you can fit a lot of stuff. Depending on the faction, it could change the price for the roles. I do believe you're right, Tall. That does make sense to me. So, like, for some people, getting a spy is going to be cheaper than for other people. Okay, so right now... that's not what I want. I want my normal counselor screen. Give me my normal council screen. So right now, we have 1 more slot that we can get. I would like to fill this ASAP. So we will come back and we will look through here again. We may pick up the executive if he's still available, but we can't afford him anyways, and we can't afford anybody. So moot point to look at the rest of those. Okay, that was a lot to say there. Finally, we're going to get down to making assignments. So we need to decide where we're going to go. We looked at the nations at the beginning, and I wasn't super impressed with most of these. So if we want to break into China, we need a couple things. We need public opinion to get higher. Right now, Humanity First is actually liked the most by Chinese. Chinese hate aliens, apparently. I didn't know that, but there you go. They also are liked, they like the servants a little bit too. We are just one of many here, not particularly important. One of the things that makes China so hard to get into, I don't know where I can see it, but they start with, I think it's censorship is technically what it's called. I don't remember where to see that, but you'll trust me, bro, they start with censorship, which makes it really hard for us to get in here. Is it off on one of these? Defense sector, bureaucracy, national industries, security apparatus, party, executive. Let me actually read through these a little bit. Bonus to purge missions, bonus to crack down, detain, and assassinate, bonus to hostile takeover, bonus to control nation missions within the nation. So we'd really like to get to bureaucracy. Our armies in this nation are more advanced and repair strength faster. Okay, I don't remember where it shows that, but they have it somewhere. What we need to do is increase our influence. If we wanted to come in here and do a public campaign, we have a 0% chance right now. We don't have enough persuasion to do anything. We could boost that with money, up to a 2% chance if we spent all of our money. So we need to level up our counselors. We need to get some cash flowing so that we can start some public advertisers. We need to buy some Google ads on Babel Builder's channel so that you guys will totally support the initiative in China. Another way we can influence it is by having neighbors. So if we start taking neighboring nations, we can use that as pressure to help us get into this nation. So that's one of the things we're gonna do here. We're also gonna make some meta choices. One of them in the 2025 start is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has the, I never can remember what it's called. The Kazakh Dome? It's where a lot of the Russian space program is/was. So just like in real life, it is easier to boost things into space if you're near the equator. That's why it's easier for the US to launch things from Florida, Texas, or California, and we don't have a space program in Maine or Washington state. So you want to be near the equator, which is like right about here, to have the most efficient boost. So for the Russians, that was as good as they could get. So if we take this over, we'll get some of their boost. Now, we're not going to get all of it because they are part of the Eurasian Union, which is owned by Russia. So they have to share their boost with them. That being said, I think we're probably going to start here anyways. A, I don't want somebody else to get it. And B, this is a really resource-rich nation. So at some point, we're just going to rob the nation blind. And when we decide to pull out. The Baikonur Cosmodrome, thank you. The Cosmodrome, that's what I was trying to get to. So this is a very meta pick. And apparently we are really liked here. So we are definitely going to start with this. Another thing to know, I think you always start from the left and fill in control points towards the right. you cannot take the executive if you don't have a control point below it. So if I own the first two, I don't necessarily need the third one. I can kind of sit on it for a little bit. Because they love us here, this is a really good opener for me. So I think we're going to open here. Now let's pick our person who can't do public campaigns. That is going to be this one. And let's get her assigned in. Hey, Blasterbot, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated for the support, as always, my friend. Congratulations to Matt, Otier, Alvin, Van Weapon, That Psycho Yandre, VN Lover, Savix, Jaminator, Sergeant Flintlock, Callie Hansen. Make sure to give a huge thank you to Blaster. The eye told me to do it. Well, you did agree to the TOS and sign a digital contact when you made eye contact with the eye. So I'm glad you're fulfilling your end of the bargain. Much appreciated. So because we have a stupid amount, this is going to be actually really easy. We kind of lucked out on that. So I think we're going to grab this. It does border China, so that should be a help. I do think that we don't want to grab people that they hate. So we do not want to grab India, Japan. I don't know if Japan's a problem or not. I don't remember because they don't share a land border. We don't want Taiwan, and we don't want Vietnam or the Philippines. Okay, so I got to be a little careful that I don't grab Vietnam at the moment. I think that would still help, but I don't think it helps as much. All right, let's get this. So does not have a public thing, so we are going to do control nation. 92% chance. Now this is based on this is hard to see, but persuasion 6, that's your stat right here, and popular support. Because we have such stupid high, we're getting a 9.2 bonus. So beautiful. We could spend influence, but no, I'm not going to spend an influence to get 2%. 92 is totally fine.
We'll be running.
Everyone else is going to have a much harder chance to get in here, so I'm not even in that big of a hurry. Okay, Hiro-san does have, and does have, okay. Other things I want to get. I think we are going to take Singapore relatively early. Singapore is right on the equator. It is pretty cheap. It's only going to cost me like 22 control points to take it. If we go to priorities, okay, I guess I will need to talk about this. Okay, good. My head's not in the way on this one. The game uses a priority system for how you direct the nation to spend their economy. So this nation of Singapore has a GDP of $618 billion in 2022. Of that money, how are they going to spend it? And as you can see, each of the control points is spending it differently. We can tell them what we want. So for us, we probably want to get in here and start a space program. Because they're at the equator, it's very efficient. So for the same amount of investment, we'll get more boost than somebody else would for the Canadian space program, for example. So we probably will grab this. In my mind, we're going to grab a little bit of the Middle East, and we are going to spoil the heck out of them. What do I mean by spoil? Of the priorities, we can do these things. Economy. This is us trying to improve their economy, which grows their GDP. Welfare. Welfare helps the inequality of a nation, like the wealth inequality, get better. What else does it do? It helps increase cohesion because of that. Cohesion is how divided the people of the nation are. So if everyone's in lockstep, you'd have 10 cohesion. If everyone's killing people in the street, you have 0 cohesion. That's kind of the slider there. Ideally, for most nations that you want to keep in the long term, I think we want that at 5 is the sweet spot. Environment, this is going to lower our emissions and help fight global warming. Global warming is brutal if it gets out of control in the game. Hopefully we won't have to see that, we'll see. Knowledge is increasing the amount of education in the country, which translates into how much research you get from them. Government, free and fair elections, and acceptable internal national institutions. So that is going to help us. Where's the government score? remind myself here. That's cohesion. Oh my gosh, where are you? I should be able, yeah, here it is, government score. So they are a flawed democracy right now. A high democratic score is really good for research. A high authoritarian score is good for war and control on that. Again, I think the sweet spot here is democracy if you really like research. Unity is cohesion. It also is going to be able to increase our popularity among the people, because essentially we're going to do propaganda against people. Oppression gives us security and military forces that are used to push down other people. It's going to lower democracy and reduce cohesion, but it can be useful if you need to just have an iron grip of things. Funding is going through legitimate means to fund our organization through the country that you're in control of. So if we controlled the USA, we could grant ourselves grants. We could make us an official NGO and funnel money into us. We could buy Babel brand stickers for $20,000 each. These are legitimate ways of giving us money. And generally speaking, that doesn't hurt the economy. So these are legitimate ways to funnel money to ourselves. That is the opposite of spoils. Spoils is blatant corruption. This is, I pay somebody $1 million and then I just steal all the oil from the oil field type of thing. It's reckless strip mining. It's blatant corporatism, monopolistic things. This is a way that we can get a lot of money. It's going to hurt the environment. It's going to hurt the economy. It's going to hurt the country, but it's short-term gains. And we are all about that money. We're all about that money. So we're going to need to find some places to get money, and we need it fast. So we're going to spoil them. Found space program. If you don't start with a space program, you need to found it. Once you do, this will change to boost and mission control. They do what we talked about previously. Military increases the technology of your military all the way from back in like atomic age, so like World War II, Cold War era troops, up to futuristic troops, depending on your military score. This also, I believe it helps you heal your armies, gives you extra regional defense, things like that. We can build armies to actually get a fresh army. So if we go to the US, the US has, where can I see your, yeah, the US has 6 armies. The Russia has 3, China has 4, Japan has 0. Now that doesn't mean they don't have an army in real life, but they don't have a, let's call it an expeditionary force level of army. So that is what that's gonna do. Go back to my example. Develop nuclear bombs. If you don't have a atomic program, you need to build it and found it. If you do have a nuclear program, you can build nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are very powerful, but very damaging. Plus, once the nukes start flying, the nukes tend to keep flying. So hopefully everyone will agree to MAD, mutually assured destruction, and the servants will not take control of any countries with large nuclear stockpiles. We're in 2022, we have Russia, the US, China, I think Pakistan starts, yeah, Pakistan has nukes, Iran has a nuclear program and they're almost to having a nuke. I believe Israel has a nuke. That's Lebanon. Israel. I think they have a nuke at the beginning. I'm pretty certain. So I think those are everyone who has nukes currently. There's probably a couple in the EU. Yeah, they have nuclear weapons. Britain has some nuclear weapons. It's mostly China, Russia, and the US. Those are the ones we really don't want to see the nukes fly. Oh, India too. So hopefully we won't have that. Israel has 1 nuke. Okay, yeah. It's not 1 nuke, it's 1 salvo of nukes is the way this game does it. What are we going for, Eric? We are going to go for the China opening. But we have not really got it. All we've done is done 1 person so far. It'll speed up. Trust me, guys. It'll speed up here. just a lot to explain for a big game like this. Okay, so we have 2 people. You have 5 persuasion.
Standing by.
You also have 5. So either or, I suppose. I'm just debating whether we want to grab Singapore, whether we want to grab a spoils nation, or whether we want to commit to more let's actually just get this on lockdown. So let's send
Reporting in.
Sang over here, and we're gonna have her do control. 90%, that's totally fine.
Bringing them on board.
Now we could send a 3rd one and just try to blitz it, or we could get her to start preparing another country with some public campaigns. Did we have a good spoils country that already likes us? I'm not seeing anybody off the cuff. Saudi Arabia, maybe. They're a little expensive for that. Chile, France, Japan. Let me zoop over here. Venezuela. We're not loved, but nobody is loved over there. That's usually a good target. We could go for Kuwait. We could go for Qatar. Saudi Arabia does like us a lot. What do you actually have? National industries, bonus to hostile. Okay, I don't care. Bonus to crackdown. Okay, don't care. Purge. Okay, I don't really care about their bonuses. They do have a lot of resources, though. You have an oil region, and an oil region. That would be a lot of money. They do like us a lot. That's what's kind of pushing me in that direction. And these don't like us nearly as much. Servants are going to get into Yemen. Iraq, yeah. We may take some Saudi Arabia with the plan of just literally spoiling them. Africa, yeah, Africa too. Decent resources spread around. Usually most, like I say, it takes a lot to build Africa into a superpower. So most of the organizations usually leave Africa pretty alone. It's this starting is really pushing me towards doing this. We're at 53%. I do like that quite a bit. Well, how do they feel about us? They don't. Okay. We're also liked in Japan a decent amount. Another thing to consider, I would like to get some of these other neighboring countries to China. That will boost our chances of getting in there. So a lot of these little dinkers are things I'm going to need to pick up. North Korea and South Korea wouldn't also be a bad starter. We could get them to reunite. That wouldn't be a bad thing to do at the beginning. Plus, I believe North Korea has a nuke. Now that I'm talking nuke stuff. Yeah, I think they're working on one of the two. They do have a space program, as does South Korea. I would really like to get in here. More dev points in Saudi Arabia means faster spoiling. Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a bit of a long-term project over in Singapore. Maybe, well... Maybe we just go for the hat trick here, or maybe we boost this. What are my odds? 41. Okay, so not hard, but not easy. Let's public campaign, only at 33. If we spend a little bit of money, we could get that to be higher. I don't think I want to spend my money here, though. This is pretty doable. I think we're going to try... to get a spot in here. 2 influence isn't that much. Conversely, we also do want to investigate the alien crash. It crashed in Russia, right here. By doing this, we'll get influence, and influence will let me buy our next counselor. I think that's going to be the play. Let's actually do this relatively early. Epic, hey, how's it going? Spoil everyone, Max Greed. I see you agreed to the TOS. Okay, let's actually do that so that we get the early influence, so we can get that 4th counselor. We started with really bad counselors, in my opinion. So we're playing a little bit of catch up there. Okay, so we have to spend 5 ops to go do this. That is just going to be an investment that we're going to have to do. So let's send her there.
We'll see what we can find.
Okay, so I've told everyone to do something. We are ready to go. We're going to hit confirm assignments. And now time is going forward ever so slowly. We're going to obviously speed this up. There's no real-time controls, but various things will happen between turns as the timer moves forward. So we go ahead and make that a little bit quicker. We can see the orbits of the stations. Pretty cool little graphic, in my opinion. And we're probably gonna play this on 4 or 5, because like I said, there's no real-time things I have to do. We'll just let those turns fly by. That'll be a good chance for me to read chat once we're all set up here. Chinese dragon opening, yeah. I think it's very fitting for the initiative. The other thing is, it's very hard to dig someone out of China, so whoever gets in there first is kind of there to stay. All right, engineering section reports. New project available. We have... Okay, we could research social science labs. Okay, let's close that. Let's just look at that. So one of the other things is, when we research technologies, we're not guaranteed that we will get every single engineering project. There will be a percentage chance that we get it. So in some runs, you may not get a certain technology like space tugs or something. I don't remember off the top of my head which one. So we actually just got this one. Some of them are 100%, so you're guaranteed to get them. Some of them are not. So that is a place where luck will come into play. Any idea if they tweaked how the dev points were calculated? I don't think that changed. If you play the 2026 Open, GDPs are different, so that will change because of that. But I don't think the equation has changed. UN Security Council meets. The UN Security Council has met to discuss the alien arrival. Okay, guys, it's the UN. They're going to be really effective and have a really good plan. Don't even worry about it. Unfortunately, the hoped for show of an international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the alien crash and preventing full access to the site. We have an opportunity to shape events in our advantage, even make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, with the eyes of the world on these meetings, our counselors' risk exposure to our enemies is extremely high. So, we could remain in the shadows and gain 30 ops. We could quietly steer support for the initiative. We gain a small public opinion boost for around the world. We will have some information leak about us. Or we could come out and deliver a manifesto, which will give us a public opinion boost around the world, and a great deal of information will be exposed. We're a pretty neutral faction. I don't think anyone's going to be out to get us right at the beginning. I think we will probably deliver our manifesto. Buy Babel brand toothpaste. It'll prevent alien cavities. It'll protect your cavity from aliens. So I think we're going to deliver our manifesto. The reason being, like I said, we're neutral. No one should be out to get us right away, in theory. And the 50 influence will let us buy a 60 influence counselor right away. And like I said, I think our counselors were suck. So getting another one, even if temporarily, would be pretty big. So let's deliver a manifesto.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
Okay, so another group, the Protectorate, was encountered. Leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat, but they have concluded that any species who can cross interstellar distances is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. I surrender. We cannot fight a war which will result in our extinction. Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing independence.
It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now.
Emily, I don't believe you can ever get an engineering project that you don't get the role for. So they're not techs per se, but they're engineering projects, and I don't think that's the case. There is a trait I think that some counselors can get that will boost our chance to get them, and I would be surprised if there aren't some orgs that would boost that too. This organization has its foundation in a group of tech magnates who are already funding tech exploration before the alien arrival. Now, with proof of interstellar travel in front of humanity, they are focusing their efforts on leading an expedition beyond Earth's solar system. So this is more actually the Elon Musk types. So they're like, aliens, I'm out. Let's build a big spaceship and get out of here. Okay, nobody else declared.
Found something.
Investigate alien activity mission complete. I have learned some useful information from my investigations of the UFO crash site in Russia. We will receive a small bonus to xenology research going forward. Cool.
We're out in front of this for now.
We've completed our search. We successfully gathered some samples from the crash site and are ready to investigate further. Numerous other groups are attempting to take control of the site in the meantime. Heavy competition seems likely. So we gain 20 influence and 20 research. New objective, research alien signatures. A small quantity of debris has been gathered from the crash site and is ready for analysis. We should also investigate the question of what happened to the ship's crew. When it's available, complete the alien signature project. Let me see, did we get that? No, not yet. New project available, alien signatures. I will probably blitz that. So we're gonna pause our management research. We only got it up to 8 so far. We do keep the progress even if I change. So we're gonna go to alien signatures. It's only 25 research. This will allow our faction to detect alien abductions on Earth. We will work on that. Right now, we are not currently winning the research war over here. It'll get better as we take over some territory, hopefully.
We got our people in place.
Control nation success. We gained a control point in Kazakhstan. Cool.
We've got our people in place.
This is what the builders do. They get stuff done. 2 out of 3 controlled. That's amazing because nobody can take the executive if they don't have one of these. So nobody else can steal this from me. One humanity. The growing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. Let us try to set aside our differences and move forward together. What do you guys think? We're going to set aside our differences and move forward together? Okay, nice. So that was one turn, basically. We started on the first, okay, so it's 1 week turns right now. We had 1 week go by. All right, so great success. We now control things. All right, now here, we are not particularly interested in this country and making them really nice things. We are interested in boost. We are interested in a lot of boost. I don't even want, no, we don't need to do that. Boost, now this is building more boost, not necessarily getting the boost out of here. We may not even want to keep that. Definitely not building an army. All right, so a little bit of unity to make sure that I stay very liked here for now. Boost, I'm torn here. We're not going to get that much because a good chunk of it's going to be redistributed into Russia. They did make it so it's not as easy to just get out like it used to be from the Eurasia Federation. I don't think I want to build anymore. We're not going to keep this long term. This is a short-term investment. So what do we want? I want to not get kicked out. What is your... Okay, your strife score is really, really high. We don't want a coup to go off, basically. I'll forego our past differences for money. Okay, what do I want to do here? We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. Some oppression might not be terrible. That would just keep us in control. What is your main problem? What is the cause of your strife? You just have high strife here. Okay. I think we're just going to leave it at that for the time being. Go half hog into spoils. I do plan on spoiling this place, so maybe that is a fair thing. A bit of spoils. I don't want to ruin it too fast, but I do need some money. So maybe a little bit of spoils. This is a pretty good spoils country too. Double oil and resources. Let's start with that. I may come back and revisit that. Okay, we've got that done. I do want to take full control of this, so...
Ready to go.
My one who does not have public control, 88% chance. That's
Bringing
fine.
them to our side.
Let's
Standing
peek.
by for orders.
Let's peek at the recruitments. We could get... Okay, nobody picked him up. This is a pool for everybody, so we are competing here. I don't want to keep this guy in the long term, but I do kind of like... that he would give me a lot of money and a lot of influence for the time being. And we could just kick him to the curb at the first opportunity. He does have public campaign, so he's not totally worthless, even though he's not great at it. I don't like our other choices. I do want a hacker at some point. He's a little on the old side, if I'm being frank. This is a long game. It is made by the people who made The Long War. We could have people die of old age or retire. So younger is better. A firebrand. +2 when education is 6 or less. What is the education here? It is above 6 and probably not going to crater below. Furtive. Undercover, a lone wolf. He's not that great. Maybe we wait for the next set and we'll just pick up the executive for the time being. Of the two, you're a megastar. Okay, I guess I could just look here. So 3.2 money, 17.1. She would give me a second engineering project, but I don't have enough science to spread anyways. He would give me a lot more. 0 admin is a killer. Yeah, that's true. It means us viewers. Well, that too. That too. Can't wait for no reactives on the moon. Me too, Eric. Me too. What opening are we going for? Says Mr. Carolden. We're going to try the China opener. We're going to slow roll it a little bit, but we're going to try it. I think we're going to grab Dylan here. I think Dylan is going to give me what I want, which is money. Spoilers. I think we're going to get rid of him relatively soon. The judge? I didn't really like either one of these judges. Firebrand, extremist. I just don't like... They're just not good ones. He does have quick learner, which I will give him a bonus, and he is relatively okay age. His persuasion is fine. That quick learner is worth quite a bit to me, I will say that. He's an expert. And he's all right. He does have 8 persuasion, which is higher than anyone else we currently have. And like I said, we don't have to keep these people. They can always get kicked to the curb. Viva Italiano. That's my vote, says Shinosuke. All right, I think I do. I feel so bad about our persuasion, and he does have good persuasion. What missions do you have, though? Okay, he does not have increased public support, but we could trade. We could give him that org, or we could find another way to do it. Okay. He also has defend interest, which I don't know if we have a lot of. All right, I think you've convinced me. We'll take Stefano. That name though. All right, Stefano, I think you're in. It's the persuasion that persuaded me. I guess it just worked. Of these people, the only one I really have liked so far is the Tech Mongol. And we have some XP, so let's actually go through. Okay, you only got 4, so you're not ready to go. You got 30. Okay, you are my attorney. You are the one that can only, take nations. We could give you Puppet Master, Government, Criminal, National Hero. Okay, you were from China. National Hero would bump you to 9. We don't have any new orgs that we already looked at. Am I able to rename people? I am. I don't want to rename somebody I'm definitely going to get rid of. I don't know. Maybe people don't care. Okay, I think the Tech Mongol is going to get to stay. Does anyone know? Does Tech Mongol get the same hacker events? I'm going to guess no. That's a little on my sad side. Five persuasion. Okay, so we could give you National Hero. Untouchable will help fix her security problem. A Senior Industrial Engineer, that'd be good later. Make her wealthier, or just give her normal persuasion. We're not going to be able to start anything in China at the moment, so National Hero wouldn't help us at the moment. I think just straight persuasion or admin would be the way to go. I think I would just want some persuasion here for what we're currently doing. Okay, that takes her to 7. Okay, Stefano started with enough XP to get 1. Okay, he could get the government trait. That could be useful if we have various things that come up. Don't need any of these. I think we're just gonna either go admin or persuasion. I think we're gonna go persuasion here too. 9 persuasion. Now, of my orgs, I think we'll leave that alone for now. National Hero on China, on a China over is pretty good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. We're not quite ready to try that yet, so I'm going to get her stuff that's useful now, but we will pick that up for sure. Glad to be here, Chairman. Let's go save humanity. We'll clearly think it's a red herring and a waste of time. What is your son's name? Not a spy? Why'd you name him that? Because he's not a spy?
At your service.
Okay, secured. Do we have any actions down here? No. No. Okay, so we do have some resistance going into North Korea. That's fine. They're not going to nuke anything or anything. And some servants going into South. Okay. Laos would be decent. I think I want to get my spoils first, though. I'm gonna chance that we're a little bit slow, and we'll fight for it if we have to. I want to get money up and running because we're gonna need a bajillion monies to get in there. So, oh yeah, and we have some competition here too. So for sure. All right, so
Standing by.
let's see how you're gonna do. 73 is not terrible. Yeah, do
Establishing
it.
control.
Acknowledged.
Okay,
At
55.
your service.
Ready.
33. Okay, so you are going to do a public campaign. We'll put 10 money into that one and see if we can get lucky.
Where do you need me?
And we're going to spend a little bit of influence here
Establishing control.
and try to grab that. Okay, so I think that's going to be our moves for the turn. We're going to try to take Saudi Arabia. We may have a little bit of fight on our hands. We have a lot better chance than him. I'm kind of shocked he was able to roll that. Okay, and you're going to finish that up. 88% chance. Nobody else can ninja this from me, so that'll be fine. How are we doing on our research? Okay, it's still anyone's game. A little bit of lead for the initiative, or no, excuse me, the academy. I've been calling them initiative. The academy there. Nobody cares about going to space, apparently. Select management team. We may now recruit our faction's management team. As we stand up the initiative operations, we need to select our initial management team to help oversee our affairs. While we are gathering personnel from a variety of disciplines, at your direction, we'll emphasize a particular specialty. We could get lobbyists and influencers will permanently give us 3 influence gain. We could get scientists and engineers, permanently give us 15 research. We could gain some officers, give us a one-time payment of 50 ops. I don't like that one. I think that's really weak. We could have financiers and investors. We just get 10 money for the rest of the game. While that would be pretty good now, that is peanuts compared to later. I feel like both of these are super weak. So I think we would either go scientists or we would go lobbyists. I can grow science by just taking over better nations. I think I'm gonna go with lobbyists. We're gonna need influence to do some really, really hard roles and to replace a lot of our agents. Yeah, we'll pay a couple YouTubers to run some sponsored streams for us. Alarming new disease. A new disease is spreading. Global health watchdogs are reporting highly alarmed at a new variant of Rift Valley fever, a Bunya virus, which can spread easily from human to human. Severe case symptoms can include liver failure, loss of vision, even hemorrhagic fever. Even more worrisome is the tendency to cause miscarriage if infecting a pregnant person. There is currently no treatment or vaccine. So we could say, oh, that's concerning. Or if we had 100 money, we could have provided some funding. That would have been really nice, hence why we need money. So we just have to say concerning.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Yeah, we are getting some public influence based on our public perception around the world, which jumped because we came out and declared our manifesto. Okay, we grabbed one of the Saudi Arabia spots. I thought that's what it said. Or was that the public campaign?
We're unable to establish
We
control.
failed.
We've gained significant support.
Okay, 1 success.
We've gained significant support.
Critical success. Booyah. Unfortunately, I don't think you can... Normally a critical success gives you 2 points. I don't think you can do that into the final one. Okay, great. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so we definitely want to control this last one here.
Your orders?
Okay, you, not you.
Ready for my mission.
Okay, so you do not have Crackdown.
I'm here.
You do. So, Crackdown, this is essentially like we use our government puppets to attack other people's government puppets. So this is a way that we can attack their hold on this point, making it easier for us to push them out. And we push them out via Purge. Purge is the mission.
Ready to go.
Yeah, so Purge. 3% chance is really, really bad. So that would definitely not
Ready for
succeed.
orders.
I'm here.
5. Okay, if we had the Crackdown though, that will go a lot higher and we can boost that up. I think we do want to try to get rid of them though. I do want
Where
sole control here. My tax dollars versus somehow also my tax. Yep, that's exactly what's going on there. Okay, so I am gonna want...
Ready.
Which one of you?
Your
Okay, you
orders.
do the Purge, and you're better at the Purge.
Where to?
So let's have you do the
Ready for my
Crackdown.
mission.
We'll just do a 71% chance. We'll assign it.
Turning up the heat.
I'm gonna have one of you two
What's the up?
control. 41,
Your orders?
63,
Ready for orders.
78. Let's actually have him because I really do want to succeed this. I'm only gonna take the 78 though. I don't want to spend frivolously here. We'll grab the
Establishing
last
our
slot.
presence.
We'll try to get the Crackdown.
Where
If we get
to?
the Crackdown, the next turn we'll push them out. That leaves me with 2 people free. All right, what do we want? Do we want to fight for South Korea? Probably not. Probably not. Okay, I want some more borders with China so that we can prep ourselves here. Okay, again, Academy, apparently we are not going to be friends. Okay, we could get into Laos. Sure. So let's do public campaign. 69, nice. Let's go 60. It's double the price every time I go up one slider.
I will tell our story.
What's the
And we would like to do the same. Okay, you are a lot better at that. Yes.
We must persuade the people.
It's easier to take it over if we have good public support, so we're going to start raising that there a little bit. Like I said, I do want to grab this, but this is going to be on the back burner a little bit. I don't like how many people are getting in on stuff over here. Nobody in India, nobody in Russia, nobody in China, nobody in Japan. Does anyone know, if I grab Japan, is that going to be a negative influence on China because of their bad relations? I can't remember if you have to have a land border or not. Okay, we are still losing here. The Academy is the research faction, so that's no surprise to me that they are ahead in that. If it gets to the point that we're for sure not going to win, we're going to pull our research out of here. But I feel like we might still be in the running here. Maybe. What's the secret society version? We imprison their counselor and steal all their organizations. And that is something that we should be pretty good at.
Opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, we upped public opinion. Cool.
They've slipped away from us.
We did not get our Crackdown.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Got the public campaign. Our research and development team allows us to take the research of information labs. Okay.
Mission cancelled.
Points in rivals hurt success chance. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. We
must
failed
not only
on the
defend human
control
lives
point, so
from
they must have
aliens.
got it.
We must ensure those lives remain worth living.
Okay, so we detected the resistance. Enemy counselor detected. Take me there. Okay, so we found somebody over here. We don't really care. Okay, they actually ended up getting the top. That's a little surprising to me. They must have really been spending hard on that. Now, the question is, do I spend effort fighting for this, or do we just say okay and then just take something else? because it's not like we have to do this. I was going for this because we have such good public support, so I'm kind of shocked that they were able to nab that. What is... Oh, hold on. We're still between turns. And he defended his point, so yeah, we're not going to fight for that. Because he put the defend point up, that's why we failed on our purge thing there, or our crackdown. And until that wears out, there's no way. Our counselors aren't good enough to fight through that. So, if we know we're not going to own it, well, we still control 50% of the country. And you know what? I would really, really like money. I like money a lot. So, where we control, we're going to do nothing but spoil. So we currently own the security apparatus and the party. And we are just going to 100% spoil and take their money. Okay, Laos. Hey, not a bad start. Let's continue that trend. So we will continue. Maybe we don't use you. Let me peek around who's actually better. Okay, you can't.
Ready for my mission?
Okay, you are good at that. Yes.
I will try to sway the public.
I really wish he had that. We have not got new orgs yet, right? No, we have not. I really wish he had public. I could trade him, but I think he's more valuable to make the shots. Yeah, look at that, 92% chance of getting it. Go ahead.
Taking control.
So we will do another public opinion. I will have him do that. Let's move on to another country. So Vietnam and China are rivals. Philippines, Vietnam. Okay, so we don't want Vietnam. Interesting. So Resistance got kicked out by Project Exodus. Servants have dug into South Korea. I'm willing to take a shot at this, maybe.
Standing by.
What are your odds? Not good enough. No. I don't want to spend a bunch of influence for that when we still have other targets. Okay, India is not going to be one of them. Bhutan. You're allied there, but you are not a rival here, right? You're rival to India, but not to them. Pakistan. I don't love Pakistan, but that is a neighboring country. Ever so slightly. Tajikistan, a neighboring country. Mongolia, neighboring country. Mongolia would be pretty easy. We could probably just grab that, yeah. All right, let's do that. All right, and I think that's everybody that's touching. I'm not interested in going into Russia particularly. We could go for Kyrgyzstan. How hard would that be? Not that hard. What's our opinion on the Resistance? I mean, as long as they don't get in our way right now, they haven't done anything to piss me off. One more friend is one less enemy, and one less enemy is one more customer. Hey, Cosmodog? Hey, I wanted to watch from the start, but I came here to let you know that the 2026, nothing is different from the 2022 besides the updated GDP and country stats. No advanced starts for anybody. Maybe it was just the worlds I rolled up, but it definitely felt like the aliens were active a lot earlier. The tech tree is also further along a little bit. I could be wrong. Those were my impressions, though. Okay, I do think we're just going to grab this. We don't really care about any of these podunk things at the moment. We're just grabbing them for the influence bonus to try to get into China. All right, let's watch our money and see how our spoils do. Does it tell me how much I should expect? I don't think so. How are we doing here? This is pretty obviously not going to be our win. We could maybe try to go snag mission to space. Nobody else is interested in that. I'm not either, but I want control of a tech slot so I can choose what we do. All right, we'll give that a try. You confirmed it on Discord? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Sweet, sweet money. I want that. I want that bad.
We've moved the needle.
Public campaign mission success. Take me there.
Wrapping up
That was
here.
the Lausian one. Lausian. I don't know how to say that one. Now, getting the public opinion up, it makes it easier to take over. It makes it harder for other people to attack us there, and it influences our influence game. So
We've got our
it's
people
not a
in
waste
place.
to get your public opinion up. Control success. That is in Laos. Our counselor was spotted. Do you care about that a lot? So sometimes being spotted does various things. He doesn't really care. Normally, you don't get to see enemy agents. So everybody on this planet has between 2 and 4 agents, and the alien has at least 1 here. So we need to actually detect, like we saw that resistance person over here. We need to detect them. Sometimes you get to know who it is. Sometimes you just know somebody's there. So being exposed means that all the other factions can now see him on the map. Is that good or bad? Just depends. We definitely would prefer not to be seen,
Still
though.
lack support.
We failed to get Kyrgyzstan. Repeat your mission. Continue.
Our supporters are in place.
We succeeded in Mongolia. Repeat. Continue. Loishan. Fair enough. Enemy ship detected. Surveillance telescopes have detected a new alien fleet transferring to low Earth orbit 1. Take me there.
The trick is not to look directly at what you're trying to see. Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you notice the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
Is the voice for that too quiet? I did turn them down some, but it sounds kind of quiet to me. I could turn that back up. I will explain the science. Your eye has receptors that are shaped like rods and cones. The rods are black and white, and your cones are how we detect color. So at night, like, you could really try this for yourself. Let your eyes adjust to the dark. Don't look directly at what you want to see. Look off to the side. And because the rods are what does black and white, you actually can see better off center. So kind of a cool little factoid there. The span of time humanity has spent in space is dwarfed by the span of time humanity has been interested in it. Earliest records of telescopes date back to the 17th century, with regular advancement made every century thereafter. It therefore follows that on the shoulder of programs such as SETI, we consolidate our resources into a unified observation and surveillance program that we can maintain active, constant surveillance on the nearer parts of the solar system, allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn, immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within detection range. We can now research Deep System Skywatch. Okay, so he finished this one, and he picked Advanced Chemical Rocketry. Scientists exceed boundaries of what is possible with our current generation of rocket engines. So if we go tech details, these are the projects I was talking about. So we have a 52% chance that we discover reusable rockets once we have this tech. We have a 100% chance that we get interplanetary chemical rockets, etc., etc. Generally speaking, there's no reason you wouldn't want things, so we would like it if we get these. So not a horrible tech. For me, because I generally like to slow roll the early game unless I'm playing very anti-alien, so humanity first or resistance. So I'm not super into this, but I don't hate it either, so that is whatever. We are in first place in mission to space. Hopefully everyone else will stay out and just let me have it. I need to get to 51% so that nobody else can steal it from me. We're gonna finish We Are Not Alone very soon too. And oh, that zoomed me way. Oh no, you zoomed me right to the ship. The Dawn Mist. There it is. The alien ship. Let's zoom out. It's just a speck of dust. It's Victor 1. I'm zooming. Oh my gosh, I'm zooming. We're zooming so hard right now. There it is. Jeez. Scale. Okay, so by the way, one of the reasons that the less orbital bodies helps your computer a lot, it is actually calculating orbits. So we are moving. So he is not aiming at Earth. He's aiming at where Earth will be when he gets here. So having transfer orbits matters a lot. So like there are certain times where it's easy for us to get to Mars. Look how close we are. I don't remember if we want Mars slightly behind us or ahead of us for the transfer window, but if Mars was over here, obviously it would be a lot harder to get stuff to Mars. So it matters when you do things, like time matters. What country was our opener? We're gonna try to do China. I have not had enough time to like really practice my openers, so we're gonna try to get into China. All right, and whoa, we're back on Earth. I'm collecting neighbors at the moment, although kind of sad about over here. And he did protect it, so it's gonna be hard to dig him out. We may just have to collect a few more spoils nations to pay our way in.
Ready
Okay,
to go.
so we got one of these. I think we're good here. We're not having any problems taking this. So
Reporting
these two people are free.
Your orders?
Ready to go.
Okay, I do kind of want Singapore, and Singapore is kind of a long-term one for me. I will probably keep this. Let's go put
Ready.
some work into getting that online.
Making our case.
And then he is good at grabbing control points, but he doesn't have public opinion. Really don't want Russia. Yeah, don't really want Russia. She should be able to get that. We failed to grab this one. Maybe let's send him over there and see if we can just finish that up.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Or we could grab... hang on. Let's do that one.
Putting our people in place.
I'm not sure you actually moved, buddy. There we
We'll
go.
be running this place.
If I get
in
the
no
first
time.
one, nobody can steal it out from under me. That's my thought process there. Okay.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
Yeah, so the servants, yeah, they think the aliens are really cool. They watched a lot of that kind of anime, I guess, and they're really excited that the aliens are here, and they really, really, really want to join them and help them. This is, unless you're playing them, this is one of the more dangerous ones, because they will do anything to help the aliens. What are... hang on. Well, here, we'll let the turn play. I want to go see who owns what, and see if we can see some
to believe it would be
trends.
a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us.
Okay,
Commander
so
Fiona Ayawade, NATO Symposium on First Contact.
So she is the main person from the Resistance. So you can already see different people have different opinions here. So this is, like I said, the Resistance is XCOM, basically. This is YCOM, legally distinct. And so they're like, I don't know about these aliens, and they're doing some sketch stuff. Maybe we should get ready to defend ourselves. But while doing it, we don't want to lose our humanity. So like maybe keep the atrocities and war crimes to a minimum while we're doing this. So they got a tech, and they picked... actually, no. The servants got the tech pick, and they picked advanced carbon manipulation. I don't even know what that one does. It's a requirement for advanced atomic manipulation, carbon nanotubes, molten core fusion systems, gives composite arm. Okay, so this is ship tech mostly. Very much a waste at the moment. We are nowhere remotely close to building ships. So garbage tech, mediocre tech. Please invest in that and let me win this one. That's all I have to say. When we get our next turn, we'll take a look and see if we can see who owns what so far. Our research and development teams report that we're able to undertake clandestine cells. That will allow us to recruit another counselor. We want this bad. I'm going to finish the alien one we're working on, but we'll be back to that.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, Singapore, we increased our public opinion from 6 to 18. Repeat the mission. Chrissy says, the aliens can't be that advanced. They haven't even stopped by the initiative gift shop.
Our presence is growing.
Guys, I think the aliens might be pores. Oh man, that's oof. Oof. Okay, control, that was 1 of 2. We'll have him repeat.
Our presence is growing.
That was 1 of 2 in Kyrgyzstan. We'll repeat. Continue.
We're taking over.
We got 2 of 2 in, I assume that was, oh no, that was Mongolia. Okay. I should go in and change the priorities on these places as we're taking them. Select advisory team. We may now appoint our faction's chief advisors. With our management team on board, we may now recruit a core group of advisors to assist our interactions and oversights with nationally aligned with our cause, with nations aligned to our cause. So we could focus on economic development. National investment points we direct to economy priority are increased by 10%. In the right game, very powerful. Remember that if we increase a country's economy, we raise their GDP. The more we raise their GDP, the more points we have to spend to do things like build mission control, build boost, do research, things like that. This is very Babel, very slow, but very powerful, building that economic engine up. Very, very powerful in China, if we can get in. We could hire some steely-eyed missile women and men. Let me say that again. We could hire some steely-eyed missile women and men. This would allow us to have better investment points into found space program and more efficient boost priority. If you were going to do something like a South American or a African playthrough, I think I would consider that, because they're going to start from 0. That would be very expensive for them. Boost is very important in the early game, and it really drops off. So I don't think that's going to be for us. Call in the generals. This would allow us to build big militaries and get extra military. Not for us. We could emphasize international aid. And national investment points put into welfare is increased by 5%, and national investment points we put into knowledge are increased by 5%. Another pretty good one, if you want to fix a lot of nations, maybe that would be good. I'm going to go for the long term. We're playing the long game. Get those annuities going. Get some bonds going. So we are going to do the national investment points. This is going to be probably one of the weaker ones at the beginning, but I feel like it'll pay off in the end. In the end, it will pay off. Like an investment. Okay, let's see if we can see who owns what. So what we're looking at here is the control point column. Okay, so Academy owns Ireland. Resistance is in... Okay, can I organize this? Okay, I want to organize this by faction, but I guess I really can't. Okay, fine. Let's do it by nation name then. Let's just see if we call anybody interesting. Humanity First is in Australia and Austria. So they don't have any nukes, particularly. They own Colombia. Okay, we talked about Ireland. Myanmar. That's a little annoying. That would be one that would be useful for us, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, we're 50-50 in that Saudi Arabia. Okay, the servants completely control South Korea. Not the worst, but not the best either. They do have a nuke, they do have an army, they do have good technology. I would like it if they weren't there, but we're not to the point where I'm gonna start doing espionage against that yet. Okay, not really particularly notable. Nobody in India, nobody in Russia, nobody in China, nobody in Japan, nobody in the US. Yeah. Okay, yeah, been pretty quiet actually. Okay, let's go through and fix what we're gonna fix. So, Mongolia. You are not particularly a rich country, so spoiling you super hard isn't particularly useful to me. I'm definitely not gonna get a space program. We're not gonna get anything out of funding. What is wrong with you guys? You're actually pretty chill. Yeah, Mongolia, pretty chill, confirmed. Their biggest problem is their inequity. I don't want to totally burn this to the ground because we may try to integrate this into China at some point. I don't think the knowledge is going to super... Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do a little nation building here. Yeah, we'll do that. That'll be fine. Not caring too much about them, but they can just do their own thing. Mongolia's purpose is to be integrated, yeah. Now, one thing we could do, we could try to found a space program so we could build mission control here. I would want to do that via direct investment, and we're not in a position to do that yet. So I think we're just going to let that play. I think we're just going to let that play for now. We may have to abandon this, so I don't want to go hard on the investment. Controlling China is going to cost me, let's round that to 38. 38, let's round it to 40. So 40, 80, 120, 160, 200, 240 points, and I only have 181 points. So we're not even going to be able to hold all of China very well. So we're going to have to abandon a lot of these places in the short term. Okay, yes. Who's my one not doing something? It's you. Okay, you do not have increased public support. I definitely want to make sure we have Taiwan, but we don't want it. Are they rivaled with you? I don't remember. Okay, so US, India, Japan. Okay, Taiwan is. So I don't want to grab them yet, but we definitely want to get control of that at some point. I mean, could you take a swing? I mean, that's not horrible. 54% chance. We could raise it to 72 for 2 influence. That's not bad. This is a long-term investment. We don't want Vietnam. Oh wait, we didn't? I thought we had... No, I thought we had this.
Where to?
Oh, okay, hang on. But you're definitely gonna do that. I thought we were done here. All right, yep, grab that.
Taking control.
Yep, 87%, totally fine. Mongol is history cool as a... Cue the Mongolian music. Yes, they are really interesting. Very pretty country too. Spoils and welfare are opposed. I'd turn off the spoils. The reason being, if you don't put in any spoils, the elites of the nation get really upset. So I'm paying for it a little bit here, and I'm trying to make it slightly worse or slightly better there. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now. Sound? It's you, Eric, not me. I'm pretty certain. SEA is good for population? Yeah. In the longer term, once we have China fully in control, we're gonna start eating up probably all of this into like Greater China. So that's very long term though. I see you in Bangladesh, buddy. but that's fine. How we doing on the research? No! No, get out, I hate that. I hate that a lot. I'm not super banging for any techs at the moment, but I would like to at least set one tech. It'll get better. It'll get better. We'll get a real country, and then they'll be sorry. Project complete, alien signatures. We have completed the alien signatures project. There's no doubt. Extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances, most likely resulting from alien activity. Allows factions to detect alien abductions on Earth. The following project may unlock in the future 100% chance for talent development.
We've analyzed the samples.
Okay, that was one of our objectives. We've completed the research in the alien signature objective. Satellite footage and interviews with local personnel confirmed at least one of the ship's crew survived the crash and disappeared into the surrounding wilderness. Our research of the debris has confirmed the ship was not assembled on Earth. Putting these two things together leads us to one inescapable conclusion. An alien is at large on our planet. A statement that sounds more appropriate in a popular entertainment than for the agenda of the World Economic Council. Further investigation has turned up reports of disappearances in nearby settlements. This raises troubling questions. What are the aliens doing here? And, given that we have only now detected their presence, how long have they been active while we were unaware? View our objective. We need to investigate alien abductions. We have been hoping to open some sort of dialogue with the alien visitors, but so far all attempts to locate them have been unsuccessful. At present, our only leads are the reports of disappearances. We need to conduct surveil location missions in a region near an alien crash. Research alien origin. Our understanding of the aliens is still extremely limited. While gaining a fuller understanding of their intentions and capabilities is still our priority, there may be some benefit to learning where they came from. Research Skywatch and Deep Skywatch global technologies, and then Alien Origin Project when it is available. Salvage alien technology. While this organization has typically preferred to avoid direct military action, in this case it unfortunately appears that we have no realistic alternative. We require further samples of alien technology, engage an alien force, and acquire them. Successfully engage one of the following alien asset facility, a landed UFO, an orbital habitat, a warship, or an army, and recover some detritus left behind. So those are our updated goals. Close. New objective, research alien origin. Okay, we need to do those things. Close. New objective. Okay, I guess I could have read them from there. Tech. New project. Okay, I want clandestine sales. This will allow us to recruit another counselor. So we're going to immediately start that. The second I don't think we can win this, we're going to bail and we'll just blitz through that. Do we have any new counselors on offer? We sure do. And we have 100 influence. Let's take a quick look. Another executive. I'm pretty sure we saw her before. The same hacker. Okay, you're new. No Duval. He's French. I'm sorry. Investigator, a judge, a different tech Mongol. I think we'll stick with our Chinese one. Thank you very much. A conspiracy theorist. Technocrat. Nice, very nice there. Technocrat's really nice. Okay, a fixer. I believe fixers and hackers can kind of do the same stuff. I wouldn't hate that. She's aware, particularly skilled at detecting other counselors. She's cautious, +1 security, and she's a striver. Striver is really good. This is the improved quick learner. Augments cost 20% less XP. I wouldn't hate this. I don't think I would get rid of our current team yet, though. Not until we don't need the persuasion, although I will look. No admin. She has good investigation and espionage. I do like a character that has that combo. I do like the class. Maybe. We have Yu Song, who is a spy. I do prefer spy over our current operative. He's from China. Less helpful though, because he's not going to be a persuade character. Really good at the investigate, espionage, and command. He would kind of combine several roles into one for me. Undercover can access enemy tier 1 habs and ships, +1 espionage when being detected. He's anxious. He's loss adverse. He has a low profile, 2 more espionage when being detected. He would be really defensive. That's not bad for somebody doing wet work. He's furtive, +3 espionage. Apparent loyalty is set to 2. -1 persuasion, which we don't care about. -1 admin, which isn't good. And he can't inspire, which we don't care. I like him quite a bit. And he's paranoid. +2 espionage. Wow, he get 5 espionage when he's being detected. He can't inspire. I don't care. He can't do missions in nations that have a what is that? Not rebellion. Strife. Have strife above 6. That's a little ouch, but I like a lot of what he's doing. We have a Chinese evangelist. She's very old. She has really good persuasion. She's a veteran. Command security. She's untouchable. Beloved. She gets inspire. She's a fluent, a megastar, and an extremist. -1 persuasion where knowledge is at least 8. Knowledge is not 8 in China. She is really good for what we want to do. So this is a map painter? No, I wouldn't call it a map painter. We are the organization. We are gonna puppet these nations more than we actually control them. So while we do want to take territory, and I am gonna dig in very hard on the territory I want, it's not really a map painter. Every faction has their own win condition. I'm not gonna spoil what it is, but you can guess that Humanity First probably wants to kill the aliens, and the servants probably want to get some of that sweet, sweet tentacle. So it's not really a map painter per se. Okay, I very, very much want her. If we got her and National Hero, she's already up to 12 persuasion in China, and she's from Wuhan. We all know. We all know. Don't ban me, YouTube. I think we're gonna make room for Yuan Dong Jiao. I feel like she's the type of energy we need around here. What is your problem? You don't like being where people are smart. No problem there. You're a megastar. It's fine. She's actually pretty good. She can advise, she can control, she can do public. I think she's in. I think she's in. The question is, who do we fire? He's doing good work at the moment. You can National Hero, you can National Hero. So Marlene is looking the sketchiest here. You're my officer, but I don't like a lot of what you're doing. You have good command, you have good admin, which are useful, but it's not useful to me yet. I could move your counseling. To him or to her. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Marlene, it's time for us to go our separate ways. She's not on board with the China project, apparently. So, we are going to... Let me actually make sure I get my org on somebody else. I think we're going to give it to her. I'm just debating whether I want to give it to her or to him. I think I'm gonna give it to her. So we have to spend 22 bucks to actually do the paperwork to make her in charge of it, basically. We will do that. Marlene, I think it's time that you gotta go. Haruo says, you didn't paint the map, but in any accurate analysis of what kind of and how much control you exert over a section of the map, it is in fact painted. I guess. All right, goodbye, dismissed.
Mission is a no-go.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, oh, I can't recruit till the turn ends. I should have let her actually finish that. Can I? Hold on. I should have let her finish that. Okay, I do not want to let you go. So let's get you recruited. Yes.
Public sentiment is increasing.
Yeah, I really should have let her finish that. Public campaign success.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay, we finished Tajikistan.
We've gained significant support.
We have finished Laos. I'm gonna bump that up faster. Okay, so where didn't I finish what I was supposed to do? At Kyrgyzstan. Okay, so let's send
Where do you need me?
him in. 95% chance.
Bringing
You
them
got
on
this,
board.
brother.
Acknowledged.
Okay, before I get too far in here, do we want to change anyone else out? We do have the influence if we wanted to. So we could look at this spy. We could look at this spy. So she could go. But really, right now, my number one priority is to get into China. And these people are good at that. So maybe we let that go. A commando, again, that would be really good, but not yet. We're not quite there yet. Okay, does anybody have experience? Yes, 38 experience on Panfu. Did they use AI for the portraits? They seem a little uneery. This came out in 2022, so unlikely that they did. You could go check the Steam listing. Steam requires that you say whatever is AI, so that should be a relatively good source, because unless you're an idiot, you don't get kicked off of Steam. So, okay, Panfu Win. What are we going to augment? Government, streetwise. Okay, how close are we to actually trying this? If I put you on a control in China, we're still at 0 at the moment, so we would need to start public campaigns. And this is where the money is going to be important. We're going to have to pour so much money into this. Okay, I do think I'm going to get started on that, though. So, do you currently have any XP? You sure do. Okay, you can't get National Hero, so that's not going to work there. Streetwise Criminal. Okay, I think we're just going to boost your normal persuasion for now, then. Don't care about the money. Criminal could be fine. Streetwise can be useful. Now, let's raise your persuasion. Okay, 11's not terrible. Hanfu can be a national hero. 30 XP. I don't think she's going to quite be high enough to make that useful yet. Do we have any good criminal orgs I would want? Oh, hey, we got new orgs too. Okay, nobody can pick up anything different. So what do we have? We could get +1 engineering project, don't care at the moment. Oh, hey, we could get the FBI if we had our American person still. Gladelius Intelligent Solutions gives a bunch of missions. Not really what we're looking for at the moment. We could recruit ISIS. Don't ban me, YouTube. Durangata from Naples. That's a pretty nice one, but we would need to be a criminal. Or we could put this on our Italian guy. He would need to be a criminal, but he could pick that up. That is pretty nice. Hey buddy. I kind of like that. Can I make him a criminal? No, he can't be a criminal. Very sad. Okay, and East Garden Genetics. $22 for research. We get better, I think that's xenology research. I mean, it would pay for itself in a few months. That's not bad. I'm just not excited for it. It would pay for itself relatively quickly, and it would give me a little bit of research. I think I will grab that. So, in 4 months, it'll pay for itself. What are you trying to do? Well, apparently they're not criminals, Droog. That's what I've been told. Okay. We're not going to grab any of these. I got to keep my eyes pretty glued on this, though. Yeah, like, what's my problem here? Istanbul. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get anything else. Let's hop out of there. Okay, so we're happy with who we have for the moment. I'm still really tempted by him, but I think I'm going to let it go for the time being. Okay, so you... Are you likely to stay around the whole game? No, you're too old. Alright, I'll tell you what, though. Alright, I think we are going to name her. She may not stay around forever, but Blaster, because of your generous support, we will name her Blasterbot. Confirmed. All right, Blasterbot, you are in. Okay. What else do we want to do here? So he is going to finish that up. Done. Okay, we need to finish this one up too.
Standing by for
Good
orders.
spot for Blaster. Or might be a good spot for somebody who's not as good.
Reporting in. Ready to go.
Yeah,
Ready to
let's
go.
send her in. 91%
The
chance.
station to our side.
Where to?
Blaster the Chinese evangelist. Yeah, little known fact, actually. Okay, and then down here. Public campaign.
I will tell our story. Where
Okay,
to?
we're not quite ready to push on that yet. We need some... Oh no, Resistance is trying to get in there. Okay, well, we definitely need a point. I will even spend
Bringing
one.
them on board.
Boo. Resistance, get out. Okay, we are still in command of this for now, but rapidly getting overtaken by Resistance. Resistance, what are you doing? I don't want to fight you. Stop. Stop. You're being dumb. I just want money.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, up to 21 support.
We're taking over.
Okay, this is Kyrgyzstan done.
Our supporters are in place.
Kazakhstan is done.
We've gained significant support.
Control nation, 1 of 3 in Singapore. We'll repeat that mission.
The Surat al-Baqarah teaches that in the creation of heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
This is Mission to Space. Existing in space is different animal than merely transversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to resident, we must adapt. Logistics requires resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment maintenance in a vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regimen so personnel are able to maintain peak performance in an environment where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel into space for some time, but now we must establish how to do so easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our fundamental preconceptions. Yet, all these hardships are entirely necessary, for only once we are comfortably beyond Earth's orbit can we hope to explore, exploit, exterminate, and ultimately even settle upon neighboring worlds, and in time, perhaps even beyond. Okay, I actually did win that one. So, hooray. So, we get to pick a tech. Now, there are many ways we could go here. I don't care about building spaceships yet, and I'm not in a rush to go to the moon. So I'm not really I'm not really interested in going in either of those directions. Augmented reality could be kind of interesting. This leads towards cybernetics. Cybernetics would be really good because we could buff up our agents by giving them cybernetics. So I do like that one. I am not interested in going into space stuff, so I'm going to make other people research those. Ditto. Phonic computing. Don't really care. Space tourism. We may get into space tourism, but again, not anytime soon. So what I am more interested in is these ones up here. Arrival domestic policies would let us get institutional outreach. I'm pretty sure that gives us more org choices. Strategic lobbying, national research oversight would help us get more research. What I want... Arrival economics gives us arrival markets, externalized cost, capitalization. Pretty darn nice there. Arrival international relations. This is probably what I'm going to make them grab. It's going to be a dead weight in the tech tree for a long time, but I would prefer it was somebody else's problem than mine. Yeah, like I said, well, right now we're playing in 100% greedy. We're not interested in helping whatever this problem is. I'm looking for myself. The reason I might want this, let's get into the tech tree. What I want... Full search. We need to get to Pan-Asia. This is one of our big goals. This is going to give China claims on other places. China, Osaka, Singapore, Okinawa, Lumpur, Kuala Lumpur, Fukuoka, and Sapporo. To get there, I'm pretty certain... Yeah, look at this tech tree. This is ridiculous. All right, zoom me in a little so I can actually see. Zoom me in. Okay, so heading towards Greater Pan-Asia, we need Pan-Asia Combine. To get Pan-Asia Combine, we need Greater Nations. To get Greater Nations, we need Arrival Domestic Politics. So I am kind of leaning towards that direction for Arrival Domestic Politics. Is an acceptable short form? Well, I lucked into that. So, incredibly greedy pick. This helps literally nobody except for me in a very long time. And it's going to take us a long time to get into China. If I went with something like the cybernetics, everybody gets that, remember? So it's not like I'm the only person who gets that technology. I think we're going to be absolute little poopers. And I think we're going to do that. So Arrival Domestic Politics. It does do some other things, though. We could get extra orgs. Strategic lobbying, I think that... I don't remember what that one does. National research oversight, that'll make our research more efficient. So I think we're going to grab that one. And now here's the thing. 2,000 research, I will try to maintain control of it. But again, if we fail, I'm just gonna bail on it, make somebody else research it, and we'll just go super greedy and we'll go down here and research our own stuff. So that's gonna be the plan for now. Again, putting points in everything gives us more total research, but these are priority systems. So my absolute amount that's going into this would be 2.3. If I don't do that, it's 3.5. So I'm trying to rush this, not be efficient at the moment. Okay, cool. Go. A UFO crashes on Earth. Take me there. Okay, another one in Russia. This makes me really nervous. That means there's probably 2 aliens running around out here, which is just north of where I'm at. So, not a big fan. Not a big fan. Okay, new turn. That does make me a little nervous. Do I maintain somebody who can investigate? Okay, we do have an investigate alien activity. Okay. Whew. That could have been a little awkward. Okay, we got 1 point here. I really want Singapore. I feel like this is a good investment. We can fold it into China later. It's good money, good not having super bad problems. I'm willing to fight for this one a little bit. Who are my crackdown people? Okay, either one of you, and you should be better at it. So 28% chance, Stefano, 22. So she would be better at it. 28% chance. Now, I can spend influence on this, and I probably will spend some. I think I'm willing to go pretty hard. 8 influence into a crackdown, 68% chance, go.
Going after their people.
Blaster Bot
I'm here.
is here trying to gain control of the executive branch.
Ready for orders.
We will public campaign. You don't have purge, right? No. So yeah, public campaign.
Ready for orders.
Stefano does have purge. Now, if we think we're gonna succeed on the crackdown, we could roll the dice here. That's pretty iffy. That's pretty iffy. That's a pretty bad chance. The Shadow Wizard Money Gang? That's right. I think instead, that's just so low, and if we fail at the purge, we're gonna fail. I think I'm gonna have him just zip over and get the alien thing done.
Investigating alien site.
Just get it done real quick. Not the best use of his time, but it is what it is. Also, I didn't mention it. These are all the things happening. I probably should do a lot better job of checking this. Hurricane struck in Willemstad in the Netherlands. Wow, we're getting hurricanes in the Netherlands? Okay, nothing crazy over there. Okay, we're good on that. Let's go check through our countries. Okay, so we did do this one. Click here to sync all the priorities. Yeah, we'll do that. I think I want to, well, we'll probably customize. So we have this one. Go ahead and sync that. Let's actually take a better look here. How are we doing? Okay, we're helping the cohesion a little bit. That's fine. I just don't want them to have a coup while I'm in charge. Yeah, it's going down, but having some strife, it's not the worst thing ever. I would like to clear that up, but we don't have the right agents for that at the moment. Okay, here, we're unlikely to ever actually come to take this country. So I think we're just gonna spoil this up. I don't think we care about any of this. All right, what do I need to do to not get kicked out? I will keep a little bit of unity in here because raising that raises our influence income. They're getting a little bit of problem. They're kind of authoritarian, so let's do some oppression. And we'll see how that goes. I don't care about this place, and it's not valuable, so I just need to not lose it until I'm done getting the bonus. Same here. I really don't care about you. We'll keep a little bit of unity. We'll probably need some oppression. I will spoil. I'm definitely not going to build you an army. All right, I think you might need, well, you know what? Let's get a little more unity. We have hardly any like here. Okay, that's all of those. Laos. One that definitely will get folded into us, so I don't want to like completely crap you. For the time being, though, that's just too far away. I'm definitely not building you an army. We don't care about that at all. I'll let them try to found a space. Well, not now. Not now. No, we need to focus. We need to focus. I will let them grow their economy. We will fold that into us hopefully someday. Okay, here. Now, the secret sauce here is we want to full send propaganda until we have this place under control. So we're going to do that. That'll help us get the public opinion on our sides. Why conquer Earth when you can buy it? That's right. You're talking to the man who's going to buy the world. And yes, you just heard that jingle in your head. If only I could actually use that little musical jingle, but YouTube would definitely flag
You're
that.
winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, public opinion in Singapore. Repeat.
Crackdown complete.
Critical success on the crackdown. Nice. Very nice. We could build a climate lab if we do that project. We don't really care about that at the moment.
Here's what we found.
We have learned some information about the UFOs in Russia.
Our presence is growing.
We got the point in Singapore. Excellent. Remind me, can they do a defend control point if they've been cracked down? In my memory, they cannot do it.
Ready
All
for
right,
my mission.
Stefano. We need to do a purge. Yeah, look at this. We went from a 3% chance to a 63 by putting the crackdown. Now, the way to not let people crack you down is to use defend interests. And in the turn order of the game, defend interest goes off very early in the turn order. So it is a very good idea to defend your interests, but it does cost influence. It does cost somebody's turn. So that's why I'm not spamming it. I also have to just care enough to keep the thing. So that's also a bit of it. All right, I'm going to spend kind of heavily here. Let's go 83% chance to purge them out.
Terminating the opposition.
Your orders?
Okay, Blaster. Let me get in here. Does anybody... Yeah, we have some XP. Okay, Panfu win. Augment. Okay, we could get criminal. We could get... Do I have anyone else who can get criminal? Yes, Blaster could be a criminal. Maybe. For now, though, Blaster, you just need more persuasion more than anything else. And I'm very tempted to grab criminal here. There's just a lot of good orgs. These orgs are unique, by the way. So if I don't get FBI and somebody else does, they have the FBI. I can't get it unless I can steal it from them. So there are some very powerful organizations out there. One thing I'm kind of doing by grabbing all these Chinese agents, I'm limiting the things we can grab. So another reason we will probably diversify once we get in and have our China covered. We're at 6 persuasion. I'm very tempted by this criminal. You know what? Let's do it. She has a little bit more left. Yeah, look at that. We could get the Bluestone organization headquartered in Chicago. We are a criminal, so we can do it. We would get hostile takeover and defend interests. It gives 22 funding, 1 op, 1 espionage, and 1 security. Also increases our spoils by 9%. Yeah, I think we're pretty interested in that. I think we are pretty interested in that. Okay, so 278 bucks, 22 influence, and 11 of our ops. So the 11 ops really hurts, but this does give us ops income, which we don't have. Let me double check that. Yes, does give us ops income. Let's do it. All right, big investment there for us, but 9% spoils, considering what we're currently doing, not bad. That's, I almost said almost 10%. Yes, 9% is almost 10%. It's a 9% spoils bonus, and we're going to be doing a lot of spoiling, so that's a pretty big bonus for us. As you can see, our money's going up. Not stellar, but it's going up. I do have this on monthly incomes, so remember, one turn is 1 week right now. So 4 turns to get what we're showing up here. I don't care about you, and I don't really care about you. Okay, we're done there. Anybody cool? Basically the same people. Okay. We're probably not going to do anybody until we get into China, and then we'll do some shakeups. 9 is close to 10. I mean, I'm not wrong, Blasterbot. 9 is close to 10. You could round 9 to 10 if you wanted to. Okay, Blaster, 12. Kind of a waste to have her be the one that's doing the public campaign. What are we looking at here? A 9% chance. Remember when this used to be 0? It's not 0 anymore. All right, if we started throwing a few bucks at this, we could get to 19. It's going to be really hard to get these until we get in there. We'd have a 5% chance to control a point. Probably not happening. Hang on, did I finish leveling everyone? I got really sidetracked there. No, I didn't. Okay, Panfu win. Continue to augment. Okay, you're the criminal. I think you're gonna want a lot of admin. You're gonna want a lot of admin because you can also hold our criminal orgs. Let's go ahead and admin. She has nothing to do though. Persuasion is kind of what she's doing at the moment. Yeah, let's do the persuasion for that one. Okay, not enough XP, not enough XP, no XP. Okay. Now let's actually figure out what we're gonna do. Do the control mission? I don't think we're quite there yet. A full send of control with just all of our influence is a 5% chance. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. We could look at trying to do this, but I need to wait for that defend to go down. We could try to get into Russia. Are you... Afghanistan is bordering it. We have a good chance to get in there. All right, we'll take Afghanistan. That never goes poorly for foreigners.
Establishing our presence.
Your orders?
Hanfu, I think you're gonna do the same. 82, good enough.
Bring them to our side.
Okay, then Pakistan could be another one that we could do. Okay, we could try to kick them out here. That's a very strong possibility. Think of the oil. Well, let's check our oil. I mean, it's a going. It's a going. Although, wait a minute. All of the oil, please. I don't think that makes a difference because it's relative to the column, but that makes me feel better. So they are trying to found a space program here and fix the country. Meanwhile, I am spoiling it like crazy. Yep. Sounds about right. Yeah. Academy, we're gonna have words apparently. Hey Simba, how's it going? America.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay. Public sentiment going up. Let's keep going. I do want to get that really, really high here.
Mission aborted.
Okay, well, they got purged, but not by me.
Our
Annoying.
supporters are in place.
Control mission success in Afghanistan. Repeat.
We got our people in place.
In Afghanistan, okay. New project available. Talent development. All counselor candidates in our recruiting pool start with 3 extra admin. Ours also gain 3 admin. Favorite. Yep, I guess we're purging humanity first. Again, though, very annoying. Okay, so
At your service.
you are my crackdown person. We can definitely do it. Yeah, they have no support here, so really sucks that they were able to do that. If I tried to just purge you, not good enough, so do the crackdown.
They're key people.
We're continuing
Reporting
our
in.
public campaign. And actually, let's get in here and boink. I'm just doing this temporarily because I really want to get our support super high to make it hard for other people to get in. We'll fix them properly here in a minute. Okay, Stefan. Let's go for the combo. I'm going to assume that we are... What was our odds on
Ready
that?
to go.
82. I'm going to assume that we are going to
What's
succeed.
the op?
And we are going to just immediately double purge. We'll do 4 inputs. This will be higher as long as the crackdown goes off properly.
We're taking power.
A little bit of a greed
Ready for
play there,
orders?
but you know. Okay, we control Afghanistan. That never goes poorly for anybody, ever. We need a bunch of unity because we are not particularly liked. We have like nothing here. We're not going to get any funding out of this. Let's lower the spoils temporarily. Afghanistan is not into space. They don't need a military. No. Yeah, let's just do that for the time being. Now, they have an ongoing guerrilla warfare at the moment. Let's actually stabilize the nation. I don't want them to coup me or something. So we're just going to try
Down
to...
the heat.
Everyone just chill out. We can all grow beautiful poppy fields together. Chill out. Okay, I am taking the lead in arrival domestic policies. So much admin. We're working on it. We're on oppression. You know what? I like how you think. You can be promoted to enforcer. Just a tiny amount of oppression. So, oppression priority represents the use of the national security forces and military forces to imprison or kill political opponents and quash general dissent through the threat of violence. It decreases unrest by numbers, decreases democracy, and reduces the cohesion of the nation if the democracy score is high. So, yeah, we just need to get that down. This is not a good setup, but just temporarily. Just temporarily, so this doesn't go crazy. We probably also need to get the unrest here a little bit down. It's not too bad.
They are not life forms or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment.
So, very rational man here. Definitely somebody that you can trust. Humanity first encountered. Okay, and I don't really have a beef with you other than the fact that you're taking my stuff. So,
Public opinion
you know,
is moving
that
in our
happens.
direction.
We may be done with this, so I'm just going to continue for now.
We've hit them where it hurts.
Crackdown success.
Order is returning.
Stabilize nation success. We may repeat that. 93% chance on our purge.
Our associates are now in
Purge
charge.
successful. Booyah. All right. We now control Singapore. Now, first thing we want to do is defend our interests.
Reporting in.
So this is going to cost 20 influence, but this is going to basically put our stuff on lockdown.
Acknowledged.
And it'll be very, very difficult to dig us out until it wears off. So we should be good there. Public support is stupid high. I don't think we need to actively work on it. We will use Unity to continue to work on that. All right, let's actually deep dive this a little bit. So flawed democracy isn't terrible. Could be better. We're peaceful, so no problems there. Our GDP is 618 billion, and it is going up. Our army is not great. It's information age, so like 90s, I think, is information age. Early 2000s. We have no navies. Okay, what do we want to do with Singapore? The number one thing I want from them is boost and mission control right now. So we need to actually get the space program. Military, we don't need to worry about that. Building an army, we don't need to worry about that. We will, once we have control of other things, we will ally China to Singapore, and then nobody will be able to mess with us. Spoils. Now, the thing is, if you don't have enough spoils, the elites of the nation don't like it. Because, you know, they're definitely not crooked. They're definitely not making any backroom deals with the government to get favorable treatment. So they don't really like it when you get rid of all the corruption. In fact, they hate it quite a bit. At some point, for nations we want to keep, we don't want to run any spoils. However, that is going to cause us some problems at the moment. Yeah, if this priority has a warning symbol, the nation's elites are receiving insufficient spoils to fulfill their desires. Elites in the nation require at least 5% of the investment pool directed towards them, a value that will decrease with investment in education and democracy, and at very high national cohesion. When the elites are dissatisfied, coups d'etats are more likely to occur. I'm not super worried about getting coup d'etat here. We have like no unrest. I may just not even spoil them at all. We may just try to go really super greed here. Funding, I don't hate because we will keep this, but that's not my goal at the moment. Let's get a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of unity. I'm going to hard push the space program and a little bit of economy because we have a 10% bonus to the growth there. Okay, welfare also. Welfare is redistribution of wealth towards providing support for those facing hardships. If we complete a welfare priority, we decrease the inequality by that number. If you have a warning symbol here, that means that inequality is high or it is increasing in the nation. This is a long-term keep for me. I do want to fix the nation if we can. Even if we full send this, we can't fix it yet. So let's not go that hard at the moment, but let's invest a little bit. Let's do something like this maybe. So we're going to work on the economy. We're trying to help the welfare. We can't get it yet. Maybe we lower, well, education helps us with the not spoiling. So I think we're going to leave that. Unity, we can turn this down, but I'm not going to turn it down until we have them like mind controlled basically. So we're going to wait until we're like super popular here, but I am going to blitz the space program. Singapore can, yep, we are going to found a space program. Like I said, space programs and building boosts are more efficient at the equator, and we are basically on the equator here with a relatively rich, very calm country, a good hold, and pretty cheap too. This is only like less than 24 control points. So we're going to hang on to that, hopefully forever. We may have to drop it temporarily to get China. We'll see. Okay, we're defending those interests.
Standing by.
What are we going to do on other people? Do we have any more borders that are free? I probably should defend here too. We're not going to leave this anytime soon, and this is kind of a high priority target. Yeah, let's get a defend in here too. Who is my...
Ready.
You cannot do a defend.
By for orders.
He
Ready for my mission.
could. Yeah, let's get a defend in here too. This is providing me with what little boost we're getting. I don't want to lose this.
Securing
Let's throw that up. I believe a defend lasts for a full year. This game is kind of running similar to how Shadows of Forbidden Gods. Yeah, that would be a fair way to say it, Shinosuke. Just like in that game, once you go loud, things will get a lot hairier. Like if we start assassinating people, obviously we're gonna piss everyone off and they're gonna start going hard on us. We also are not in a position to fight aliens, so we are just keeping our heads down at the moment. Okay, we have Blaster and we have Sang. What are we gonna do with you two? Sang, what are your chances? 3%. I think we're gonna send a 9% for 80 bucks. Very low chance, but we gotta start somewhere. What else could we do? We could grab Russia. If I did grab Russia, we could release Kazakhstan. That can be kind of useful. What are my odds here? Not misery. We have a little bit of like. We could grab some neighboring countries. Are any of you good for spoils? None of you are super resource rich or anything. Finland? Belarus would be the obvious one. They are in the Eurasian Union. I think we're gonna go Russia-friendly border. Maybe we can, I gotta remember how to do it, but maybe we'll disarm their nukes. Might also be a good plan. All right, let's start by grabbing Belarus here. Hop on in. Blaster.
Standing by.
Also hop on in.
Taking control.
Yeah. Bit of a diversion. Not really. I'm not quite good enough that we can do this yet. We're getting experience for our agents while we're doing this. And that experience translates into more persuasion, basically. Okay, so Sang needs to get National Hero. I need 30 experience for that. I think we're gonna save up because we're at the cusp of China, so I think it's time to grab that. So I need to save for 30 XP. How we doing? We are definitely winning this because literally nobody else wants this. So it's a pretty safe pick for me to be able to hold on to.
Securing our control.
Okay, got our defend interests.
Securing our control.
Twice.
We got our people in place.
One success.
We're taking over.
Critical success. Very nice. That also increased our public opinion by 5%. Project available, military science labs. Italy's resource rich. Let's see. 3 regions. In game terms, no, not particularly. It's very mountainous, so if you had to militarily conquer this, it would be really hard, but no. This game mostly considers that to be oil and like rare earth minerals for that designation. So we look like here with the oil wells, oil region. Okay, so good turn. Good turn. We've protected our stuff. We definitely want to make sure we keep this up in Singapore at least. Forever and ever, essentially. All right, so you're going to be free. We nabbed Belarus. Okay, I probably should just make a priority here. Let's design a priority template. We are going to call this... let's call this one... Well, spoils. We'll just call it spoils. And what I want is literally just spoils. Oops. Yep, we don't care about any of those things. Save. All right, then let's make another one and let's call this one Unity. And I want that. Unity. Save. All right, that'll make it a little quicker. If I'm gonna keep doing this, we may as well do it this way. So for you, I want Unity for the time being, and we'll switch it over to exploit spoils in a minute. All right, with that grabbed, Blaster, what are your odds? 60 at base, that's probably good enough. We'll spend 2 influence and take it to 76.
Establishing control.
Just that little bit of boost by having a neighboring country. Okay, that means you can maybe do it. You're a little too weak for that. Let's use him to grab another freebie. Hold on, let me double check. Are you... Oh my goodness. You got some rivals. Are you a rival with Latvia? Latvia, red with a white line. Sorry, Latvia, I don't have your flag memorized. All my Latvian viewers. Okay, I don't see Latvia as a rival. Let's go ahead and we'll have him grab that.
Bringing them to our side.
Ready for orders.
Okay, both of you have 7. Let's do some
Making
public
our case.
campaign.
Standing by.
98% chance that we grab that. Let's public campaign. That'll make that
We
job
must
easier.
persuade the people.
Yes, all the EU. Is that yes, all the EU rival? I didn't see that. France. I don't think they include Latvia. I don't think they include Latvia. I'm not seeing the flag if it does. Maybe I'm blind. I mean, they could sure enough. They sure could. Yes doesn't help, J-Rob. You got to use a full sentence because we're not talking in real time. Yes, what? Okay, still good. I don't want to roll the turn until I see what you say, so I'm gonna burn turns for a second. Anything else interesting? I guess it's probably faster just to zoom around the globe. Anybody in US? No. Anybody in the EU majorly? Yeah, here it's a cluster. Now, instead of resources over here, the things over here are going to be financial sectors. Core economic regions is what they're mostly doing. View on Latvian screen. Ah, good idea. Rivals is Russia. Okay, then we definitely don't want to grab this. I bet you that if they're saying they all have rivalry with Russia, okay, they all do. All right, we're not going to want to grab these. That's not going to actually be helpful. That's actually going to be hurt. All right, what we'll do then is you. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Blaster, do a public campaign in Russia.
We'll make our appeal.
Stefan, I guess you take a shot. I'll spend 1 influence for a 50-50.
Bringing them on board.
This will also give us a bunch more boost here too, so it's not completely worthless. Actually had the highest influence in the USA. The USA is a start that's really good, but it's done by so many people. I know China kind of is too, but I didn't want to do that. I know Perun's doing USA at the moment. I think somebody else is too, so I try to give a little viewer variety there. Okay, good. I think we're set for the turn. We didn't get new orgs, right? No new. Yes, we did get a new org. Creating with funds, stabilized nation, welfare. No, not particularly interested. This one is very interesting, but we don't have any science, so it would be worthless to me at the moment. One streamer you watched did Canada. Yeah, because you get the neighboring bonuses for taking nations, it's very difficult to get into the US or another big country as a first nation. So you generally start with their neighbors and then you work your way in. It looks like maybe oh no, Protectorate does have 1 spot in Mexico. Double failure on the public campaigns. Boo.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay, but we did succeed in a control, and it was the lesser of the 2. Funnily enough, he's the only one that actually succeeded. Okay, fair. All right, he has nothing else he's particularly great at, so we will fire another one in there.
To our side.
I'm here.
Where to?
Okay, public campaign 81. Now that we've cracked a hole,
Ready to go.
it'll be easier. She also can't do public campaigns. Or no, excuse me, she can do a public campaign. Yeah, continue getting my support up. Blaster.
What's the up?
Continue to get my support up.
Case.
And we're gonna go to priorities, and we are gonna do unity. Yep. The reason I do that again is because that's going to increase our public opinion. And by getting that up, it makes my roles to control it easier. And it makes everyone else's harder to control it, relative. All right, still good? We're still good. In fact, I think Humanity First has slipped a little bit here. Maybe. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick glance. Still didn't, I kind of want some more. Okay, let's go a little higher unity. I want this at least at 51%, just because it's making it harder for other people to get in there. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Okay, we are getting, okay, we're down to subversion. That's good. Maybe we can start not oppressing them soon. If they're good, we won't oppress them. Afghanistan, still in a guerrilla war, but wasn't that at 7 or 8? I think it's coming down pretty good. Yeah, we'll leave that be. Okay, we're looking for opportunities to take North Korea or South Korea. Doesn't look like there's any there at the moment. We're also looking to take Myanmar, which we do have a good opportunity to take. They are double cracked down. I didn't mention this, but basically, part of the academy is they're like, hey, yay, aliens, we love aliens, peace, love. And then we finally get our telescopes trained in on the aliens, and the aliens have a giant missile battery trained on us, basically. And so the support for the academy absolutely craters when that happens, and they get cracked down. So,
at your service.
Hey, buddy, let's go take Myanmar. Let me just double check. I can't imagine that they have problems with each other, although I won't claim to be a Myanmar expert. They do not have problems with each other. We are going to purge that and nab that quick. And that's super easy for him to do because they're cracked down.
Removing our enemies.
Yep, let's remove those enemies. Yeah, Academy is one of the hardest nations, actually. Fence sitters. Okay, new project. We could get quarters. Don't care. Those will become really relevant later on, but that's just not what we're doing currently. Wow. Wow, okay. Great job. We went from 14 public support to 30 in Russia. Yeah, repeat. Good job.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Another crit. We went up to 42%. Nice.
We've moved the needle.
47%. All right. We probably don't need all of them doing that.
We've removed some threats.
Excellent. Take me there. Okay, we got one purge done. We will hopefully get the other one here.
In each of us, embers glow. Through meditation, prayer, and togetherness, these dim sparks will blossom into the roaring flames they were meant to be. Superior Judith Helm, Burn Brighter, Self-Improvement Course.
Okay, selling her weird self-improvement courses. We're not really interested in that at the moment, but they did finish Advanced Chemical Rocketry, and it went to Humanity First. Since the middle of the 20th century and right up to the present day, rocketry has relied on an old-fashioned chemical combustion. Fuel and oxidizer are mixed and ignited in a combustion chamber, creating a propellant that is expelled to generate thrust. A tried and true method, and one which remains as fundamental now as it did decades ago. However, we can improve our existing designs to be far more fuel efficient and significantly safer. By using lighter materials and refining our propellants to become more stable, this classical method of propulsion can take us across distances at lower cost. What'd they pick? I think it was this one. Advanced electromagnetism. Not really helpful to me at the moment. I literally don't care. All right, is what it is. I really need to get some science rolling. We are at 240, and that is nothing. Okay, continue on. Okay, new assignments. We are obviously going to have him purge again. Only a 72% chance. I'm going to spend 2 just to go up to 83%. I really want this because that's, again, another bonus here. All right, Russia. We are at 49%. 49%. I don't need that many people doing it.
At your service.
So, Blaster. 89% chance. Yes, take it.
In no time. Ready for my mission.
70. I'm going to spend just a little bit and go to 82.
Standing by for orders.
Yeah.
Putting
All
our
right.
people in
If
place.
everybody succeeds, we will finish Russia next turn, and then I think it's time to tackle the tiger and start trying to push into China proper. This is the only thing that we don't really have that would be useful. Because of his defend interest, and it doesn't wear off until the 15th of July. We're not going to wait for that. So, a little unfortunate. We could have that slight bigger bonus, but otherwise we basically have everything. Okay, before we do our next turn though, I looked over to the side and realized it's already been 3 hours. I thought maybe we were an hour in. I desperately need to go get my tea. I'm definitely feeling it. So I am going to take a 5-er here, and I encourage you to get up and get yourself a drink and a stretch too if you've been sitting the entire time like I have. I'm going to tell YouTube that I am going to take a 5-minute break. And you guys can check out this really cool AFK screen that I customized just for this stream. Okay, well, hopefully you guys got up and got yourself a stretch. Let me resume here. J. Rob says, oh, it's looking into my soul. Yeah, just a reminder, if you made eye contact with the eye symbol, you have signed a digital contract and agreed to the TOS. Don't worry about what those say, you aren't going to read them anyways. Hey, Ryan, how's it going, man? Ugh, what's going on with my shirt here? Oh, bunched up weird. Happens when you sit for 3 hours in a row. Okay, I think we set everything up before my break, so we were ready to just immediately roll the turn. I'm kind of surprised none of the AIs have gone for India. I had seen a lot of games where they made kind of a beeline. Control Nation mission success. We're up to 2 out of 4.
We are in control now.
We got our purge.
We're taking over.
We got 3 out of 4.
Our supporters are in
4 out of
place.
4. All right. Well, that fills up our entirety of our control at the moment. So we are getting a little bit of a penalty to... Let me just read the whole thing. So we are currently managing that amount of control points. Being over the cap costs us 0.041 influence per day, which is reflected in our nation influence income. Enemy missions targeting our control points receive a bonus. We may abandon control points to reduce the cost, or increase the cap through research, or increasing our counselor's administration, command, and persuasion attributes. We are currently suffering a 0.04 penalty defending against missions targeting our control points. This value is average from how much blah blah blah. We got control of the armies. Nice. Not something we're planning on holding, but we're just temporarily grabbing this. Tut says, I don't want to doom spiral into Terra Invicta again. Do it. Do it. So much fun. Abandon the nation to help take China. Oh, we're going to do a lot of abandoning. That is for sure going to be dropped, though. So Belarus, definitely getting dropped here. So before we do it, I think we keep the things running. So let's flip this over to spoils. I'm going to leave a little bit of unity going because I do want to make it hard for someone to take at some point. But we are going to essentially abandon our operatives that we installed in Belarus. So we want to go to policies, abandon nation. One of the neat things that they've added since last time I was playing, auto renew. When you abandon a nation, we are abandoning them. They're not abandoning us. So we are still technically in control, even if we are not exerting that control. So I'm going to have it auto renew abandon because I'm literally never coming back here. And yeah, there you go. Do you really want to abandon it for the next 6 months? Yes. So it puts it on crackdown, making it really easy for people to take our stuff. We don't care. That does lower us under the cap, so we're good there. Let me see what other people are saying here. Are we going for a Russian opener? No. We could have done this blot earlier if we wanted to. We're going for China. And we were just grabbing literally everything touching China to get the bonuses for it. Hopefully that has paid off and we will be reaping that benefit, frankly, this turn. We can't do anything too crazy with Russia yet. We need time to consolidate power, essentially. So I can't instantly do things. I might be able to immediately leave with Kazakhstan, which we will probably do, but I'm gonna wait till I have control because I don't remember how that order of operation works. Don't you need like 80%? I mean, we need more, yeah, for sure. But now we have as good a roll as we can possibly get.
Ready to go.
Okay, step 1. Anybody ready to level. Okay, you need 3 XP before you can get National Hero. He can level. Okay, so we could get him Government. Government is needed for some of these things, so that is one possibility. He's probably not long for us. Maybe. I do see we have some stuff he can pick up, though. Okay, everybody can pick these up. No, nothing special. So we could get Fortuna products, 62 money, 1 influence, allows us to do the action of hostile takeover. That's how you steal orgs from other people. 4% economy isn't terrible. It's very expensive. It's most of my money. No. We could get Sparta Aviation. Greece into space? Actually, they're headquartered in Kiev. They give me 1 boost income and 1 mission control. They also increase our fund space program and boost. Yes, this is our Singapore support. Who are we gonna give it to? I guess it doesn't really matter at the moment. For the fact of not having to move things around. Probably to her, just so I don't have to move it around too much, although she's probably the closest to the chopping block. Is there anybody that we would want right now? Things I'm interested in, we need a good commando type, and I want a hacker slash fixer. I want the hacker specifically, but I think fixer can do the same thing. Survivor, government, cynic. Is basically how I feel about that. Your stats are all right. That's not so stellar. I need to jump on it though. A spy. I wish we had started with a spy instead of an officer. Officers are fine. They can be our command person, so would be, but again, kind of old. I mean, those aren't terrible traits. He at least doesn't have anything bad. Quick learner, or whatever the better one is definitely much easier. A checist, a member of a political police. 5% to oppression priority for our control points. Interesting. That's new. Never seen that one. Yeah, none of these are really jumping out. We have a criminal celebrity. There you go. From Taiwan. Now, Taiwan is in our near future. She could be useful, but it's whatever. All right, we're not going to get rid of anybody is what that tells me. So who do we want to put that space program? What is this one? Headquartered in Seattle. It's Nepeta Aviation. 19 research plus some extra, I think that's Xeno research, and a bajillion funding of stuff. I wouldn't keep this long term, but that's not the worst thing ever. It is $222 though. This one's definitely better of the two. The reason I'm leery about putting something on her is I want to be able to put a persuasion org on her if we get the chance. So I think it's going to go to him. Yeah, he's not my criminal. Matevo says, I prefer operatives over commandos for the skill spread, but some commandos are good enough character traits. Yeah, I'm not like super duper committed to anything other than I want a hacker. There's some events that are pretty nice that hackers will let us do. Can anyone confirm for me? Do fixers get the same event choices that hackers get? I don't actually know that. That's just me absorbing somebody else's knowledge. All right, he gets the space program. Yes. Do I want to grab this one? I'm not going to spend a lot on military, although we probably will try to modernize the Chinese military. We're not going to build armies. We're not going to found any militaries. We may have to build some Chinese Navy. I am going to do the space program probably at least a couple times as we need to find mission control places. And boost we are going to build. 19 research is a fair amount. The thing is, it's $222, and we only have 900, and we're gonna have to spend a whole bunch on public campaigns. Maybe we could sell it off later. No, let's not. Let's not. If I'm hemming and hawing, it's not good enough. Yeah, let's let that go. Let it go. If you love it, let it go. Okay. Good. Let's see how happy or sad we're gonna be. Okay, so Blaster.
Acknowledged.
is by far my best persuasion character. 12%. Not the worst. So we're getting 3.1 from neighboring countries. We were at 2, I think, last time we looked. So those couple ads that we did definitely helped. So if we spend some money, I think I'm willing to pay 80 bucks for a 33%, or 160 for 43, or 320 for 55. We only have 990. I think we're gonna send a 33. Fair amount of research, start the low rolls. Yeah, all right, we're gonna fire a 33 at it.
Service.
All right, Stefano has our next best chance. He does not have public opinion, though.
Ready for orders.
Blaster, remind me, were you able to get... No, you are not able to get National Hero. Who's my National Hero? Okay, it's you. And you have public campaigns, and that is not from this. So, we're gonna take away her public campaigns. We're gonna take that off of her, yes. And we're gonna give that to Stefano. Sucks that we're paying a little bit to move this around, but he has a better chance of actually being able to succeed. So let's do that. Okay, Stefano, public. 20 bucks for a 10%. I think we're just gonna take a moonshot here. 10 bucks for a 7%, or 0 bucks for a 5. I think we're gonna 0 for 5. I don't even think that's worth his time. Let's go do some stabilizing. Let's stabilize Kazakhstan, because that's someplace we're gonna stay.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Once we get this up a little bit, it'll make future things easier. So the hard part's cracking the nut. Once you're in, you're in.
I'm here.
Like, you guys are gonna have like no chance. 4%. Okay, other places we may want to do things in the future is over here. Let's run some over here.
Ready for my mission.
And we still don't have a crackdown. That's until July. That's really all I care about. So this is the only other place I really care at the moment. You do not have public, though. See? You are really kind of worn out your welcome. You can't get National Hero. You are my criminal, so you are giving me this, but that's not indispensable. Let's take another look here. Is there anybody that really is just like, oh, that's the one? Let me look at that hacker. Nobody confirmed the fixer thing for me. Okay, so 7.6 isn't terrible. I do like to have a character who is my investigator / espionage person. That would be fine. No command, no admin hurts, though, quite a bit. He's a survivor. That's a good trait. He's less likely to die if we get nuked. Government's fine. I think that might be mutually exclusive with criminal, though, and I would prefer my hacker as a criminal. And he's a cynic, which is fine. Yeah, he's just fine. We are going to need a command person, but we're not quite at the point of the game where I have anything for him to do. So... yeah, he doesn't really have a lot of jobs. Government and hard target is perfectly fine for him. Although, criminal's another one that can be pretty good for that type of character. He does assassinate. He has extract counselor, assault alien aspect, I don't know who you're talking about, but this guy doesn't. An activist. I don't think we need an activist. Judge, investigator. Okay. Aware, government, and suspicious. That's not terrible traits. He's also a reasonable age. He is apparently pretty loyal. Oh, the fixer could assassinate. Yeah. I believe assassinate, though, doesn't that come off a command? So I don't think. Oh, no, it doesn't. It comes off of espionage. Okay, yeah. I don't think anyone here is blowing my socks off, is kind of what I'm getting. So maybe we leave it alone. What are we going to get her to do, though? We could start looking for that alien. You know what? Let's find out. Are there any aliens in China? Let's do a surveil here. Maybe let's see if there's anyone putzing around, because I don't really have a ton else to do. Yeah. Could just survey. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to go with.
Initiating surveillance.
Yeah, just to see if there's anyone else here. I doubt anyone's trying this, but aliens do be aliens. And we know there are 2 aliens in Russia, or at least that's where they landed. So they could be in China, they could be in the Middle East or in Europe. We don't know. We haven't had any sightings of them, which kind of makes me nervous, actually. Okay, we are still in control of a rival domestic politics.
On Overwatch.
Okay, we surveilled. Didn't immediately find anybody, so that doesn't necessarily mean they're not here, but we didn't see them. Okay, stabilize. You will probably keep repeating that until we have that fixed. We could research energy labs. Okay. Enemy army joins battle in the Donetsk region. We probably should do something about that war. Public campaign complete. That was the Saudi Arabia one. Sure. I just basically need them to have something to do to get experience. A critical failure. Okay, we did not get the China one. %9 makes me very nervous. There's somebody got exposed over here. We have enough boosts that we could send something up, but we don't want to do that at the moment. The fact that we can see somebody over here. If I want to do diplomacy with the other factions, I do need to make contact with their agents. Maybe that's what she can do here. Why don't we go investigate what this is?
We'll see what they're up to.
We'll see what they got. All right, blaster. 29 experience. Yeah, we need 1 more experience for Sang. Sang is
at your service.
Working there, that's fine.
Standing by.
Blaster. Okay, 12% chance to succeed. 15, 20, 25. God, it doubles in price every time I move the bar. So, like, not too expensive, exceptionally expensive. This is 64 attempts at the 10 price. So I think it's either 25 or 33. I think we're gonna shoot 33s. I think that's what we're gonna do. 80 we can afford. We're making 101 a month.
I will try to sway the public.
Please do. And let me just do a quick little org check. Nothing new at the moment. Okay. It should tell me when I get it, but the chances of me noticing while streaming is like 0. So that's just why I'm doing that. Okay, over here. What do we have here? The Resistance. Are you in charge of Ukraine? Yeah, the Resistance is in charge of Ukraine with some servants, and they are fighting the Russian army. Now, I don't care what happens to Russia, so if their army dies, okay, that literally don't care. So I'm not too sussed about that. I don't see a reason why it would benefit me to end this war, basically. So I think we're gonna let it be. Now here, I do want these to leave them, but again, I want to wait till I get the message that I've consolidated power in Russia. And I'm not certain that I actually have. So policies. Yeah, this is in the initiative is yet to consolidate authority in this region. We'll have it in 56 days, 126 days. Okay, that's what I need to see. If you remember right, new councilors are the 1st and new organs are the 15th. Ah, okay. Good to know. All right, did we do our priorities here? We did not. Let's continue getting our support up really, really high just to make this a bugbear for whoever takes it. But I also like money. So I think we're going to spoil them too. And I don't really care anything else because we're not going to keep this. Yep. One oppression? They don't really need the oppression. They're only subversive and it's going down. Yeah, and if we lose it, I don't care. That's the thing. Just, you have to remember, not all this is stuff we're going to keep forever. Ooh. Stefan. Oh, Stefan. If you don't mind, Stefan, would you mind doing a purge?
Removing our enemies.
Somebody lost his lockdown. And he's already cracked because of the event. Everything's gonna get spoiled. Well, now watch. Now that I'm doing that, we're gonna win China instantly, so I'll have to abandon it after all this work. What happens after you exhaust most of the spoilables? It's not a finite resource. What you're doing is essentially you're damaging their GDP and you're increasing their, or well, you're decreasing their sustainability, which hurts global warming. When global warming gets out of control, it hurts a lot. Like a lot. We'll have like flooding and storms and all kinds of horrendous stuff. There are some places that are less, where can I see that? That are like insulated from the problem, and there's some that will have worse. It's a mineral. I'm trying to remember what the symbol looks like. Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah, ecologically protected region. These regions, typically in high latitudes in the northern hemisphere, will not suffer economic loss due to global environmental damage. So basically, Siberia will be better as the globe warms up. So if you're playing as China, maybe you don't care about global warming. But if you're playing in nations who have places that are very susceptible to it, I'm sure we have some. Yeah, ecologically vulnerable region. So this will hurt us a lot more. It also raises inequality. So all of these various stats are tied in with each other. And for nations you want to keep, spoils is not good for you. It's only hurting you. Even if you have to do it to make your elites happy, it's not a good thing for you. They're not helping you. Russia is less vulnerable. Yes, that is what I meant if I said that differently. Are there space colonies? Yes, there are. So once we have the tech, we can go colonize whatever we want. So we'll start with the moon, and then our second thing is Mars. Those are like our first two. And then depending on what you want to do, Mercury's really good for solar power because it's so close to the sun. And then as we go out, more resources, and somewhere the aliens are. We don't know where, but they're out here somewhere. So that's a very, very long ways away from where we're at right now. Oh, and we are tracking Victor 2. Remember, Victor 1 already crash landed. Okay, he is coming. Victor 1 came from, I'm going to call this galactically south. Although maybe I spun my camera. We should probably pay more attention to that. So Victor 2 is coming from Mingpo or Oot. I wish we had a galactic compass on here. Is what it is. We can maybe get a clue where they're at because they have to come from somewhere. So he may have spiraled in. I mean, he could be on Pluto too. Maybe he spiraled in from there. I don't know enough about the orbital mechanics of that to actually say. But yes, the space colonies, there is a, let's call it a gold rush to get property on the moon and Mars. And if we lose that gold rush, it will hurt us a lot. Like I mentioned at the very beginning, it's very expensive to use boost to get stuff into space. Whoever controls the space resources controls the space race. And it's going to be me. Spoilers. Investigate counselor mission success. Okay, who are they? Take me there. We found somebody from Project Exodus. We don't hate them. They are taking this, which at some point I would like to get, but otherwise I don't care. Because I do have my eye on trying to take this off of them, maybe I don't peace treaty them. Well, we could open contact, though. I gotta remind myself. Do I need to do that via an agent? Oh, it's between turns. Hang on. We gotta let the turn finish.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, Saudi Arabia public opinion's now at 56.
We've moved the needle.
Oh, China went up to 12. Okay. 51's the magic number. If we could get to 51, big things will start happening. But every little bit helps. Every bit helps. I'm just going to continue because I want to see the numbers rather than repeat. We could push for positive relations to mitigate the penalties from taking. That's true. That's very true. Okay, new project available. Our researchers and development teams are now able to undertake Xenology Lab. This is a very important one, depending on what you want to do. It'll let us research the xenotechs faster, but it also will allow us to set up alien detection satellites.
Remains in power.
Purge mission critical failure? Dude, you had a 97 success chance. All right, repeat. That's unacceptable, Steven. Go back to your room and think about what you did. Okay, here we go. One of the first big events after the aliens get here. The new normal. The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With the sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than the aliens. In short, our moment to strike quickly is passing. Our counselors report their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct as they navigate the old protocols for travel, security, international contracts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish. The mission assignment phase will now be twice a month going forward. So instead of 1 week per turn, it's 2 weeks per turn. Okay, so the new normal. Aliens are here and they're kind of boring, is what the general population thinks. I have not finished it, Blaster. I've only, I've set as a favorite to research. We are currently working on clandestine cells, kind of lackadaisically. I'm waiting to make sure that I have control of this. Although, frankly, no one's fighting me for it. Maybe we go super greed for just a second and finish this, because I could recruit another counselor. I've been really slow on this. Let's do that, since no one's gonna try here. Just, they're putting piddly amounts in. Okay, step 1. Pan. Yeah, contact. Sure. Well, you know what? Let's do it. Just to show it off, if nothing else. So we're gonna contact the Exodus guy that we were able to figure out who he was. It's gonna cost us 10 influence. Assign mission. That'll let us open the Diplo screen, basically, with them. Okay, Stefan. Stefan didn't get dessert because he failed a 97%. We're not very happy with Stefan right now.
I'm here.
And Blaster is amazing. Okay, so no change in percentage yet. So we will still probably throw the 33 at it. Yeah, I'm not spending an additional 80 to go up to 43. Sorry.
I will tell our
How
story.
are we doing in Singapore? Okay, still growing. Population growing. Democracy increasing. GDP, hey, 619 billion. Babel has increased the GDP of Singapore by $1 billion. You're welcome. You're very welcome. How are we doing on the space program? We're at 8.6 out of 50. I mean, that definitely could do better. You know what? I'm even going to lower our economic gains to raise the space program. We have Jack All for mission control, and we really need to get some of that up and running so that we're ready for other phases of the game. Okay, so public support. Do we still care about that here? I think I do, at least until I have control of it. Insert the Manoa "you're welcome" gift. Yep. You're welcome. I did this. Okay. Sang has 31 points. National Hero. So National Hero, if you weren't here at the beginning, is a trait. It obviously is your nation, so she is Chinese from China. So she is going to get National Hero. Well known and influential in his or her home nation. +3 persuasion when in their home country. So she's going to go from 7 to 10 when she's doing things in China. Really what we need is like 15 if we got our choice. We also get -1 security when we're at home, just so everyone knows who we are. It also is going to give her Inspire. I think she might have Inspire. No, she doesn't. Inspire will help us be able to increase the loyalty of our agents. Something we really want to do, just not during this initial mad rush. So, National Hero, go. All right, and let me just double check. Okay, you were doing things here. JK, I think you're probably good enough to do this now. Public campaign in China, 3% less, but that's not misery. $80 for a 25. Maybe a little pricey for my blood. Let's go 40 for a 20.
I will tell our story.
Okay, and now it's a matter of time. The biggest danger we have right now is those aliens. I don't know where they are. I'm not seeing them here. I'm not seeing them there. I don't know where those aliens went. Slippery little buggers. They do look like they're in Turkmenistan, but I don't care. Can we? I don't suppose we're allowed to see. No, I'm not allowed to see who has the most favor for them. Are they working over here at all? I don't think they're in the Americas. Yeah, we still actually have pretty high. This would have been a good America opener actually for me. Yeah, they're not over here, I don't think. So they're definitely in Eurasia. Okay, that's a little suspicious, maybe. Maybe one of them went down to Africa? I'm looking for purple because purple is the servants, and the aliens help the servants. So that's my suspicion, at least, until we can actually start seeing these little buggers. Okay, nobody's fighting me on that. Let's keep going.
Initiating contact.
If you wish to spend your days squabbling over resources, so be it.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you're okay with that. Okay, hey, buddy. I don't think we want a non-aggression or a truce yet, but maybe some intelligence sharing wouldn't be the worst. Nope, they will never agree to an intelligence sharing. Okay, so not close enough that we can do anything there. What orders have you managed to get? Research, funding, space program boost. Isn't that the one we said no to, or very similar to the one we said no to? Mencina products. Economy and spoils. I mean, that's fine. I would take that if I had it. Some income, public campaign. I could use that for one of my characters. What are the odds? What are the odds that you would sell that to me? Well, we'll think about that. What else do you have? Headquartered in the Wuhan region, gives some money and some economy. Economy spoils. Palo Verde advertising. Okay, that one would also give a public campaign. Okay, so this one, public campaign, $3 to influence. public campaign, $1, 2 influence, and some social science. We are going to do a lot of social science research. That has it too. Yeah, that one's just frankly better. So, apparently it doesn't like that, Libra. Okay, can I just buy that off you? I wish this would actually just, I wish there was an auto balance. That's such a good modern game thing. Offer more. I'm willing to pay a decent chunk. Need more. There is a limit to my generosity. Not even close, he says. I would not pay 500. Okay, no. We're not gonna be able to afford that. I don't really have anything else I can give him. Yeah, that's generating some of my money at the moment. Yeah. Unfortunately not. Alan says, has he tried getting into China? We are just starting the Chinese arc of the stream, Alan. We are just getting going. We have one successful PR campaign in. Yeah, the social science would arrive, the arrival tech. Yeah, it would. I don't have the money to throw at that yet. We're still a small, poor billion-dollar company. You guys can't expect that much from me. That's why we have to use AI for our graphics. Okay, contact. It's fine. We made contact, but not really much we can do to them. There definitely was a change, though. I don't remember not being able to make a non-aggression with them. We're not really that ideologically opposed to each other, so that's a little surprising to me.
Just imagine, Ifechi, how this world would change if we could mass manufacture building materials in an instant. Homes built for mere pennies, irrigation for every village, a brighter, fairer future for all. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, private correspondence.
Yeah, Blaster agrees. He says, as a small-time, multi-billion-dollar shadow organization, we really should qualify for some welfare and subsidies. You guys just don't understand. I'm gonna have to offshore all my money. I can't afford this. Okay, so, okay, so this was the servants who actually completed this. Advanced carbon, I mean, this is fine. It doesn't hurt us, but it wasn't helpful either. To build our way to the stars, we require far more efficient resources than we have now. As the fourth most abundant element in the universe, and indeed the second most in the human body, carbon is a near endless and highly adaptable resource. By developing our understanding of carbon's properties and limits, we have become able to manipulate it at a molecular level. This will enable the creation of even more impressive yet even more affordable building materials and structures, both here on Earth and eventually throughout the galaxy. This tech unlocks new orgs, and they become available on the market. We can research carbon nanotubes. They picked deep space propulsion concepts. Okay, interesting. Has nobody... no. I want... Where's my zoom button? Has nobody picked up the deep space stuff yet? Where are we at on that? Okay, Skywatch... Nobody has picked up Deep System Skywatch. That's interesting to me. This is going to be our next, one of our next big pushes. Where are we at on Moon? Mission to the Moon. Okay, we would need to get orbital habs first. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not too concerned about that. Okay. I want to make sure we win that race, so I just need to know when that's approaching. And it's not. She picked what? Space propulsion or something? Yeah, she picked deep space propulsion. That could be more. Oh, here it is. Okay, so heading towards getting engines, and actually also heading towards mission to the moon. Yeah, that actually, no, it's not. That's not the unlock here. Okay, yeah, it's orbital habs we have to watch out for. Okay, that's pretty much a wasted tech at the moment. Okay, so neither one of these we care about. We do care about this a little bit, but I kind of want my last agent. We've been putting that off way too long. Okay, Pan.
For the next mission.
I also did see the message that there were new orgs, so let's check that. India can get a lot of science, but it takes a while to fix. It does. Japan is easier to get into. Yeah, I like Japan and Korea opener, but it's not very good if you want to go into China because they're rivals. Yeah, I just didn't want to do the USA, even though it was kind of our easier random start, just because everyone else is doing it. We did have Kazakhstan or whatever super duper easy, which was nice. In the release patch, India is a nice start. Yeah, we are playing 1.0, Alan. Europe's a nice start for early MC, but you're going to struggle with science. Yeah, they can also struggle with boost quite a bit too. Okay, let's check if there's any new orders that we care about. A lot of these look familiar. The Tolaman Research Associates. 29 research, it boosts various things. I would buy it if I was rich, but I'm poor. We're just a poor multi-billion organization at the moment. All right, Pan, we need to find something for you to do, but it's not end of turn.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Public campaign failure. Womp womp. All right, repeat. Special project available. High thrust probes. That is one we definitely want to have done before Mission to the Moon becomes available. Probes arrive at their destination 100% faster. So when we can go to the moon, we need to send a probe there first to prospect for us. So we're definitely going to want that at some point. Not currently.
No sway in their minds.
A critical failure. You guys are killing me. Repeat. If you go anything that's not USA, Singapore, yep. Well, funny you should say that, Alan. Funny you should say that. I own Singapore, and we are working on their space program. Okay, Victor 2 arrives. Crashed in India. Would you... Stupid aliens, could you go somewhere else and quit surrounding me? I have bad feelings about things that are going to happen in the near future. Oh... And the servants are in India. It's not the worst. It's not the best. It's not who I would pick. Okay. Okay, assignments. We are definitely going to want to do this right away. You are the least... Why is that one not liking that?
Ready for my mission.
Where do you need me?
Ready for orders.
Why are you not able to... Oh, we don't have 5 ops. We spent our ops to buy the criminal organization, and we haven't recouped enough yet. A little bit of an ouch on that. Okay, yeah. Took me a second, but I got there.
Reporting in.
Okay, Blaster.
Standing by for orders.
How we doing here? Not stellar. If we were to take a moonshot, what would we be at? A 10% chance, and it would take half of my influence. No. We're not to moonshots yet.
Go.
Okay, we did get the one purge. That did knock me over. We're gonna want to let something else go. Well, I don't think we have anything easy else to go. I do think I want to kick them out, though. I'm just really debating how far I want to go over this. We don't own anything that's not helping us with China, except Singapore and here. Like I said, going over a little bit isn't bad. Going over a lot is really bad. I think we're going to kick them out, even if we end up having to abandon this. Screw those guys for annoying me earlier. Yeah, we'll spend 1 influence for a 70.
Taking power.
Standing by.
They should have thought about what I wanted before they did that. Okay, surveil. Let's see if we can at least spot the alien, even if we can't really do anything.
Initiating recall.
She doesn't have public opinion stuff, which is killing me. Okay, we said no to this, but here's some other new stuff. I guess I looked too soon. Light Star Orbital. Okay, some boost and some research. These are really good at the beginning, and we can sell them to other people later. I would not say no. Alpha Research Group. 30 research plus 2 knowledge. I mean, cool, but not going to help me at the moment. And Palatine Aviation. This one interests me a lot because that's an additional bonus to our found space program and our boost. $400. We can afford that. Okay, you are most likely to be kicked out. You, I would really, really like it if we could get you persuasion, but we don't have any. Terra Vindictive. I see what you did there. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna take this. The boost is super duper good, and we can't fit that on her. Blaster could fit it. Pan could fit it. Yeah, this is because we don't have enough administration. Okay, Blaster, you're gonna be in charge of Light Star Orbital. Okay, pretty big investment. We just spent like almost 1,000 credits or 1,000 funding for that, but 2 extra boost is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, an extra mission control. I don't actually like mission control on organizations, but I bought it for the boost. We're getting Fund Space Program 5%, Fund Space Program 6%. Yeah, 6% extra. Not the worst. So that's going to help us get this founded lickety split. Yeah, it just makes it more efficient for us. We're also running those spoil things too, so hopefully getting a decent cash there. Okay, this is running okay. Inequality is getting a little higher. I probably can chill some on the Unity, and we'll give them a teeny bit, okay, a teeny bit of welfare while keeping the elites happy with the spoils. All right, let's run it.
Eyes up.
Dang it. I knew it. We've detected what appear to be alien microbes and plants in the Raipur region of India. They are thriving and threaten to displace the native biota, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advances to the degree that we would expect. A direct application of force rather than via counselor mission or army operation should be able to reduce or even eliminate the spread. We will be able to begin preparations for a research project to better understand the phenomenon. Future notifications will not trigger an alert. Well, that's not great. That is not great. Yeah, our research and development teams were able to undertake the Alien Flora project. Gives us a 25% damage bonus against xenoformation, forming, like terraforming, xenoforming. Yeah, right here, alien life forms. The initiative consolidates control in Mongolia. The initiative has consolidated executive control in Mongolia. Okay, cool. And we do not have much that we can do against this.
Remains unmoved.
Fail.
Our case remains unheard.
Fail.
Our people have taken control.
Okay, good. Okay, how big a panel do we go to? We can eat that. Paper Tiger. The soldiers of the 8th Guard are massively underperforming compared to pre-war expectations. Okay, but this is an event because of that war that we're in. We can say the war became a lot more difficult. We lose opinion in Russia. We could call people up. That's gonna fail. That's gonna hurt our reputation. We could insert operatives if we had that. Okay, we don't really care. They lost a unit. Oh no. I almost bet that this is an alien right here. I almost guarantee that. What are my odds? Actually pretty good. Okay, maybe this is somebody else inspecting the crash. I will see who that is.
Where to?
I don't think...
Ready for my mission.
I don't think we have anybody who can do anything about that xenoforming at the moment. So we have to hope somebody else goes and deals with it. We have resistance and humanity first in the area, at least. Double... Okay. I think the aliens are really, really in here. Okay. And resistance is in Pakistan. I hope we don't see a nuclear exchange here. That's a little close for comfort. Afghanistan is still also really, really servant lovers. I don't like that. Yeah. Okay, well, at least they're not in China. At least they're not in China. Okay, Stefan. For the time being, I do think I will invest in a defend. Yes.
Making things safe for our people.
All right, and we are just going to continue to spoil the crap out of this country. And this is where most of our money is coming from, so thank you very much. We'll buy Ubisoft. Okay, that is everybody. Yeah, we are not making the most progress here. Humanity first is on the rise, and it looks like it's just natural. Everyone's still chill on this? Yes, they are. Okay.
Securing our control.
Defend mission complete. Cool. New project available. Our research and development teams report that we're able to undertake a new interplanetary chemical rocket project. National investment points we direct towards boost are increased by 10%, and we can change the calculation in our favor for using boost. Definitely a to-do list thing, for sure.
Surveillance complete.
We are over cap, but we're just gonna have to sit on it for the time being. Okay, we did succeed. Who was it that we saw? Oh, it was the same idiot. Okay, he must have really bad espionage that we keep catching him. I don't really need to talk to them again, so that's kind of whatever. You don't have enough XP to do anything. Stefano does. We could save up for Puppet Master. That would help with our influence since we're going to be a little bit over. I might also just need to hold more things. We could up his... No, let's get some admin. I'm concerned that we're gonna get to the point where we won't be able to hold orgs. Admin also helps us with the control a little bit too, so that's fine. Yeah, we're not planning on keeping around. We started with really bad counselors. as I choke to death. Okay, public campaign failure.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Double failure. Oh, I hate that when it just sits on your vocal cords.
Humanity shatters the boundaries of the possible. It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button. We need only the will to do so. And your generous investment, of course. Chairman Soren van Wyk, opening remarks during Western Armory's annual earnings call.
Yeah, we should have picked meritocracy. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Protectorate actually took control of that one. We should go see what they own, because I didn't really see anything. And they have selected Deep System Skywatch. Okay, they are finally moving on that. To meet the alien arrival in kind, we require a paradigm shift in our own technology. We must reach the stars, both so that they can become a staging ground for our advancement and defense of humanity, and so that we can tap their remarkable resources for ourselves. In addition, to counter the advanced weapons of our rivals might wield against us, we will require bleeding-edge armaments of our own. Our scientists believe that the best way forward is via magnetics on a hitherto unprecedented scale. Their tests have successfully demonstrated that precise sequential firing of a row of powerful magnets can grant incredible acceleration to a moving object. In time, we believe we'll be able to apply this to handheld weapon projectiles to rapidly catapult resources from deep space to our facilities, or to build spacecraft capable of boosting their propulsion to reach once impossible speeds and destinations. Furthermore, they theorize that powerful magnetic fields may be used to contain new and unstable forms of energy. The latest advancements are but a gateway to a brighter future. We cannot yet wholly dispense with the old ways of propulsion, transport, containment, but certainly a reality where we can dramatically augment them with magnetic force is within reach. The doorway to tomorrow yawns open before us. Okay, Deep System Skywatch is finally underway. I'll be curious to see who's actually interested in that. Back just in time for the greed ad? Nice. We love that. I thought it was very fitting for this nation. Okay, very sad turn there, I have to say. Very sad turn. Okay,
Wrapping up here.
Okay, nothing there. No orgs I want to buy at the moment. Blaster. Oh yeah, we're still in between turns. Haunted forest. Several people have reported missing after failing to return from a local forest. We don't love that. Just a spooky bedtime story. Aliens performed 2 abductions in Russia. We don't have the ops to send anybody. We are not humanity first, and we are not servants. So, it's just spooky. All right, so we confirmed there's still an alien up in Russia. So we have at least 1 in India, 1 in Russia, and 1 unaccounted for. Okay, confirming assignments. Are we... Okay, 65% success if we spend a chunk. Alright, we're gonna have to start spending higher. Now that we have the extra spoils, I'm not feeling so bad about that. We gotta make some progress here. We are hurting.
What's the op?
I don't think he's worth it.
Ready to go.
Okay, you can't do it.
Your orders? Ready.
Yeah, we're gonna spend some bigger bucks
I will
here.
try to sway the public.
All right, you...
I'm here.
We could go surveil. I missed... I already dismissed it. Let's... Dovskoy. I'm looking for where that was. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering what it said. Oh, here it is, right here. Yeah, let's survey here.
Surveilling target.
I'm here.
Why do I feel like you didn't go where I wanted you to go? How the heck did you end up over here based on what I just told you to do? I want this on a surveil. Yes. You have council no. Oh no! I don't want to confirm that. You
Standing by
here.
for orders.
Oh, maybe I clicked the wrong one. Maybe that was it. There we go.
Surveilling target area.
There. All right. We're not going to be able to do much about that, but at least we can see if that's happening.
What's the op?
Okay. He has like no chance of being able to get in there. How are we feeling here? Pretty peaceful. Let's be more peaceful.
We'll make things safe.
Okay, so we're almost in control here. We will next turn. We're still 73 days away from being in control of Russia. One lower? Yes.
Your orders.
This mission is cursed from the beginning, I have a feeling.
Recon.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters if we only convince them we are worthy.
Yeah, good luck with that. We finally officially met the Academy. Led by members of Earth's scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species able to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence and as a mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must build a bridge to ensure the aliens treat us as equals. Yeah, good luck.
On Overwatch.
Surveil mission complete. We didn't find... Doesn't look like we found. Okay, clandestine cells. Very nice. Okay, talent development is probably my short list here. I don't have anyone who can run this mission anyways. Yeah, let's get the extra admin. But again, I'm gonna go a little higher in here. I just want to get to 1,001 point to make sure nobody can steal this from me. Although nobody's still playing with it, so maybe we try to rush this. The second we see somebody take interest in this, we'll change our policy. And we can go recruit. Now we have this open. We must develop the covert operation project to get the 6th one. So that's another one that we're going to be looking out for. And we want recruiting. Okay, I'm not loving that that's this shallow. There is an operative. 52. Boy. Apparently we're not a youth movement. Is that a little on the nose? I feel like that's a little on the nose. 52, probably a little old, but could be okay. Aware, survivor, famous. Famous isn't great. I don't like that because we're gonna get detected. She is a hard target. She is undercover. So she actually negates most of famous. I'm not in love with that. It's okay. I do like the spread she has, although no admin kind of hurts. I just really do not like these people. I think we may be waiting for another set to come through. Inspector's okay here. Good. Yeah, actually the Inspector maybe is a little more interesting. Oh, he's a person non grata in China, though. Apparently the game really wants me to have this China opening. If you're a person non grata, that means you're not welcome in your home country. I think we can Bases imprisonment, blah, blah, blah. Cannot perform missions in rivals of my home country. I think we can remove non grata. It's not a huge deal at the moment, but that could be a major pain in my butt. Does anyone know if you're able to remove non grata? Aware would be fine. Demanding is okay. They don't like it when other people critically fail. Free extra espionage. Yeah, he's okay. Too pricey. I'm not concerned about the price. He's also a bit on the old side. If he didn't have non grata, I think I would take him. I don't think that's gonna work out. I don't like any of these guys. I think we're gonna wait until we get a click over and we'll see what we get. Yeah, we have a temporary criminal, but it's on Panfu, I believe, who's not long for us. Oh, that was mid-turn too. Hold on. Maybe we'll get the new people after the turn clicks over.
Violence is abating.
Okay. Yep. Good job.
Our case remains unheard.
Wow. Still failed the 55% chance.
Our case remains unheard.
Ladies, you're killing me. Has crackdown and detain? True.
Accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us.
That's right. We don't have time for delays.
Internal memo.
Leaving Earth is one thing. Colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another. And perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing. At least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel, with our current sources constrained both by storage and propulsion limitations. It's a problem that the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and now they believe they have a pathway to next-generation propulsion systems that are open to us. Efficiency is foremost avenue in their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of propellant, while reducing wear and damage to our ship's drives and nozzles. Now that the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe there are three possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, and electrothermal propulsion. Each has its own advantage and will depend upon our prior discoveries in other fields. Went with orbital shipbuilding. That was the... oh my gosh, I just lost them. Project Exodus. So they want to leave, so it makes sense that they are pushing for that. Okay, that's fine. Don't have too much to say about that. They will. They will. Okay, step one. Did we get any new people? We didn't. I don't know. I'm not super into these. Purge, crackdown, investigate, and detain. She's older than I would want. Turkish is okay. They don't have a ton of orgs by my knowledge. An okay stat spread with nothing stellar. Assault alien asset, it would be useful to me at the moment. Let's wait until we at least see some more. I'm just not liking any of those. Now, apparently that wasn't even into the turn yet again, so I'm keep jumping the gun on that. Okay, space tugs, we really would like that. That's a really good one. Speeds up the delivery of HAB modules by 11%. It doesn't matter too much now, but when we're using like a year to get to Mars, that will be very important. So I'm really glad we got that tech. Okay, now it is my turn. Now let's look and see if anything changed. I think the answer is no. Nope. We've fallen behind other factions developing our research network into xenobiology. Okay, well, we're working on it, man. Get some actual successes here and we can make some progress.
Standing by.
Ready for orders.
Okay, stabilize. Yeah, we're having Afghanistan things going crazy, so let's try to pull that off a little bit.
Reporting in.
Are we... Yeah, we were even trying to help over there. Yeah, let's up that a little bit more. Let's even not spoil them. Let's go like that. I don't want to lose that until I'm ready to get rid of it. I want those bonuses. All right, you... Yeah, you're my one that has less to do. Did we find... No, we didn't find anything out over here. Yeah, you are definitely also on the short list. We're still... Oh, we are not defended. Does that mean I'm not defended over here? Yeah, let's... Yeah. Okay, you now have something you can do. Yeah, go get those redefended. We are approaching 36% done on our space program here. Dominion 7 has improved graphics. Yeah, it's amazing how far they came. All right, double checking. I want to keep close eye on this because I don't want an oops.
Protecting our interest.
Okay. New candidates. Okay, that's what I wanted. Perfect. Yeah, I want one, but I just haven't had one available, Alan. Well, we own one. I would need a second one.
Any effect?
Stabilize didn't work. Repeat it.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
You are actually killing me.
Our cause is unjustified.
43% chance and another fail. This is Babel luck right here. Only thing we can really hope to do is have them level up and get some more persuasion. We are losing so many high rolls on that. Okay, new orgs also. Okay, step 1, counselors. I assume the new people are down here, although... Yeah, I recognize him. Okay, so these are the new ones. We have a scientist. I do like scientists. They are usually for who I use as my advise people. So I wouldn't say no to that. Known, ironically, for science and a little bit of admin. Ooh, and here we go. Innovative. A wellspring of new ideas. Increases the chance that research projects will trigger by 10%. We were talking about this when we talked about the tech tree. That's actually kind of valuable to me. He's a military scientist. That I don't really care much about. Military science isn't going to be our forte, but it doesn't hurt us either. He's a media darling. Extra influence is useful to me. Getting exposed isn't the worst for him. And he does get extra persuasion when we have at least 6 government. Or 6 democracy. And he's furtive. Extra espionage. A little bit low. Okay, that's not great, but that's not horrible. I like this guy. I like this guy. He's from Pakistan, which makes sense. We're in the area, kind of. Okay, not what I'm looking for, but I really like innovative. And he's not bad. He'll survive the campaign at 32 unless he gets assassinated. He has advise. He can help us with the investigate. Unlikely to do any of these. He's okay. He's not stellar, but he's okay. Executive. Probably not. Streetwise, media darn, affluent. We're not looking for somebody just to give us money and stuff. Okay, a new hacker. I do want a hacker. All right, she's a spring chick at 43. Not the greatest spread of stats to get us started. Demanding's fine. It hurts a little now because we're failing critical fails, but it gets less bad later. Affluent gets us a little bit of money. She is a criminal. That takes care of our criminal need. A cynic? Me too, lady. Me too. Difficult to fool, but expresses little hope for humanity's future. It's fine. She can't inspire, but she wouldn't be my inspire monkey anyways. She's undercover. That's fine. She's streetwise and a quick learner. Ladies, I'm sorry, this one's taken. Zenulia Artukolegu. I think you're gonna get renamed. You're also cheap. Yeah. We still need the things we need, but I'm taking this. I really do want a hacker, so you're in. You're also pretty cheap. Okay, let's change your name, though. Something I can maybe say. Let me pick somebody who hasn't really had a name in anything recently. Mo Gundam, thank you for being a builder. We will have some more names later on. We'll be able to name like our ship classes and whatnot. So we'll be able to have a lot more. Mo Gundam. Quite a famous hacker. Little known fact there, actually. All right, Mo Gundam. Welcome to the team. You have a little bit of XP. Okay, so we can make you a survivor. I don't hate that, but it's not needed. Agitator, you're not really going to do persuasion stuff. We could use you to get some influence. That would be useful in the short term. We could use you to get some money, useful in the short term. So for you, science might be useful. Espionage, you're probably going to end up being my espionage and investigate person. So those would be pretty good. Admin is pretty good. You're also the criminal. So let's go admin on you, I think. A connected hacker, she seems dangerous. Seems like the type of lady we need around here. Yeah, let's start. The only reason I'm hesitating here, this would be kind of useful right now. Both of these would be. No, let's go with the admin. We are over our cap. That will help a little bit. And then let's get her. Oh, and there's some new orgs too. Okay, let's check that first. Okay, nothing. FBI is still available. What are you? A criminal organization from Japan, the Sumiyoshi Kai. We would love to get that, but we do not have the things we would need. Madison Society. +2 persuasion. We don't have an American counselor who can get that, though. That's unfortunate. Suhail Instruments. 1 investigation, 1, and Steel Project. Steel Project is pretty good. That's a big maybe. We might pick that up. Hestia Services Group. Sabotage Facilities. I'm not super over the moon with that, but it does have some ops income, which we are dying for. We're absolutely dying for some ops income. We'll probably grab that. Achilles Products. Headquartered in the Chongqing region. Gives some money and some economy. And that's whatever. Does Quick Learner mean she gets XP quicker? It lowers the cost. Quick Learner does 10% lower cost of XP for getting things. So very, very good in the long term. Okay, you. Let's take this off. You're my criminal one, right? Yes. Take that off. Yes. Okay, you get that because you're gonna stick around. Okay, with that on you, we have 3 capacity left. So I could just get all these things, but I kind of want to try to save up and get this. If we had 10 ops, we could afford it. So I think we're going to hold off on fitting that in there. So I could put a 1-star honor. I could also put these on other people. Really, though, they belong on you. And 2% spoils also. Okay, let's grab that one here. Okay, more spoils for us. That is 2 of her main stats that we're going to build her into. And I do want this Hestiest group, but it's not going to go on her. think it's going to go on him. Yes. And that's very, very useful because now we get some more ops. We just doubled our income there. And if we can get to 10 before we lose the chance, we should... No, we're not actually going to be able to get that because you need to be Japanese for that one. Although maybe we could hop into the country briefly just to pick that up. Okay, that was a lot to do. Okay, you are on the short list, lady. You are the one that is the useless to me at the moment. So we're looking to replace her pretty actively. All right, go over there and defend
Securing
missions.
Our control. Your orders?
Okay, Mo Gundam. I don't have a great plan for what you can do at the moment, unfortunately. You can increase unrest. You also could defend. You do have public campaign, but you're garbage at it. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to get her some more orgs that she can do other things, but this is okay for the moment. We don't need a national policy. Okay, for the time being, just try to get yourself some XP.
The public.
Try not to do critical failures. You don't know which org the initiative special org. It's pretty good. I won't spoil it until we see it.
Making things safe for our people.
You did make things safe. Thank you. Come on, please succeed a couple of these.
Returning.
Okay, stabilize isn't what we care about, though.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, 3%, we're up to 15.
We hold no sway in their minds.
We failed the 43% chance. We rolled a 47.
Mum's last years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless, smiling, free. Commander Fiona Ayawade, during a psychological evaluation.
Global shipbuilding is done. The old rules of aerospace cease to be when there's less aero and more space. Craft built for this purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowances for design versatility when friction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense and designs can be more utilitarian. This does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if we are to avoid time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention finding room for the colossal factories. Once the sizable initial investment is complete, orbital shipyards will provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels will be born. We unlock various things, including the principles of space warfare, and we got a bunch of new projects that we could work on, none of which are relevant to us at the moment. And that was the Academy who got that. They're deciding to go for nuclear fission in space. Okay, they're doing a horrible job of picking techs. I think they're throwing a fit because I was a jerk. That's what I think is happening here. Couldn't pay you enough to be a deep space construction guy? I mean, that's like the people who do deep sea construction. I had a high school teacher who did that in his youth, and he actually had a nitrogen bubble in his collarbone that he had to have the bone died because it blocked a blood vessel, and so he had to have like an inch of his collarbone removed and fused together. I find that very spooky when you're that deep under the sea. All those videos of like sharks or whatever coming into the light. You're like 1,000 feet under the sea at the bottom of an oil rig or something. Ooh, spooky. Not for me. No, thank you.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Okay, new orders soon.
Public
Yep.
opinion is moving in our direction.
All right, Mo, starting us off strong. Good job. Special project available. Another boost one. The Diana Super Heavy rockets. We will definitely, hopefully, be able to do some of these, but it's irrelevant to us at the moment. I don't mind water in general. I just don't like it when you get down to the abyssal zone or whatever it's called, when it's that dark. New project available. The space dock. Okay. Enemies are planning. Okay, what are we up to? We are up to 15%. Sure. Let's do... Okay, we have some XP. Okay, so... You do not have public, which is killing me. Absolutely killing me. Persuasion does affect our cap. I don't know if it's the same amount as admin, but it does. I think we're going to continue just working on it unless you have something else. You are definitely on the short list to be gotten rid of, though. 5 extra bucks. Honestly, I think I'd rather have the 5 extra bucks. She is really... This was one of our starters. I did not like her. What is the 3-star org? This one? It's from Naples. It's a criminal org. Yeah, we just don't have it available. Our Italian guy, unfortunately, is no use. You almost got pulled out into the ocean when you were surfing? Yeah, that's... Yeah, oof, no thank you. Yeah, we'll see, but we haven't got any new ones yet, and the hacker was the only one that was interesting to us there. Okay, we will take... The persuasion just really doesn't do anything. Maybe we take the science. I believe that would give us an extra science, right? I mean, she's literally... She can't do anything except for control. You can investigate, but that's not really useful to me at the moment. Either the science or the money would be the most useful, I feel. You are really on your way out, Panfu. I'm taking the money because money. We are tired of your crap, Panfu. Get your crap together. Get your poop in a group. Okay, Stefano, you're all right. You're all right. Puppet Master, National Hero, Untouchable is pretty good for people who can get it, but irrelevant to our current plight. He actually can do some things, so I think he gets the Persuasion. We are kind of running up against our organization cap too, but I'm very much feeling the pain of not making any of these rolls. Okay, Blaster. So, we're at 12. What is... Okay, you're at 10 with National Hero, so you are actually the... Not you. You are actually still the best. So I think you definitely continue Persuasion. I think 15 is about the magic number to break into China for realsies. So, but that will help a ton. Okay, nobody else has XP. Nothing new here. Okay, Blaster, let's peek. Okay, we've doubled our success chance. 13. If we could get that to like 20, I'm gonna start taking shots at that, I think. Okay, 65 for 320 or 70 for 640. We're gonna take the 65 and fail it.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready to go.
Where to?
Yeah, see, look how much better that is. She's over 20% better for the same cost. I will fire that, though.
Making our case.
Ready.
Okay, Stefano, do you have any shots here? You're not quite high enough, I don't think. For the same amount, we'd have a 33% chance. I think if he runs out of things to do, he will go help with that. But for now, I think we're going to try to keep the insurgency down in Afghanistan.
We'll turn down the heat.
Please do turn down the heat. All right, Panfu, I need you to get your crap together, lady. No, well, we do have an alien activity. Oh, we can finally spin the ops to get it. The thing is, if I saved at 10, we might be able to buy another criminal org. And another criminal org would probably give me another plus op. I don't think that's really that helpful, frankly, at the moment. I don't have much for you to do. I really, really don't. We could use her to be our set policy person, but I need control of Russia before that becomes relevant. 27 days, so close. Close. All right, you know what? We will surveil. I believe it's in the adjacent territories. Let's surveil here. Let's just make sure we didn't get any alien leakage. Yeah, servants are rising here, but that makes sense because they've actually got control points. We still have that fauna, and there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, resistance being resistance, that's fine. Looks like they're fighting over here. Okay. Also, we were going to take a look. Where does Protectorate have stuff? Okay, Canada was taken over by Exodus. That's fine. They're in the lead, finally, to take the US. Where does the Protectorate... Brazil's taken by Academy. I just don't see them. Okay, a little bit in France. Apparently the Academy has bounced back. Okay, I guess they're in Europe just really badly. They're just failing badly. Track down the servants. They've got defense up. Yes, the game is going 1.0 on January 5th is when the game's going to fully come out. Okay, I think we're going to roll that.
Initiating surveillance.
We could go with the full expense. It just feels so freaking wasteful, but maybe we just need to bite the bullet. Maybe we just need to bite the bullet. We are a poor multi-billion-dollar company. Reusable rockets. Nice. Nice, nice. This would be pretty nice. The reason these projects would help me is we're going to be building a lot of boost when Singapore finally finishes their space program. We're at 47%-ish. Composite armor, don't care. Wave of fear. Hope has given way to a surge of anxiety over the circumstances of the alien arrival. Across the globe, people look upon each other with suspicion and turn to smaller, more familiar groups at the exclusion of others. We must not surrender ourselves to the terror. Buy a certified human wristband from me today. All human nations' cohesion moves one towards extreme values. Does that help or hurt me in China? I don't know. Talent development. Okay, that's actually really nice. Look at that. Look at that. We got so much cap. We're not over our cap anymore. We're getting 3 admin for every one of our counselors. We have 5 counselors, so we're getting 15 admin. Very, very nice. Okay, this is an engineering project, not a tech. I would like to get some of that stuff, but I don't think now's the time. This is in our near-ish future. Maybe just getting this done would be a good idea. I don't like having alien fauna on my border. That's a recipe for disaster. Boost priority by 10. What was the highest one? Okay, that's delivery time. That's 10. I do really want to get the probes, but we don't need that yet. I don't think I need to worry about the probes too much at the moment. Yeah, we don't have missions, although they could blitz it. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea just to get that done. On the off chance that they do blitz it. Yeah, and again, everyone's pissed that we selected this, so nobody's helping. That's hilarious to me, actually. Okay, yep. If I can't control it, nobody gets it. You don't need the fast probes. we don't necessarily need them. I do agree. It's more of a Mars thing, but it's also I need to get it done at some point. I mean, the alternative would be we would go for some of the boost stuff to help that. And maybe that's not a terrible idea either. So reusable rockets, for example. Yeah, national investment points we direct into boost are increased by 20%. And we may get commercial rocket companies, which would be kind of nice. But, like Blaster says, it does mean we win the race. And we should be set up pretty good for boost. Who else has good boost at the beginning? France, ironically, has a little bit because France owns this. The US, but nobody's been getting US's boost. China, no one's been getting. Kazakhstan has been mine, and a little bit into the Russian Federation, which is also kind of mine. Japan, South Korea have a little bit, I think, but not stellar. So I should have the most boost out of anybody. India has a little bit, yeah, but they've only just barely gotten in here, so I should be pretty solidly in command of boost. Unless they bought a bajillion orgs I never saw.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Okay, we may be looking at sending some full expensive
Our cause
ones.
is unjustified to them.
How have I lost that many 40 to 60%? That's our Saudi Arabia one, don't get too excited. Alien base detected. Crater on Gorimbu. Take me there. Alien station detected. Oh boy. Oh boy. Take me there. Alien base detected.
How could one so young, coddled as you are by the modern world, begin to understand what war is? I did what had to be done. Closing your eyes and wishing the monster away only makes you an easier meal. Colonel Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
Living with the certainty that we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold world, our outer solar system, when it suits some scientific purpose, to actively monitoring them as an intelligence gathering operation, like sentinels on a watchtower. With Earth and space stations constantly in motion, doing so requires an integrated network of sensors and analysts ready to investigate whether a transit blip is a small and simple chunk of nickel and iron on the grand journey through the universe, or an alien spacecraft posting towards Earth. Allows factions to track alien vessels and structures anywhere in the solar system. Immediately reveals the alien vessels and habitats in range. Okay, yep, look at that. All right, Guibu, I don't actually know what you are. I assume you're out towards Pluto orbit. I'm zooming as hard as I can. Yeah, you are way out there. Although, yeah, basically in Pluto orbit. Okay, well, look at this. Victor 6, Victor 4, Victor 5, Victor 7. Hey guys, I think the aliens might be coming. Okay, is what it is. You can look at the other faction income. You're gonna have to remind me where I can see that. I do not remember where I can see that screen. Yeah, I do not remember where that screen is. Okay, nuclear fusion in space. Okay, here we go. Outpost Hab. This is definitely heading towards the moon. I do want to win this. I am gonna commit to this. Yeah, I think we can definitely win. The moon is a big question mark. Depending on what resources the moon spawns with in our game, like if there's very little water or metal and we monopolize that, we will cripple our opponents to getting to Mars. So it is strongly in my advantage if we can win that gold rush. Yeah, seeing a conga line of alien ships like that, especially when we're pretty certain they don't come in peace, let's put it that way. A little worrisome. New projects, and you know, maybe a 30mm autocannon might make you feel better. New project, research alien origin. Look who we spotted. He's in Wuhan. I have theories. Okay, well, you know what? You suddenly have something you can do. You can go check out that guy.
Tracking target.
I really hope that's not an alien, but I have a very suspicion it is, because counselors usually go to the capital. Okay. I didn't see any new people, but I'm gonna check because we were kind of desperate. That might actually be new. No, we looked at him. Spy. I think we looked at him too. Okay, neither of those I care about. Take me to the orgs. Desir Foundation. Okay, 1 persuasion. I want that really badly. So our best persuader is Blaster by far. So Desir Foundation is headquartered in London. Some of these orgs, by the way, are real and some of them are not. So Desir is a real organization. But yes, +1 persuasion, very useful. Ooh, Pinglai Investments in Taipei. +3 admin, very powerful. So we spend 1 admin and we get 3 more. Very, very useful. Like Kyrgyz Service Group in Naples. Extract counselor, protect target, 2 extra ops. I need that too. Orion Brands. We make money and we gain a bunch of admin. Okay. We got stuff that we need to do. Okay, Mo. I gotta be a little bit careful. Is anything I'm not gonna... Okay, we're gonna be able to afford everything I want. Let's get the Blaster. You are now in charge of Desir Foundation. Yes. All right, that's 14. We're almost to the magic number. We're almost there. Okay, then you still have a decent amount of capacity for orgs, so maybe you don't get the next ones. Mo, I think you're gonna get these ones. I don't really care about the extract and protect target for her. What I care about is just getting the income right now. Yes. That doubled our ops income. That is very helpful. Okay, now we have these 2. Who do I need to have more admin? And who's not going to have time to spend it on? I think it goes to Blaster again. Woo for nepotism. There you go. You can't see the aliens before the first tech. Yeah, you need to have... If we're talking about the ships, it depends on which Skywatch you're up to. Does Initiative have any natural... No, we kind of float in the middle. Although apparently Exodus doesn't like us enough that we can't have peace, which... That's new to me. They're also kind of a neutral faction, so... Anyone got the admin boost? Yeah, anyone can have these. I'm just debating on who's going to get them. It doesn't really matter other than I don't want to move them around a whole bunch. So maybe we give 1 to Blaster. Blaster's definitely sticking around, as is Mo. Mo has 4 capacity, so let's give her the lower of the 2. Well, I guess they're the same diff. All right, we'll give you Pengao Investments. 1.9 thousand funding. That's why I'm so leery about spending all of our money. That is big, though. In the early game, these orgs that give you admin are stupid powerful. And this one gives us money, plus admin, plus a little bit of economy. Very happy with that. And we're getting all that money out of Saudi Arabia, so thank you, Saudi Arabia. Much appreciated. You should run some ads on my channel, too. Okay. Okay. Down to 3.8k already.
Reporting in.
Blaster,
Reporting in.
with your 14, we're still at 2%. Still at 2%. We could roll a 17. If we get 1 of these, we can do full send Unity, and that will grossly speed us up. This is half my influence, though. we're only going to get a couple shots. I don't feel like this is it. So, public campaign is up to 20 at base. Up to 73 at the 320. How can we keep failing these freaking 60s and 70s every turn? You're ridiculous.
Ready for my mission?
All right, yeah, you're going to be a lot lower. 43 for 320. 55 for 640. It's too rich for my blood. Everything's going to be okay once we control China. Trust me, guys. Trust in the plan. Okay, we're over halfway through the space program for Singapore. Malaysia is also looking kind of juicy at some point, but I don't have the cap. I don't have the cap. I gotta remind myself that. We could grab another spoil nation. We could grab something small. It doesn't even matter if we own all of it. We could just grab something. Okay, you have a lot more economy. We got loads of influence incoming. That is, I have it on monthly. So every month, basically, we could do 1.5 of those. That's not as much as it maybe sounds. It looks like Humanity First is moving in here. I have no interest in starting a fight. I'm looking for high GDP for somewhere to spoil. Anyone ever get Venezuela? 1.42. I also want it to be cheap. 100. Iraq, 446 billion. Humanity First has Israel, and they're fighting the servants for it. That makes me nervous. Yemen has 47 billion. Yeah, maybe not the place we want to invest. 6 billion. Oh my. All right, I don't think we're gonna do that. I think we're just gonna sell what we got. Okay, we're all right for the time being. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to finish Hyperthrust Throbes before they finish this. Not with multiple people helping on that. I do think I want that though, just in case they blitz Mars. I do think I want to work on that. I'm kind of surprised none of the AIs have thrown new stations up. All right, investigate. Take me there. Okay, it wasn't an alien. It was... You're a servant. I don't have the ability to do anything to you, but I hate you, just so you know. I don't like you. You stay out of here. And there. You should go into South America or Africa. Not anything I want. Okay, come on. We gotta hit a few of these.
Sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay, 4%. We're up to 19. Do it again.
Things are cooling off.
Okay, lowering the insurgency in Afghanistan. Do it again.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay, finally getting something. We're up to 25.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Okay, that's the Saudi Arabia one. We don't really care about that. Alien abductions reported. Rostov is getting them. Take me there. Yep. Okay, maybe we can go work on that. We passed the 70%. It's a Christmas miracle. Feels like it, man. It feels like it. Now, for anyone who hasn't played this game, the aliens are playing the game too. And they play by the same rules, but they have different goals, if that makes any sense. So they are doing things with these missions just like we are. So we don't like that they're doing anything. I would prefer if they didn't have a single mission going around. Concerned citizens of Mexico are willing to directly aid our cause. Even though Mexico is not aligned with us, these citizens have continued to agitate for more to be done in our interests. We could definitely put them to good use. All right. I'm all right with my brethren. What do we got? We could just get some public opinion. We could pay 10 influence. And we could gain a control point. I don't really want a control point over there. We could incite them to revolt. I don't think I need to do that. And we could ask them to provide regular donations instead. The initiative's monthly income increases by 10. Is that forever? And I don't have to own the country? Yeah. I will take 10 permanent monies. Tajikistan can federate with Russia. Now, here's the thing. If you're playing Russia, you definitely want to do that. We are not going to be holding on to Russia. So for me, Russia would be jettisoned before I jettison the boost that we're getting here. So I would actually like them to leave the Federation. Does that mean I now have control of Russia? I do. Okay. So it's been a hot minute since I've done this, so I may have to fumble my way through this one a little bit. Okay, so Mo,
Ready to go.
I want you to go to set national policy in Kazakhstan, and I would like you to leave Federation. Remain allied. Yeah, we will no longer share our space program resources. Yes. Yes, so we're going to set national policy here. Now, the thing I don't know, I don't remember if I need to tell Russia to accept it or if they'll just accept it because I own both. Let's go set national. Well, I kind of need to investigate that too. Money for the Shadow Wizard Money Gang? That's right. I don't remember if I need to set policy here too and accept it. That's what's causing me a stop here. If you got both, they will accept. So I don't need to set policy in Russia, Alan. If that's true, then I'm gonna have her go take a peek at this alien. But you need all the points of the smaller. I do have all the points of the smaller. I know they made this harder because you used to be able to just get out, but now I believe Russia will get a war deck on us. I'm in control of Russia, so it's not like they can do anything if it doesn't work how I think it does. Okay, I'm gonna trust, and we're gonna go investigate those aliens. Yeah, getting them out of the Federation will get me more boost. Okay, good. Okay, I like our orange bar. It's moving in the right direction. And I do want to peek again. No new people. That's not what I wanted. Council, you. Yeah, no new orcs. Ooh, okay, that's looking pretty juicy. Basically, nobody else has any claims here. I have all the claims. Okay, I think we're going to change your priorities a little bit. So we don't need nearly as much unity. What do we have here? We have the mass media. Bonus to public campaigns in this nation. Bonus purge. Okay. Doesn't really matter where I put this. Yeah, I think we're just going to lower the amount of unity that we're doing for the time being. And that's it. So just by relative of doing less here, we're doing more elsewhere. So now only 5% instead of 14% is going into unity. And that takes our space program funding up to 48% of our budget. New project, supply depot. Alien conspiracy theories. Alien conspiracy theories spread. A number of often conflicting and mutually exclusive conspiracy theories about the aliens are spreading like wildfire on social media. Some of the most popular theories are the so-called aliens are nothing but government surveillance drones, or that the crashing UFOs are really nothing but swamp gas combusting in the atmosphere. Some even think that there may be a secret faction planning to sell Earth to the aliens. No, I'm gonna buy it. People caught up in the nonsensical fear-mongering are beginning to hamper efforts to combat the very real issue caused by aliens. We could ignore it. They could fizzle out, which would give us a small boost of opinion. They could go viral, and we would lose opinion. We could shape the narrative for $50, and we could gain a small public opinion boost around the world. We could say they know too much, and allowed for pro-alien factions. We could, that's hilarious. We could pay a bunch of ops and gain a bunch of influence, or we could fan the flames. For 100 influence, we could gain popularity. We'll spend $50. 50 billion funding and get a small amount of public opinion. They have not come in peace. Okay, so actually earlier Academy had not had their bad event trigger because this is their bad event. Images of obvious alien military ships and structures in the far solar system have dashed the hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with aliens are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts of arrival. The road ahead is fraught. Roughly half the control points of Academy are cracked down for 12 months. The Academy suffers a massive loss in public opinion around the world. All nations' cohesiveness moves one towards extreme values.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, China won. We're up to 32. Okay, we're making some gains now, boys. We're
Things
cracking.
are stabilizing.
Right, yep. Keep stabilizing.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Okay. I'm a little disappointed in you. I'm a little disappointed.
Policy direction complete.
Okay, so we are in control of Kazakhstan. So we're basically going to have lunch with the, I don't know what they have, El Dictor that's in charge here. And we are now going to tell him what we're going to do. And what we are going to do is leave Federation. But here's the other things you can do. You can make them declare a war. You could seek peace. You could join a Federation, leave a Federation, unify, grant independence, demand claim, disband army, disarm warheads. That may not be a bad plan. Maybe we'll start disarming Russia. We could declare independence. So here, they don't have any nukes or anything. It's whatever. So we are going to leave Federation. The Eurasian Federation. Yes. The leadership of Kazakhstan is asking to leave the Eurasia Federation. As the authoritarian hegemons of this federation, Russia may deny their request. Shall we allow them to leave? Yes. Very nice. Federation ends. All right, well, we take a bit of a GDP bump there, or penalty, but we don't care.
Those who think only of home, and those who think only of leaving home. Director Khalid Al-Ashgar, archival online dating profile.
Yeah, the ladies love it when you want to go to space. While we've long been able to provide a few months off, world comfort to a small handful of highly trained astronauts, the time has come to strive for something longer term, even indefinite. Our newly developed first-generation outpost habitations are the product of engineering built on decades of experience in the most hostile corners of Earth. A far cry from the earliest ventures, which were exclusively designed for scientific research. This new breed of space station is built for versatility, to provide off-world homes for dozens of souls, and for more walks of life than astronaut and engineer. Aside from the essential life support and power functionality, the outposts are designed with a space future in mind. Each outpost, already a marvel in its own right, is capable of being further customized depending on each one's specific mission requirements. We have unlocked mission to Mars and mission to the moon. Following projects may be researched, outpost cores. They went with mass drives. This is actually kind of useful because I'm pretty sure you need mass drives to fling your resources around in space. I might be wrong about that. But they didn't take mission to the moon, which is good because that gives me some time. They finished that whole project of 1,000 in the time it took me to do half of my thrusters. So, a little bit worrisome there, but that's okay. Yeah, Alan said we can check if unification is possible. It is, but I'm not going to keep it, and I would rather have Kazakhstan than a strong Russia that I'm not in control of. More alien abductions, and they're in my territory. That is not going to fly. Okay, we have 2 alien people over here, probably. Liquid hydrogen containment. I think that's for fuel. I'm not certain on that one.
Recon complete.
Investigate alien activity complete. I have learned some useful information from my investigation of the alien activity in Russia. We will receive a small bonus to xenology research going forward.
We're having trouble envisioning the aliens as any kind of business opportunity.
After a thorough investigation, it seems clear that the aliens are targeting and abducting individual humans. Some animals also disappeared early, but this seems to have quickly halted. This raises troubling questions. While a handful of human abductions, of course, pose no large-scale threat, they do suggest that the alien objectives may be fundamentally adversarial to our own. We must investigate further. New objective: research alien methods. Given that our attempts to communicate with the aliens have come up against a blank wall, the only viable avenue is to investigate. Investigation appears to be the data we have gathered from alien abductions. Okay, so we have a new goal, new project, research alien methods. Okay, this is a pretty important one. Okay, Pan, I already know you are definitely going to go investigate that.
On the way to
Even
the
if we can't
site.
do anything, we're
Ready
building
for
up that
orders.
xenology bonus for when we need that later. Okay, I really hate what they're doing here. I wish they would stop. I can't do much about it, though. Unfortunately. Mo... I wish we could hand off Russia to somebody we could trust. Where can I see how many nuclear barrages we have? I don't remember that. We have 30 strategic nuclear barrages. That's more than we need to end the world. The US has 28. China has 3. India has 2. Pakistan has 2. Remember, these are barrages, not an individual nuke. I think I want to defang Russia, but the question is, who's going to be in control of the US? Okay, servants appear that they're going to get India. I don't love that. We definitely don't need them to have 30. I think I am going to do some disarmament here. Set national policy for Russia.
On my way to the capital.
Yeah. Please. Okay, here. Okay, 32. Let's take a look. Blaster.
I'm here.
Okay. 4% base. 29. I'm really debating. We've had really bad luck. The defense sector. 29 isn't the worst. We could do 4 of these in a row. Or we just take our easier, almost, I shouldn't say guaranteed, our much easier public campaign and just write it out a little bit longer. I think we're going to play it
Sway
safe.
the public.
I'm gonna contain my greed for when it's needed. In before Babel regrets disarming the nukes. I mean, sometimes you do gotta nuke aliens. New project available. Okay, that's another very important one. We need that to be able to actually, like, put down moon bases and whatnot. We've got to get... Okay, let me ask again. Where's the screen where I can see other people's incomes? I don't remember where I can see that, but I think I do need to see where we're at. Okay, we did fail.
Violence is abating.
Lowering that, excellent.
Our case
the intel
remains
screen.
unheard.
How did you fail that?
Mission complete.
Okay, set policy for Russia. We could end their war. I don't really care about their war. What I do want is to disarm your nukes. So we are going to disarm, I believe it was 5 at a time. Yeah, if weapons are reduced to 0, also cancels all progress towards the next one. Yeah, all right. Start getting rid of those. And you can just repeat that. Molybdenum pipe reactor. This is a way we can have cooling in space.
Here's what we found.
Okay, we checked out the abductions. We really need our project before we're going to be able to advance that much further. Please don't be near me. Thank you. Thank you. We're out of ops too for the time being, so I can't even do anything about that. Okay, how are we doing? We are down 1% because we failed everything. All right, guys. I need some greeds in chat, please. Let's shoot a moonshot. Ah, we're down to 3%. I'm gonna try it. Give me some greeds in chat. We're gonna shoot a moonshot
We'll
here.
bring this nation to our side.
We gotta try. We gotta try. Okay, we are defended here. We are defended there. Okay, you are more worthless to me than Mo.
Acknowledged.
Mo at least has public campaign, even if it's not super useful to me. She can go practice her public campaigns down here.
Ready for my mission.
Hanfu, set national policy in Russia. Yes.
Heading to the capital.
All right, and the intel screen. Here we are. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I remember this screen. We do not have enough data on anybody at the moment. Yeah, we have not had very much contact, so... Yeah. Victory unknown, unknown. We do know where one operative is here. Okay, yeah, let's actually go through these screens now that I remember that these exist. Okay, so aliens, this tells us all the alien events that we've seen. So if you forget, like, where was that alien thing happening, you can check it in here. The current sites that are available, apparently there's 2 crash downs I need to get on. We need ops to do that. And we know that the aliens have at least 3 bases currently and a bajillion fleets that are incoming. This makes me very nervous. That's a lot. That's a lot. Global. Okay, so globally, we are the most liked faction. Yay! We're at 17%, followed by Protectorate and then Servants. So as far as not alien lovers that are not interested in tentacles, we are number 1 by a lot. Everyone else is pretty much sucking. I don't know what you guys are doing. Get it together. That's pretty fail. There are currently 8 billion people on Earth. We have 18 people in space. Our global GDP is 143 trillion. Our per capita GDP is $17,912. The prices for delivery. So if we have a station, we would have to pay for the resources to be delivered in addition to our boost. We are obviously not, we don't have a station, so that doesn't matter. The environment isn't too bad at the moment. We'll look at that more when we can actually talk about that. The only war active in the world currently is the Russia-Ukraine war. So we cannot see the boost, really. Yeah, we'll look at that when that becomes relevant. This is for transfers, so like if we want to, let's say, go to Luna. No, we'll fiddle with, I don't know if I can get into this without actually having things, but this is how we calculate our launch windows if we want to be really granular about that. Check the resources tab. Oh, okay. Yep, I stand corrected. Thank you. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. So, not us here. So us up here, we are making 4.2 boost. Resistance has 3.2. Humanity First has 2. Servants have 2. Exodus has 2.9. That's funny because I usually focus on that. Academy has 2.5. 1.8. Yeah, we are making a lot more than anybody else, assuming that this is monthly. I don't know if that's the case. We are by far the richest, although Protectorate's making some moolah. I'm not seeing anything else really outstanding. He is at his control point cap, hard, as is Protectorate, as are servants, as are resistance. So people have pretty much claimed what they're going to claim for the time being. 500 research. That's where we're absolutely getting killed. We only have 342 because we haven't picked up anything but Singapore, who does any real research, and that's nothing. That's nothing. So we got to get our poop in a group here and get that going. China will solve some of that. We will get a lot of research out of here. That's more than double what we currently have. Not much mission control. We also don't have any mission control either, which is going to be a problem. Singapore, we're at 68.8% done with their space program. We're getting there. We got to get this done though. I feel like we're slow to this. We were just so unlucky. We failed so many 50-50 flips in a row for like a year. It was pretty bad.
Order is returning.
Okay, stabilizing. Cool.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, that's Saudi Arabia. Don't get too excited.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, 29%. Okay, a few more greeds, guys. I'm gonna give myself.
Mission complete.
Hang on, I'm gonna give myself a couple greeds here. There we go. Greed for good luck. All right, Russia, disarm warheads. Repeat. What are we doing in Afghanistan? Taking a very, very tiny adjacency bonus to China. And probably growing poppies. Project complete, high thrust probes. Nice, we did finish that in time. Okay, allows us to detect alien contact with humans. We will grab that. That's a pretty low-hanging fruit. Okay, somebody has entered the race here a little bit, but unless they, well, okay, hang on. I want to get to 1,100 points that I have put in, and then nobody can steal the slot from me. So I'm going to blitz that quick. Exodus got the space station. Okay, yeah, they start with those two. Weird? I mean, it's Illuminati stuff. Yeah, Alan has it there. We got it. We got it, boys. We're in. We're in. All the luck of your grandfather upon you. We are in. Okay, now it is a bit of an inevitability. Okay. Okay, new orgs. I will look at that too. We have 1 point. We are going to immediately go to Unity. We are going to pump that hard with the point of it will raise our popularity here because we are just naturally losing some at the moment. If we could counter that, that would be very helpful. Very helpful. Okay, that also skyrocketed us above our cap. That is a pretty painful amount. We would like to jettison something. I'm not ready to do this if we can at all hold on to it. Afghanistan would probably be a good one to drop. We could probably suck it up for like 1 turn if we have to. Russia is probably the biggest jettison we could do. They're costing me 70-ish. Yeah, we're gonna be leaving here soon, so let's go to full spoils. Yoink. Kazakhstan and Singapore are my 2 externals I want to keep. I'd like to hold on to this as long as we can, but when it's time, it's time. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do it yet. Soon. Yeah, we're playing the 2022 start. I said my reasons at the very beginning, so if you want to check that, you can check the beginning of stream. Yeah, our cohesion's still pretty decent here in this start. Good. Okay. Nope, not that button. This button. All right, any new people? Liao. Oh no, Batman's gonna get him. But I think we already looked at him. He's a tycoon. I don't care. We don't have to have Chinese people either, by the way. They just so happen that the interesting ones happen to be Chinese this time around. US wouldn't be a bad one to pick up. What we are looking for is somebody to do command stuff. We do not have that. A scientist would also be nice. But we need a command person. We have Mo. Mo is going to be in charge of investigating and espionage. We need somebody to do command. We need somebody to do science and admin. So Pan is definitely going to be leaving us in the near future. Stefano may also be on the chopping block pretty soon.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Blaster.
Ready for my mission.
Still only a 4%, but we will take those shots. 27% chance. It'll only get better. Do it.
Putting our people in place.
Okay, everyone else is doing the things. I think I want to spend more on the public campaign. Full send.
We'll make our appeal.
Full send. We're putting messages in all the little fortune cookies. Saudi Arabia should be dropped first. Maybe. They are funding everything that we are doing. These other places aren't really giving me that much. They are the one that's not adjacent that I care the least about, though, so maybe that'll be the case. Yeah, we'll 100% spoil them. Okay, I think that's it. If we get a second point, we definitely have to jettison. I can eat this for now, but we can't do this for too long.
We've moved the needle.
Okay, well, hey, all you have to do is spend $640 billion and you get a success roll. Go up to 37%. Do it again.
Violence is abating.
Okay, well, I'll say repeat, but we may be changing him soon.
The Romans for assimilating rather than exterminating other nations. But we should not forget that their siege weapons were terrible things to behold. History is littered with accounts of opponents simply surrendering as they watch Roman catapults approaching their walls. Colonel Hans Castillo guest lectured to officer candidates.
Okay, so we finished mass drivers, which does lead to space mining and refining, a big one for us. No matter the technological achievements we might yet make, our ability to voyage through the stars will be inherited, limited by the human body can endure. Mined resources, however, are not, at risk of liquefied internal organs during high-speed space transit. Mass drivers employ electromagnetic acceleration to essentially hurl unmanned cargo through space at breathtaking speed, charging and then firing their payloads in a matter of a catapult, albeit one fueled by vast amounts of electricity and capable of firing its shots across millions of kilometers. While mass drivers are not a new concept, our latest breakthroughs enable us to instantaneously feed them far greater quantities of energy than ever before, thus enabling the rapid long-distance transit of an exponentially greater mass. The most immediate practical application of mass drivers is to ferry essential and precious materials mined from asteroids and other heavenly bodies back to Earth with a minimum delay. This technology will bring about a sea change in our ability to replenish and grow our local resource stores. Further research should be able to refine and even miniaturize the concept behind mass drivers, in the hope of integrating them into weapons capable of truly devastating punch. They picked up space mining. Okay, somebody wants to go to the moon, is what I'm picking up here. Liquefied organs in a cup. Ooh. I mean, it's high in protein. You should definitely buy our liquefied organs in space. Mass drivers for transit? Dude, mass drivers are way cheaper than chemical fuel to move things around in space. Okay, everything's cool here. Okay, we are above 1,000 points. The reason I keep going on about this, it costs 2,000. If I have 1,001 point, I did 50% of the research. Nobody else can take that away from me. We're done with that. All right, I don't think I can compete here, because even if I try, well, they're putting in 9 or 7 per day. I would put in 9, so we would overcome them. At some point, I will join the global research. This is not what you should do if you're playing the Resistance, by the way. We are being incredibly greedy and jerks. I want to get this done lickety-split. 13, 8, okay. This will allow me to overtake them in a few turns, if it's possible. And if it's not, we'll bail. Put 1 in arrival. Here's the thing, I don't need this yet. Until we need it, it doesn't do anything for us. So it's basically just keeping a slot that is safely in my pocket. Okay, cool. I'm so glad we got 1 point. I'm so glad we actually got a point. We're up to 37%. Keep going.
We hold no sway in their minds.
We failed a 47. That's the okay one to fail.
Policy direction complete.
Okay, disband warheads. Again. I think we've done 15 warheads so far. Come on. Come on. Come on, Blaster. You can do it.
Our presence is growing.
Yes! All right. Blaster, good job. Very good job. 2 of 6 control points. All right, it's time to start jettisoning. We cannot hold what we are doing. I'm just gonna hit continue because I want to actually look at our odds and see if they've changed. Public opinion in Saudi Arabia has dropped suddenly. Okay, don't care because we're probably leaving. Okay, step 1. I think I forgot to look at new orgs. Let me check recruitment. No new people. Okay, there are new orgs. Very important that we keep on top of this. Capricorn Products, headquartered in New York City. It would make a lot of money. It would give us hostile takeover. Do I have anybody who has hostile takeover? You do. Okay. Yeah, that is something that we really want, but we're not at the point of the game where that's useful to me yet. We have some commandos in Addis Ababa region in Ethiopia. We're not going to be able to get that. Verisanio Public Relations, Ho Chi Minh City, public campaign, and gives us influence, some science, and +1 persuasion. I want that. I want that. Mine. 15 persuasion. Coral Products, headquartered in Guiyang province, gives economy and spoils, and some money. I'll maybe take that. We'll see. Investments. It costs me a little bit to have, gives us some admin. I'm definitely going to take that. These are so powerful in the early game. We're going to give this to probably our tech mogul. 2.2k to buy that. Diadem Brands, Chicago, gives hostile takeover, makes $85, 2 influence, and 5 admin. Yeah. Yes, please. I will be taking that. Not even that expensive, actually. Okay. Do I want Coral Products? This is pretty weak, I would say. It makes a tiny amount of money. It gives a little bit to economy and spoils. We definitely could get it, but the economy would be nice. Okay, you can hold on to that for now. It'll take us a little bit, but that is going to give us some value. And you two, probably. All right, you two. Yeah, the bonuses are good enough. These are not long-term things, but I'll take them for now. Okay, super duper happy. Blaster, how we doing here? We are up to 38%. 16 base chance. We are in, boys. I will keep heavy spending this because the more we get, the better we are. We have the bureaucracy. Bonus to control missions in this nation. That's what made us jump so much. We're in.
Bringing them to our side.
They should come to our side. Okay, now. You guys have no idea how much this hurts me. You say that so callously, Blaster. Do you know that... How am I going to get the cash that for the giant money pile that I roll around in? Or fill up my money bin if we don't have this money? It's gonna hurt me so much. It's gonna hurt me so much. It's only actually 11 points per cap. That's actually like nothing. I'm actually considering dropping Russia before I drop this. 1.7 billion GDP, 1,700 GDP. Okay, Russia's is higher. Russia is harder to hold. If I drop Saudi Arabia, we're only going to gain 44.4 back. That does not cover us. If I drop Russia, we drop 72, which does cover us. The adjacency is nice, but the adjacency is going to matter less and less. Also, while I'm here, give me that. I mean, Russia has more money, so yeah, I guess we have to let it go. I mean, maybe we could have one last bath in a giant oil tub or something before we leave. Somebody's going to come in here and they're going to ruin the place. They're probably going to run welfare. It's going to be horrible. All right. Well, if we're on the way out... Here you go. We'll put the Bleeding Hearts in charge. They can try to fix the environment. No, don't do it. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. I know, it hurts me too. It hurts me more than it hurts you. Auto-abandon. Abandon nation. Yes. Alright, we're barely over our cap now. I'm very sad. Alright. It's a somber moment, guys. Just give me a minute. Okay, we're actually doing really good here with our investment. Really good here, actually. But we're barely staying above servants. So I think we're going to let this be. I'm willing to fight for this a little bit because then we could have control of 2 of them. I want to slow roll the world until I have China. So I'm basically delaying the world for our own selfish ends. Has anyone grabbed Taiwan? Oh, they have. That's going to be a problem in the near future. Okay, public. Okay, we failed a 75% chance.
Things are stabilizing.
Yeah, apparently we're just going to absolutely fix Afghanistan before we leave. I'll just put that on the to-do list. Fix Afghanistan. Public critical. Okay, that's our Saudi Arabia. We're done there.
Mission complete.
Okay. Disarm warheads. Yep. Repeats. Yeah, we're down to 10 strategic. Who knows? Maybe at some point we'll be able to take over the US and disarm them too. Academy set to lead space mining and refining. Wait, what? How is Academy... What? But... Say that again? Hang on. Where's that event? The Academy is set to surpass us in space mining and refining research. From 0 to passing me in a single turn? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me.
We got our people in place.
That's a bug? Okay. I was gonna say, I mean, I could believe it, but I don't think they're in a good place at the moment. 3 of 6. Take me there. I want to bask. We are now in charge of the national industries, which grants us a bonus to hostile takeover missions. Not particularly useful if I'm being frank, but never know. Never know. Also, just before I forget, all Unity for now. We want that magic 51%. I'm very glad that we didn't fail to take China, because that would have been a pretty embarrassing stream. One of their armies is under our control. Org Marketplace has been updated. Yeah, we will immediately do that so I don't forget. Hey, we could hire Al-Qaeda. There you go. Probably not. Okay, nobody can pick up any of those first 4. Okay, a research group, extra boost, extra space program, material science. We could get the Reddington Agency. I see persuasion. Yep. We're up to... I just put that in the wrong person. Hang on a second. Not you. That's gonna suck, but you. Yes. 16 persuasion. And the Sphinx Fund. Headquartered in Melania region. It grants advise. That can be valuable. It costs me 4 credits and gives me a tiny amount of knowledge. That's not worth it. Advise for China? Yeah, we will definitely want to advise China. Who is... See, this is why we want a scientist for it. So Panfu can advise. Sang can advise. Blaster can advise. Now, of everyone we have, Sang is actually our best person. They have high admin and high science. Science, admin, and command are the 3 most important for advising, and she has advised already. That could be kind of handy, though, depending on if we pick up a different person. That is a little bit of a wild card pick. All right. It's super cheap. That may be relevant. Remind me to get rid of that once we figure out who our advisor is. Speaking of recruiting, you look maybe vaguely different. An operative, okay. I don't remember a very angry lady staring at me, so I think you're new. What else we have? Okay, these do look like they've have shifted some. Daniel Kostek, he's Canadian, eh? Computer scientist. Low profile and has a crew. Yeah, he looks like the type of guy who has a crew. Not particularly useful, frankly. At the beginning of a game, a politician can be a really powerful one. Control nation and public campaign, and they generally have pretty good persuasion. I'm pretty sure they can always get government too. A different operative. I think I remember you. 51 though. I'm really looking for a younger crowd. Wow. That is a goatee. That does exist. Low profile, lone wolf aware. Don't really care. A scientist. A teacher. Okay, what are you? Okay, ooh, you have some interesting things that I cannot afford. Prosperous, don't care. Doctor. Life science and monthly income. There are some events I think that can play off of these. She's an academic. 10 science, -1 command. Gives us extra knowledge, grants advise already. Earthbound, that's fine. She doesn't want to go to space. I don't want her in space anyways. Careless. Okay, that may come back and bite us at some point. We get lowered espionage when we're detected. You're vulnerable when you are detected, so that's pretty bad. And teacher, 2% knowledge, grants her inspire and turn counselor. Probably not things she would do, but the extra knowledge is fine. I don't hate her. She has 16 research just for herself. She pays a little bit of money. From Mexico. They love us in Mexico. I'm all right with that. She's a big fan of the organization. She's 46, a little on the older side, but that's probably playable. Fermina or Tegon. All right. I like that character. That doesn't solve our operative problem though. 56 is a little on the old side. Aware's fine. A veteran is good for what you're doing. Demanding is fine. Low profile is good. Hard target is excellent. Undercover is pretty good. If she was younger, man, you know, when they look at you like that, we can't afford her anyways. We can't afford either one. If I change our control, this is the problem with running those expensive controls. Well, we're not even doing one this turn. We can't even afford it. I'm thinking we're gonna get the Mexican lady. I don't think that, the other one's pretty good too, I will definitely say, but she's so old, I don't know if she makes it. And I don't want to invest into people that we're gonna lose once we get our initial set here. Okay, Blaster, control nation here. I kind of need to save some influence though. This is telling me that we need another person. Yeah, we're losing a bunch of influence because we're so overcapped. We need to deal with that. Okay, don't even bother with a control. Let's spend a little bit of money. We'll just do a public campaign.
We'll make our appeal.
Mo, you probably are not good enough, but let's see. A 2%. Yeah, you got no shot. You got no shot. Why don't you surveil? We'll just make sure that there's nothing bad going on over here. No. Surveil. I don't know why I keep doing that sometimes. Okay, do we need to lower? We are peaceful and going lower. Stefano?
Where do you need me?
Let's just get that to 0, please. 26%. No, let's keep stabilizing here. Okay, XP on anybody? Okay, Mo is ready. Mo is our criminal hacker. Okay, you are gonna do investigation, espionage are your main two. You'll need some admin. Having a little bit of security would be nice. I can't do much about that though. We probably need more investigation, especially if we're gonna get rid of Steven in the near future. Admin is also good because we can get investigation from admin. Admin also helps us with our control point problem. Admin. Okay, nobody else has any points that we can do. Okay, we need to do some more abandoning though. We are losing too much. Okay, we have abandoned Saudi Arabia. We need to lose another 40 points, give or take. Is it time for Afghanistan to go? That's 6 points. That's not going to be great. Influence is determined by popularity times population. More popular, especially in... Yep, you are 100% correct, Caddy. We should be getting more here. We're just way too far over our cap. That's what's killing us. I think we're pulling out of Afghanistan. A nice orderly fashion, please. This is going to lose an adjacency bonus, but there's not much I can do about it. The alternative would be Russia. I would like to hold Russia for 2 more turns, though. I would like to get rid of their nukes. Or at least take them to only have 5. .4 is nothing. This is nothing. What about Laos? Yeah. We're gonna have to give up some adjacency bonus. There's no way around it. All right. Policy. Afghanistan, abandon. Yes. Tajikistan. Yes. Kyrgyzstan. Yes. We are still 20-something points over. Laos. Yes. It's getting mighty bad here. Demanding isn't so fine when there's 4 counselors. That's very true. Demanding isn't so bad once you're high level because you won't get critical failures nearly as often. Okay, we are still a little bit too far. I don't even know what else we have left. Give me... Okay, we've abandoned Mongolia. Auto renew, yes. Yes. Okay, we're getting more into the reasonable. We're actually making some influence now. Let me just see if there's anything else that is not really producing for us. Belarus, I'm pretty certain we've already abandoned Belarus. Yeah, we've already abandoned Belarus. Myanmar. Did we abandon Myanmar? No, we didn't. Okay. There we go. Okay, I think that's enough for the time being. We could probably actually succeed on one more. We'll wait a turn and get some influence to make the roll. No, I wouldn't, Almateov. No, I wouldn't. Have you seen my luck with the 60% that we failed for like half an hour in a row? Okay, that's good enough for the time being. Okay, I was definitely lied to here. I'm not going to slow down yet, though. Yeah. We could go get the management tech, but it needs 1,000 research, which will take us a hot minute. God, remember when we used to get money from Saudi Arabia? I remember. It was so good. So good. Crack down in Myanmar. They're already, look at this. They're like piranhas, these people. No sense of propriety. Sad to see. It's sad to see.
The people will come to our side.
Public campaign success in China, we're up to 48%.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
54. All right, we crossed one of the major thresholds.
Policy direction complete.
Disarm warheads. All right, what do you guys think? Should we leave Russia with 5 warheads or 5 strategic barrages, or should we just get rid of them? Oh, they're in China. Aliens, get out. Aliens, get out. We hate those. We have lost part of Saudi Arabia. The Academy took it back. Yeah. Academy. Fancy seeing you here, person that I don't know who you are. Okay. We are down to 5. We really do need to make a decision here if we want to get rid of those last 5. I don't... See, it's a double-edged sword. It depends on who moves in when we move out. If it's somebody that is in our best interest, I would like them to have a couple nukes. If we get, like, ground forces invaded, we might have to nuke the aliens. So having them have some isn't a bad idea. If it's the servants that get in here or humanity first, though, who knows what they're gonna do? That would make us very sad when they launch those nukes. I'm gonna think on that a little bit more. Right. Blaster, with your 16. We could spend 16 influence for a 70% chance. Better to have them rather than, I assume you mean none? You say that. Watch me get nuked by those later on.
Taking control.
This is going to pop us up. Each one of these Chinese points is 38 control points. We're going to have to do some more abandoning, and the list is getting short. We want to keep Kazakhstan, we want to keep Singapore, and we want to keep China. So literally the only thing left is Russia. At least it's just 5 nukes. I mean, it's just a small strategic reserve. Why are you guys so mad about it? A small barrage. Each one could probably, you know, almost end the world. Just a little bit. Stop being weird about it. Also, we're getting very close to finishing our space program. Singapore into space. If the nukes are used against you, I'll buy 5 gift ships. I am totally bribable, so deal. We'll leave 5 nukes. That'll be hilarious no matter which way it goes. Okay, Pan Wu Fin. How? Oh, right. You gotta go, lady. You are so garbage. You. All right. She just never has the missions I want. Okay, 5 ops to go check out these abductions.
Investigating alien site.
At your service.
We hate that. We hate that a lot. Stefano. Okay, it's peaceful up here. It's peaceful there. We have a little bit of unrest here. Even though you're not gonna do this rather well. Yeah, I'll swing at 30. We want China to be pristine. We are gonna have the glorious golden dragon. So we're gonna get rid of that unrest.
Ready.
Okay, Mo. Now Mo can increase unrest. You know where I would want some unrest now that we're not going to be in charge is probably Russia. I just like that looks better. We also could fiddle with this because I'm not happy with this at all. What are your chances? You don't have enough command to really do this, yeah. We need command for this. God, you're a garbo. Okay, I'll tell you what. Well, let's just go find a random place that you can succeed at some public campaigning. Like was mentioned in chat, it does give us extra influence. We'll run some ads up here in Finland. Do it.
Standing by for orders.
Okay, sing. Public campaign. For a lot of monies. I gotta be careful. We're not gonna get nearly the amount of money we used to get. I'm gonna take a 48.
I will tell our story.
Okay, we are 50% of the way in here. We are so over cap. Start inspiring. We don't really have the best people for it yet. Stefano does not have the mission. The people who are going to be good at it are persuasive people. So, yeah, we're not quite right there at the moment. Okay, I am still in the lead here, although they have skyrocketed up quite quickly. My research is also going up because we're actually getting a country that can do research. Bokuro. British pronounce of row. How far away is the first wave of integration tech? We are working on it. I was a little pooper and I took this at the very beginning. So since the beginning of the game, it's been on a rival domestic politics. We have control of the slot, but I've been putting my efforts elsewhere. Advise China? Yeah, it could be worth advising them. All right, let's go. What are we up to? Oh, wow. How has 6 hours already gone by on our stream? I'm having way too much fun. Project complete. Alien methods. Having uncovered evidence of multiple livestock abductions sometime before the first correlated human disappearance, it would seem the aliens have been observing us long enough to understand Earth's biological and social hierarchies. In short, they have steadily worked their way up the food chain. By analyzing patterns, the species, locations, frequency, and subtlety or lack thereof, the proximity of settlements, of recent disappearances, we can now paint a clear picture of their methodology.
The aliens seem to be targeting people in positions of authority.
Early abductions were all lower order mammals, unremarkable except for their frequency. Over a period of 10 to 20 days after the crash landing, animal abductions ceased and human abductions began. Early human abductions appear to have been random and opportunistic, but later ones seem to have been included a statistically disproportionate number of individuals with high social economic status, suggesting the aliens have adapted their methods and are now solely concerned with acquiring high-value targets. Unfortunately, the most likely explanation for this behavior is the aliens' intentions towards us are hostile, intelligence gathering at least, and hostile takeover or extermination at worst. Given their technological superiority, this is a worrying prospect. New objective. A new and significant development. Abduction victims reportedly missing have begun to reappear. This is highly suspicious, and the Council has agreed that they must be placed under immediate surveillance. Perform surveil location missions in areas with suspected alien presence. Send counselors on investigate alien activity missions when you discover evidence of alien influence over the population or leaders. Okay. Alien origin would be really, really good. This is on the short list, but I feel like management research would really help us out. That's 5 extra control points. Conversely, we are going to start building boost in the very near future. Getting some of that boost tech, like reusable rockets, would be really good. That would be really good. Okay, I'll throw it out to the crowd. Should we research where the aliens are coming from? This would push our organizational goals forward. Should we grab a rocket tech because we're going to be building boost in Singapore? Or should we grab a very expensive, although alien origin's also expensive, management research? This is a permanent 5 increase to our cap of how much we can control. We will need this at some point, but it's a medium-term solution to a short-term problem. Rocket tech, get into space. I'll let some other people throw some opinions out there. I'll come back to this. Oh, you're gonna make me pick one no matter what. Okay, maybe I won't come back to this. Management tech or rocket tech. Okay, 2 for rocket, 1 for management, 1 for operations. More boost to the moon and then Mars. Winning that race is very important to me. We can kind of like settle in once we do that and let other people deal with this alien problem for a while. Okay. Maybe we grab a cheap rocket tech. This is 10%. We could finish this pretty lickety split. And that at least gets us started on that plan. Okay, I'm in. Okay, we are maintaining control, although worryingly getting hounded by the Academy. Very worryingly getting hounded by the Academy. At 5 research per day, this is going to be 100 days, so a little over 3 months to finish that. Okay, I think I'm all right with that.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay, Finland is really enjoying our organ-flavored meat paste, apparently.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
A random critical failure on a 48% chance. Yep.
We were unable to increase security.
Okay, not a surprise that we couldn't do that. We're rolling pretty low on that one. ICR also gives you better boost effectiveness. That's true, Caddy. I didn't really take that into account, but you're right about that. More alien abductions. These ones. Okay, we have a really big alien problem right here. That is not what I want. I am not interested. Go away. We're not buying. We're not buying.
We found something.
Okay, alien investigation complete. That was this one of many. Control point lost in Saudi Arabia.
Our supporters are in place.
4 of 6 in China. We are back to being painfully above. We got an army under control. New orgs are available. All right. Okay, I think we're gonna suck it up for at least one more turn on Russia. Or maybe we don't. How much are you? 2 of you is 35, so 70 points. To get the last 2 here is more than 70 points. All right, it's time for Russia to go. I liked your money too, Russia. It was pretty good. All right, like I said, we're gonna kind of be crappers and kind of strategic. I don't know if they keep following this until somebody changes it, but assuming that they do, we're gonna make them work on fixing the environment some, because somebody has to do it, and God knows I'm not gonna pay for it. Yeah, so hippie mode, engage. That feeling when you have no spoils. We gotta really watch our money now, though. Like, really, really, really keep an eye on this. All right. I think now we want to blitz these last 2 points. So the only things we have left that we're actually in control of is Singapore and Kazakhstan. I would like to maintain control of both of these. Kazakhstan will probably have to go at some point. I don't think I can get them into our Pan-Asian coalition, but for the time being, I don't want anyone else to have this boost, especially because I ripped them out of Russia, so I'm getting 100% of their boost. 0.85, all mine. Got a big pothole mine, but low income. Yeah, we got some reserves. Okay, Singapore. Almost done with the space program. We're very, very, very close. Okay.
What's the up?
I think. Well, we don't need to blitz this. Let's roll some cheapies. If we go slow, we can build up some influence before we have influence problems. We'll roll 48.
Ready for orders.
And I don't think, yeah, you're definitely not going to do that. Let's continue checking for alien problems. Go after that one.
Headed there now.
Oblitrix, I think you're a little bit behind in time. When you hear this, make sure you hit live on YouTube. You're probably about 2 minutes behind us. But I accept your vote for rockets. Okay, whoop, not the one I wanted. I want this one. Are we having any new people? A fixer. We already have our person for that. Okay, a professor. Academic, loss adverse, innovative. Okay, innovative is very valuable to me. Somebody picked up the Mexican lady. Nope, she's up here. Okay, you reshuffled where people were at. 46. I like her because decent research. I think Doctor gives us some event usefulness. I'm pretty certain. Like when we had that disease event, I think they can give you a bonus in that. I could be misremembering that. Okay, very cranky lady who has really good traits. A different commando, also too old. 56 is probably just too old for this. Beware the angry lady in a young man's career who's 56. Very dangerous. An inspector, not what we're looking for. Fixers could be interesting, but like I said, we already have the hacker. Professor could do it. He's a little too old. He has good admin. He has okay science. That's what I care about most on him. His security is garbage. His loyalty is mediocre. He has innovative, though. I do value this pretty high. I do value that pretty high. I don't think so. I think we're going to wait a little longer. All right. Orgs. We have the National Gendarmerie Intervention Group, which is based in Paris. Some sort of military group. Chameleon Research Group. A lot of research, but I don't find this very good use of our orgs. We have Sandia National Laboratories in the US. You can't be a criminal and get that one, but I don't have anyone who can get it because we're not in the US. Investigation and espionage. Steel Project is really nice, and public campaign. That would go towards our hacker. She already has public campaign, but those are her stats. She's got plenty of room. You're in. And Ugzokskul in Ackland, Wellington. Coup d'etat, increase unrest, gives us some ops income. I would like that, please. I can't get it. Are you criminal? No. We don't have the ops to be able to afford it. All right, when we get to 9 ops, I'm going to try to grab that. We need to build up our ops income, obviously. We're having a lot of ops problems. Yeah, I like her too, but she has some problems. There will always be more. We need our forever people, not temp people. Yay! Space flight program initiated. Singapore has joined the list of spacefaring nations by launching a small satellite into orbit. Factions may begin building boost and mission control here. Is this the 4x4? No. Is this the 4x where the aliens are coming? Yes, laser bees. We have a strong suspicion that there are aliens here, and they haven't stopped by the gift shop, so we're not too happy about that. Okay, so we have finished the space program, so that is done. Now we can build mission control and we can build boost. We need mission control, and we're gonna need quite a bit. We have like nothing for the space race, but we also need boost. I think we're gonna prioritize getting some mission control. Let's see how long it takes us to build a mission control. There is a limited amount that you can do in every country. Small countries are more efficient at building mission control. And like I said, there's a limited amount. So once we're done with mission control in Singapore, we're done with mission control. So I kind of want to blitz this. I think a base takes either 4 or 6 mission control, and we're going to want at least 2 to 5 of them on the moon. So that's 20 to 30 mission control. We have 4, and one of which I think is coming from an organization. So I'm going to slow roll the boost because we're winning the boost race for the time being, and we're gonna really hit this hard on the mission control. We are still growing their economy, we're still fixing their democracy, so we're still helping them. We're not plundering them, but we do have a job we need done here. So best of both worlds. China, I do need to fix this. All right, let's stop doing full unity, I think. Let's bring that down to a more reasonable level. Maybe we'll go double dot. And we will... What do we need to fix here? We would like to keep inequality okay. We are hegemonic in this one. In 2026, they're not hegemonic. This makes it so it hurts our knowledge a little bit. And that's really the only big thing. So I would be okay if this went down a smidgen. Part of that will be me lowering the unity that we're doing. Maybe we will drop that even further. All right. Welfare will be needed to keep this under control. How much does the game want me to do? Yeah, that's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to fix that easily. Spoils, I'm not very interested in getting spoils out of here. I would prefer to use funding. Funding is slower, but doesn't cause damage to the nation or the environment. We also could do boost, but we can't do boost as efficiently here because we're not as close to the equator. So I'm not as gung-ho about that here. I don't need more nukes. I don't need armies. Military, that is going to be important if we have to shoot aliens with military level operations. I don't think we're going to worry about that right now, though. Mission control, I'm very concerned about our mission control. We do not build it very efficiently, but we can build it. So maybe we get a little bit in there. Was really delayed. Yeah, no problem. I just could tell that you were probably behind. That goes for everybody. Sometimes when YouTube gives you an ad, it knocks you out of sync with the stream. If you hit the live button, it'll bring you back to real time. Get the first tick of it and then stop. We want to continually get more and more money, so I want to get some out of this. I don't know if now's the time, though. We are very efficient at doing economy, and the more economy we do, we make the pie bigger for everybody. So this is better in the long term. Let's try this and definitely come back and readjust. Let's especially keep an eye on how much mission control we build in a single turn. And maybe the funding too.
The people will come to our side.
Our
Finland
efforts
loving
didn't
it?
have any effect.
Yeah, keep trying, buddy.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
You are killing me. I am not very happy with you at the moment. Alien abductions reported. Okay. Less my problem, but I still would like to do that at some point. Yeah, so you can see ship crashes and then magically alien abductions start. Who knows why? It's crazy. I don't know. It's coincidence, I'm sure. Definitely not an alien over there doing it. That'd be crazy. That's conspiracy talk.
Recon complete.
How do we compare in metrics with the other factions? I could go check it. Have I done a loyalty check? Nope. Nope, we have not done that. Okay, we have finished one of our investigations.
We cannot just send up a bunch of diggers and hope for the best. Even dirt doesn't behave the same way up there. One might as well build a house upon a pile of rice. Director Khalid Alashgar, from his irregular newsletter, preparing for tomorrow.
Pulling raw materials up Earth's gravity well is very opposite of a long-term plan. In order to spread further into space, we must be able to obtain at least some of what we need from space. Fortunately, nearby asteroids have no shortage of minerals and rare metals, from which we can begin to construct ships and facilities in space. Iron, carbon, aluminum, copper, oxygen, nitrogen, and water will be most urgently required, but gold and platinum will be readily available too. But one cannot mine in space as one would on Earth. For one thing, lower microgravity means mined resources cannot tumble neatly into containers or be automatically gravity separated by type, while structures cannot be directly built upon the surface. And so, it is that the first method devised to address this and distinctly unglamorous one, a system of long, up to 1 kilometer cables and collection bags to tether equipment to an asteroid, and to prevent mined resources from simply floating away. This is an important start, but truly a mass mining will require a more advanced solution, and the capability to do and use more in situ form rather than depend on what Earth can send. In situ means in sight, so being able to build stuff where you're at. New orgs have become available. Okay. I did have control of our tech slot. Yes. Okay, how much of a pooper am I gonna be? I'm not really ready to go to the moon, so I would prefer if we stayed away from things like mission to the moon or mission to Mars. We could be a huge pooper and just drop an expensive tech in there. I mean, that's not horrible. We will want that at some point. Photonic computer, that will lead to better science, I think, at some point. Augmented reality for the cybernetics is looking a little bit better. Arrival economics. Arrival markets, bootstrap spaceflight programs, external cost capitalization leads to... Let me see. Zoom me in, Scotty. Okay, so arrival economics would lead us towards fall of empires, arrival international developments. I don't think we have any of those that we're gonna do in China. Space commerce. Stuff we'll want, but no, not soon. And the tech itself, arrival markets, bootstrap. I mean, the bootstrap spaceflight could have been useful. That's a big maybe. What was the other agent one? I don't remember what it was called. Not clandestine. Space tourism for the lulz. I don't hate the idea of this. Arrival sociology can be kind of interesting too. So maybe bootstrap will just help your enemies. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like him and Han on that one. Biotech for life extensions. Okay, that could be an interesting one. Yeah. Is a requirement for cybernetics. I'm kind of feeling the cybernetics, if I'm being honest. This doesn't really help anyone do anything I care about, so that's perfect. Augmented reality is also needed for cybernetics. Does give us space research. Space tourism is very... And we will try to get some up there, but we're probably not going to have money problems, which is what space tourism gives us. Let's go augmented reality. We need to come out with a new VR headset. Yep. And I would like to grab control of this again, so nobody else can steal it. They will be much more interested in this than they are in that. So I'm going to put 3 pips, so 75% of my research into that until I see what people start spending, and then we'll cut back so we win but slowly. Space tourism also gives influence. Fair. Once we have our control points sorted, I don't think we're gonna have too bad of influence problems, but famous last words, I suppose. Okay. New project available, graphene batteries.
We still lack support.
Do it again. Russia can unify. Well, we're not going to be doing that.
Where do you need me?
Okay, now she does have Inspire, and she's not going to be miserable at it. She just keeps failing this job, and it's bugging me. Let's have her Inspire Blaster.
I'll speak with them.
We should investigate to find out what their true loyalty is, but I don't have the people for that at the moment. Although I guess we could use her. No, we have other aliens that we need to investigate. Although, I'm trying to save up. Alright, let's save up for a minute. Let's work on Blaster. Get a hype squad going here. Alright, and we did have a question about intel. Okay, let's see how other people are doing. So, we are making 5.7 boost, and we have 37 saved up. We have a research capability of 485. It's a little higher, but we're being jerks. Resistance has 3.9 boost. I don't know if I believe that. That seems incredibly low. Maybe that is correct. We've kind of been jerks. Project Exodus. I wonder where they're getting their boost. They have 32, so they're in the game. We're making more, but only just. So that makes sense. They really prioritize boost, so that totally makes sense to me. Money-wise, we are still making about double what everyone else is making. I like it. Mission control. Protectorate's actually got some extra, as do the servants. Nobody else. Oh, no, and Exodus does too. A lot of ops over here on Protectorate and on Humanity First. Kind of makes sense. Very little on servants. Tech-wise, we're at 480, so about parity. We're a little ahead. We're kind of behind. We're a lot behind. We're in parity. We're a lot behind. So Exodus and Protectorate. What do you guys own that's giving you all this? We said Protectorate was in Europe? Yeah, that's where he's getting it. It looks like he's fighting it out for the European Union. Eastern Europe's going Humanity First. He's got to have more somewhere else, though. That cannot be it. Okay. They're using Canada to get some boost and a lot of their mission control. Nobody's in America still. Protectorate was in Mexico, although it looks like they're having problems. I still don't know. Yeah, I still do not know where Project Exodus is getting that much boost. None of these countries have big programs. I really don't know. From orgs? That could be. Maybe they've just nabbed a bunch of orgs. That very well could be. Because we have been very selfish with the boost. 2 to 3 1 boost orgs. I mean, I have 2 to 3 1 boost orgs too, though. Okay. Good to go. Do it.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Inspire mission was a success. Do it again. Project Exodus is in charge. Nope. I don't agree. I think we're okay for the time being. Again, I want to get to the halfway point, so 751 points, and then I will stop if I get cranky about this. I hope this doesn't pick Mission to the Moon or Mars.
Surveillance complete.
Okay, we got a surveillance. We'll just hit continue. Sometimes it takes multiple surveils to actually get what we need. What are you doing here? Who are you? Scandal. Prominent figures supporting us in Mongolia have been caught in a massive public relations scandal. The scandal is already making headlines across the nation. While the media will eventually lose interest, our cause's image will be tarnished by association with such a scandaled figure, unless we can perform damage control. We can write it out, take some public opinion damage. We can have our people resign gracefully to blunt the scandal. Okay, we lose a little bit. We don't care too much about Mongolia, I'm gonna be honest. Or we could stall, cover up, and obfuscate until it blows over. We could bury the scandal, it's very expensive. Or it could backfire. Yeah, I don't think so. We'll just gracefully resign.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
In Finland, oh, the Finns love us. Try again.
Order is returning.
Okay, we've got China to 0 on their instability.
In 1954, the Americans built the first nuclear-powered submarine and changed the course of naval warfare. Now, it is upon us to become the creators of the first nuclear-powered spaceship. It is upon us to define warfare in space.
Okay, Protectorate has control. I don't like that.
Churchill shipyards.
Since we discovered nuclear fission in 1938, we have used this knowledge both to give and to take, to build power plants and weapons of mass destruction alike. With every passing decade, our understanding of the forces that rule the universe grew, and we were able to refine this process further. However, until now, reactors needed the pull of gravity in order to contain the chain reaction and to keep the water flowing. Without that flow, nothing happens. For fission heats water, water becomes steam, steam turns turbines, turbines generate energy. Now, combining our new concepts for deep space propulsion with our decades of experience in nuclear fission, we're able to stabilize the first nuclear reaction in space. With our new reactor designs, we no longer need gravity to collect the energy released by splitting atoms. Our new containment system ensures a safe, sustained chain reaction in 0G. Thanks to this achievement, our fission-powered spacecraft can now reach the darkest and furthest corners of the solar system. Nuclear reactors will power ships, weapons, habitats, enabling us to harness countless resources far beyond our homeworld's atmosphere and meet the aliens in the vast openness of space, rather than bound to our own soil. Furthermore, these new technologies will help us build the next generation of solid fission systems and explore even greater energy potential of nuclear fission in space. We have fission pile, very important for Mars. The solar power at Mars is kind of weak, so we need fission to power us. They picked mission to Mars. I don't know about that, champ. I really don't know about that. We really should go to the moon before we go to Mars. That's kind of a crapper. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. I still would probably like to go to the moon before we're gonna build on Mars, but we may have to send claims. So why does Exodus winning mean everyone else loses? It's a zero-sum game when it comes to the gold rush of territory, which is my current, like, my current goal. We need to win the space race for Moon and Mars, and that sets us up for the mid-game, basically. You can have a probe going to Mars while researching the moon landing. That's very true, and we do have our probe tech. Okay, they are catching us, and they have more research than we do. So if they seem like they're set for this, I may finally finish a rival domestic and pick moon. Or we might try to blitz some of our rocket stuff. Colonize the sun. It's a one-way trip. That's for sure. All right, we're gonna have some shakeup in the tech tree, I think. Yeah, science is growing here. Servants fail a purge mission in Russia. Haha, you guys suck. How do you fail that? Okay, they did manage to get one of them.
We're taking over.
We're at 5 out of 6 in China. We are a decent amount over our cap, and the next one will be very painful. As much as I would love to grab the executive, we may have to wait on that. Army under initiative control. Army under servant control. Okay, so mission control did 3 to 4 based on this. We definitely finished at least 1 funding. So we can see up here, this is the amount. We're getting 46 funding out of China at the moment per turn. The funding is fine. We're not hurting for the money. I think I'm going to back off that for the time being. I still want a little bit of unity here. Okay, we are losing some of the education. Yeah, so we need to put in some knowledge. Let's do that. Well, that's not the worst, I guess. I'm not in love with this at the moment. It's not what we need, but I don't think we're gonna grab the last point. We're already solidly over, and if I go the next one, we're gonna be really losing influence. We need to build up some cap. Yeah. Okay. Blaster. Okay, we did get a full surveil. So Blaster is at 11 loyalty. I believe maximum loyalty is 25, if memory serves me. So we're gonna have a hype squad basically inspiring for the time being.
Acknowledged.
All right. Go ahead and investigate Mo Gundam, and you're not gonna be able to do this very well. Do it anyways. Actually, you know what?
At your service.
No, we don't have the ops. Didn't we have? I don't know why I always click that one instead of this one. Didn't we have an org we wanted? Okay, that's not the org. This was the org we wanted. 100 influence. No, this isn't. It was a 10 ops org and it's gone. Somebody else got it. Okay, Carina Aviation. 2 boost and a mission control. We can't let that fall into enemy hands. We must maintain control of the boost. Very expensive though, very painful. Okay, Blaster Bot.
Your orders?
You know what? Actually, Mo, who the heck is this?
Investigating target.
Yeah, tell me who that is.
At your service.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do some advices here.
Where to?
Ready for orders.
You're actually the better advisor. Let's do... No, not inspire. Do you have advise? Yeah. Let's do an advise here.
Lending my expertise.
Please do. Blaster. You can't inspire yourself for some weird reason. Alright, continue your public campaigns here then. We'll continue working on that. And then Stefano. Okay, we're still locked in. Okay, let's do a defend assets here. Just to make sure we don't get any hanky-panky going on.
Securing our interests.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on this last spot for a little bit. That's just a bridge too far if I want to hold Kazakhstan and Singapore. If we drop Kazakhstan, we probably could do it. If we dropped either one, but I kind of want these. Yeah, I'm hoping that they do. And we'll just see how it shakes out. I'm not liking this. This is not what I like. I want them to be in like podunk nowhere, not in a country that can do stuff. But there's nothing I can do about that yet. Yeah, that is true. By raising their economy, we are making it more expensive to hold. Maybe we should hold off on that. I'm gonna do at least a little bit because that's just how I roll. We also could work on their environment a little and keep that under control. We're not doing a bad job at the moment. Knowledge is what I'm hurting for, I think, the most. Let's raise that a little bit. We'll go that route. Okay, no new major people. Fixer, investigator. Yeah, we're looking for some wet work, and we're looking for kind of a scientist type person.
Offering assistance.
Okay, we did our advise. So advise uses our stats and gives them bonuses. So we increase their research output by 7%, their investment points by 15, and we raise the efficiency of armies a little bit. Not much because we don't have that stat really.
Securing our control.
Okay, we've defended our assets. Good luck digging me out of here.
Nothing unusual found.
Okay, would you repeat that? We're gonna struggle to get that off.
Nothing unusual found.
You are very suspicious. Okay, another UFO crashes in Chile this time. Another one crashes in Mexico this time. Okay, getting spicy. Getting spicy.
Our case remains unheard.
Is wet work murderizing? Yes, wet work generally is like assassinations, surgical strikes, things like that. Servants fail a purge mission in Russia. Man, well, you guys are terrible, and I hate you. You also suck. How are you guys failing to purge me? When your enemies are this incompetent. Okay, we are still maintaining lead here. Let's pull a little out of that and let's put a little in here. I want mission to moon. If we're gonna do this, then I want to take advantage while I'm in the lead. Also, we have not checked in here. We're at 5.7. Yeah, we were at 4 mission control, right? So we've already made 2 mission control here, and we're at 5.7 out of 25 of the next. I'm not sure. Where's it? Does it tell me when I hit max? No say. I don't remember how to see what the maximum is, but we're gonna build until we hit it. Yeah, that's true. Having the public opinion there is definitely gonna slow them down, at least, if nothing else. Yeah, well, let me look at that again. Which ones are we gonna get off of this? Institutional. Okay. Yeah, so we need the next tech after this before it becomes particularly relevant for us. And we would like that particular relevance, if I'm being honest. Yeah, let's leave that alone. Okay, Stefano. Let's do some alien activity. We got so many to pick from. Did we ever finish this one? No. Let's just get this one out of the way. It looks like somebody got rid of the Xeno stuff, or I lost sight of it. One of the two.
We'll see what we can find.
I hope somebody got rid of that. It's not necessarily criminal work, Shinosuke. It also might be military work or other shady things. Okay, we are going to I'm not going to put her on a permanent assignment because this isn't what she's best at, but it is what I'm going to have her do for now.
Surveillance complete.
That did, look what that did to my science by having her do that. 652 is like, we were at 485 without that. Okay, we did manage to investigate them. Who was it? Okay, a resistance. Okay, we might be able to make some contact here.
Tracking failed.
I would like to work with the resistance. I want them to go do resistance things for me.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Well, make it move. Eleni, come on.
Complete.
Investigate alien activity complete. Okay. Academy fails a purge. I love it. Okay. I'm not loving that it's them moving in. I'm glad we took away most of the nukes. I wish we had taken away all the nukes if it's gonna be servants. Turkey under control of the resistance, and Russia are now rivals. Shinovsky, I hope you have that fiver ready. Russia and Italy have ended their rivalry. Okay. All right, before I forget that counselor.
Where to?
You. Let us contact him.
Establishing contact.
Ready for my mission.
Okay, you are working on advising.
Ready.
Blaster is trying to raise public support.
Where do you need me?
Stefano, let's work on next crash
To
site.
the target site.
Mo, okay, we don't need you to do that. Let's investigate. Let's investigate Stefano and see what his actual loyalty is.
Ready to go.
Okay, new people by chance? A kingpin? Okay, that would have been a nice early pickup. A kingpin start as criminal, obviously. It's untouchable, rich, corrupt, earthbound crew, and suspicious. Not bad stats all around, frankly. Not bad at all. You have some commando. Corrupt means lowered loyalty and it hurts welfare. I don't really care about most of these other things. Okay, you're 45. That's doable. Maybe. Purge, sabotage, assassinate, steal project, detain. Coup d'etat. Okay, you don't have assault aliens though. Are we gonna finish anytime soon? Yeah, we are definitely gonna wind down here momentarily. Inspector. 9 admin, that's not bad. Good command. Unfortunately, he doesn't have what we're looking for though. We're not getting the missions we want. Like the commando here. Assault alien asset is something I'm really looking for. I mean, you're not terrible. You're not outstanding though, is the problem. And I need the cream of the crop here. Not acceptable. Okay, but like Eric did mention, I have been going on for 7 hours, and I should have taken more breaks, but I didn't. So we are going to wind it down there. We are definitely going to be back with some more Terra Invicta. My plan is we will be back on Tuesday. Probably not for another giant marathon like we did today, but we will be back. Tomorrow on Monday, if you're watching this in real time, I'm going to do EA Oceania, our last nation who has not got a stream from Dominion. So I will get that stream up. It'll either be at regular time, which is 6 p.m. for me, or maybe I'll do an early stream at 4 p.m. We'll see how my voice recovers from today, and I'll make that decision. So I hope to see you for that. I hope to see you for Terra Invicta. And then on Wednesday, we're going to do which is New Year's Eve, we're going to do the late age tier list for Dominion. So that should be a pretty fun stream. So if your New Year's Eve plans finish or you don't have any, well, you have some now. Join me for that tier list. That should be pretty fun. And then, yeah, more to come from there. Those are the 3 on the nearby horizon. So I'm going to tell YouTube to play us out with an ad here. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. I had a great time. I hope this was entertainment and informative. And I look forward to the next one on Tuesday. I hope to see you guys there. All right, remember, sign up for the contract, join the initiative. We'll see you next time, builders.